even yesterday after our first preliminary discussion, we spent 2 hours to discuss what we are talking about. Is it refusal from capitalism, or review of capitalism, or proposal of some new framework for modern world? And so this discussion is global, and today in the world there are a lot of discussions on the needs for the new models of doing business in line with respect for human rights and human dignity, how the business influences the democratic processes, how the states can and cannot control business. We discuss searching for new sustainable models, but also the risks when we suggest some new model. We also see the risks of implementing new models, the changes related to the models in our region and in Ukraine in particular. These risks are even greater. They are enhanced by the existence of some mistrust for changes, and also we have lack of trust and a refusal from foundations of the market economy, or limitation of the foundations of the market economy. All this is important to discuss and to come up with solutions, to propose the solutions. And today we would like to discuss the opportunities and risks which exist today and how we can respond to them, and what are the entities, what are the actors that can play important and active role, public and non-public entities in these processes. Now I'd like to pass the floor for official opening of our panel discussion to Vice Rector of National Legal University named after Yaroslav Mudry. It is the founding father of the Kharkiv Legal Forum. So please, Mr. Yuri, the floor is yours. Ms. Elena, thank you very much. For me, the important risk is that business and human rights should stay important on the agenda, because it's the core for our forum. I'd like to thank our friends and partners. Yesterday I had the chance to do this at the roundtable dedicated to the models of training on business and human rights and the education facilities that train legal professionals. I'd like to thank OSCE Project Coordinator Office for ongoing support for these initiatives, the UNDP, the Danish Institute for Human Rights, and many other friends, because this is the real community which we established, which Elena established, because the International Laboratory, as in the past in my school, it was written at chemistry lesson that chemistry extends its hands into the business of humanity, and now International Laboratory became really international, and now we have to register it according to the law on civic unions. For me, these problems are very important. I'm a representative of the public law, and I don't quite. Yesterday, I discussed the horizontal effect of the Constitution. Today, I'm concerned personally that I'd like to hear about this online. I'll have the chance to join. This is the situation. Like in 18th century, the public and private law was joined by the Constitution under one umbrella, and now pandemic did it. 2 days ago, we had the recent debates at the election to Bundestag for Germany, and all 3 leaders, CDC and Greens, they promised not to apply compulsory mandatory vaccination. Half of the staff has to be vaccinated, it is mandatory, and business has to join and not to allow vaccinated people to work. Now we're at the university, and among representatives of the academic staff and students, we have many COVID dissidents, and they states clear things for me, that this is American conspiracy and Americans were affected the most, so that everybody believes that everybody will receive chips, and this is all clear points for Russian propaganda. But this limitation of human rights, in particular in this horizontal area, tomorrow I'll talk about this. I'm honored to be part of the project People's Constitution as an expert. This is the project which is implemented by the team of Svetlana Tikhanovskaya in particular to develop the draft of the real constitution. Now we have the discussion, the recent discussion we had with Austrian colleagues on Lithuanian colleagues. It is a second chapter in the draft on the name and contents. In Article 23 of Constitution, we have the provision on which mentions the necessity to observe obligations of the human to the society. When we talk about liberal ideas, we always say that the task of the state and the task of non-government actors is to guarantee and to protect human rights. At the same time, there was discussion on responsibility of the human being. Although for me, as a person who doesn't accept communitarism or communism, this is not very attractive, but what's going on with pandemic is showing that we live in the new paradigm. As Ostap Bender says, the life dictates severe laws to us. There is practical aspects in our problems. I'm not talking about global developments. I believe that our colleague will do the impossible. They will make us join the international documents and national plan that will be modernized. It will have its adequate protection. And what is going on now demonstrates great urgency of these things, in particular in what way in modern conditions we can implement and protect these rights, especially when we talk about non-government actors. So I exceeded my time. I'd like to thank the participants who found the opportunity to come and to join offline, although we don't receive booster vaccines yet. And we have many online participants, and we observe social distance with the screens and cameras. So people are not afraid, and we resume this adequate format of this format because live discussion, in my view, is the most productive. And I'd like to thank Ms. Elena because she is the locomotive that established this movement, new direction, not only in research and education, but also I'd like to wish you productive discussion and pleasure from communication. Thank you. Thank you, Yuri. I'd like to say that for this we have to have the environment. I mean that naturally it is very important that at university we established conditions and there is absolute promotion for us to implement these initiatives, and there is great support. And support is always very important. So I'm pleased and I'm grateful to pass the floor to Ms. Karen Relke, coordinator of the OSCE Project Coordinator Office in Ukraine. Thank you very much for your support of today's activity. This becomes the tradition because for the second year we convene under the support of the OSCE Project Coordinator.
Jointly conducting this event. Also, let me express my sincere appreciation and admiration to the university for being one of the key think tanks and accelerators for promoting business and human rights. in Ukraine. The OSCE, globally the largest regional security organization, has been promoting human rights principles since its foundation. Respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms are key to the OSCE's comprehensive security concept. In the UN Guiding Principles on Human Rights and Business, we have indeed come a long way. Some might say that the glass is half full already. But the glass is clearly not full enough as long as men, women, and children around the world continue to suffer under inhumane working conditions. While pandemic has made us aware that we are living in one world, it has also had the most devastating effects on the poorest. Human rights is a duty that all states have. It applies to the governments of those countries where goods are produced and to those who consume them. Synchronizes its strategic documents with the Sustainable Development Goals. Business plays a crucial role in achieving the 2030 SDGs and ensuring sustainable development. Thus, business must incorporate respect for human rights in its operations. Principles on business and human rights state that business responsibility to respect human rights is not limited to its own operations, but extends to human rights impacts connected to their products and services. And practices with regard to business and human rights is of utmost importance. Nowadays, more and more business taking corporate responsibility high on their agenda. Consumers around the world are attaching greater importance to sustainability. Often, drivers of change are non-governmental organizations, university or think tanks. It is important that governments follow up and put the right strategies and regulations in place. This year, Ukraine has adopted a new national human rights strategy, which defines business and human rights as one of the strategic goals, emphasizing that business must apply a human rights approach in its operations. B, the elaboration of action points for the implementation of this strategic goal, and today's forum is an excellent opportunity for such work. NATO in Ukraine works with government, civil society, and academia to promote human rights-based approach in different spheres. Last year, we supported the Yaroslav Mudry National Law University in the development of the course on business and human rights. I'm glad that the university incorporated it into the teaching process, providing opportunities for young legal professionals to further advance in business and human rights agenda in Ukraine. I hope that today's panel discussion will offer a unique opportunity for national and international partners to exchange information, good practices, and lessons learned in searching sustainable models for the business and human rights agenda and elaborating further actions for national stakeholders. I wish you all a very productive discussion. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. І ми також сьогодні маємо
And also we have the address from the member of the working group of UN on business and human rights, Ms. Elżbieta Zakarska. But unfortunately, she could not join us online because in parallel in Geneva now there is a meeting. She has sent a video address for us, and we will provide the opportunity to all participants. We will disseminate the link to this video address. We will provide interpretation of this video address, and it is informative. It is dedicated to 10th anniversary of the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights. what are the main conclusions, main findings of the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights, and what are the plans for the next 10 years. As I said, we'll ensure the access to this video, and now also we have to hear the Parliament of Ukraine Ombudsperson on Human Rights, Ms. Ludmila Denisova. Unfortunately, it will be also video address, as this is going to be the subject of our today's discussion going forward, the role of the government, and in particular the role of Ukrainian government. We would like to listen to this video address, and I'd like to say that in our today's discussion we have participants from the Secretariat of the Parliament of Ukraine Ombudsperson, Ms. Tamila Larin and Ms. Diana Hristich. I'd like to emphasize that for several years we cooperate with the Secretariat of the Ombudsperson of Ukraine, and without active position and active support of the Secretariat of the Ombudsperson, the themes of business and human rights would not be promoted, would not stay urgent on the agenda. It is one of the priorities, one of the strategic priorities of the Ombudsperson of the Parliament of Ukraine. And there are many joint research initiatives that were implemented. So thank you for this active support, active position. And now I request your attention, the address of the Ombudsperson of the Parliament of Ukraine on human rights.
Тиждень прав людини у сфері бізнесу, який ми провели з 11 по 17 червня. В його рамках нами створена україномовна сторінка.
I have created the Ukrainian language webpage in Wikipedia devoted to the UN guided principle. For the first time in national strategy, we have the chapter on human rights during the commercial activity, business operations. This year, there was initiative to adopt the EU directive on human rights due diligence procedure on care for the environment and proper management. The state and business community should make their contribution in ensuring the human rights and protection of human rights in business by evaluating the current situation and making appropriate actions. Guiding principles are founded on compulsory principles for the states and also optional fulfillment of duties by the enterprises. 10 years ago, the guiding principles are still urgent even today. The guiding principles cover wide entities in the area of non-discrimination, labor rights, environment, access remedies, court remedies, and extrajudicial remedies. For Ukraine, it's very important to adopt the best international practices in the human rights. Since 8 countries adopted national plans of actions to implement the guiding principles. We have the chance to use this experience and to implement it into our reality next year. For Ukraine, we have to develop guiding principles and to explain to the business, to the government entities, and to the civil society to help business to apply standards of responsible behavior in particular to prevent negative impacts on business, also to respond to violations of the human rights that already happened, to ensure consolidating role in the process of development and implementation of ideas of human rights and business, to ensure communication between stakeholders, to make specific steps that the government should take.
Ми маємо об'єднати зусилля та знання для досягнення спільної мети, забезпечення
We have to join efforts to achieve the common goal, to ensure the protection of human rights, following human rights. So I wish the participants of the forum productive work and success going forward. Thank you very much for your attention.
Ми щиро дякуємо пані
We would like to thank Ludmila Denisova sincerely, and we hope for continuation of our cooperation. Also, I'd like to give floor to Ms. Tavila Larina, who promotes these topics in the Secretariat.
Вітаю всіх. Дозвольте мені від імені уповноваженого.
Allow me, on behalf of the Commissioner of the Parliament of Ukraine, to present Elena Warova for her contribution in protecting human rights.
Дякую. Ну, зараз буде моя оскарівська промова. Дякую, дякую.
Thank you very much. It's a real pleasure. It's a good beginning, good start today. In our agenda, we have two institutions, governmental institutions, Ministry of Justice and Ministry of Economy of Ukraine. These are most important institutions, I believe, in promoting responsible business behavior, business and human rights. And as of today, they have already played an important role for Ukraine because Ministry of Justice has been involved in the topic of business and human rights in the context of the national strategy on human rights. And thanks to the Ministry of Justice in cooperation with other institutions, the appropriate section appeared in the national strategy. I would like to announce Alena Mitnik will moderate the next session, and as an employee of the Ministry of Justice at that moment, she had contributed a lot and coordinated all proposals. I think it's an open information, but on the day of adopting the national strategy, Madam Alena changed her job, and now she is working on responsible business behavior, but in another context. So a moderation of quite difficult session is awaiting her. We are glad to greet her. Regarding Valeria Kolomiets, the Deputy Minister of Justice, today she is performing not only her duties, but also, and she is temporarily performing duties of the Ombudsman, and she couldn't participate in our event, but she will join us later in a special session dedicated to the role of governmental entities in agencies in promoting business and human rights in terms of implementation of those mechanisms and tools. And the Ministry of Economy of Ukraine, we also are grateful to them because the Ministry of Economy, despite various objective obstacles, makes great efforts and important steps in order to promote and raise awareness about the principles of economic cooperation and development, and responsible business behavior. So we will be always glad to see Ministry of Economy participating in our events, and we will be open to cooperation. And Mrs. Marina Kopchuk will participate in the session dedicated to the government role. She will tell about it in more detail. So at present, our official part to open the panel discussion is over, and I can turn floor for this first session dedicated to modern trends in the sphere of business and human rights and those opportunities which open and challenges that appear. I will turn floor to Madam Alena Metnik. So will you please share what I'm doing right now? Thank you very much. Thank you for the introduction. For me, it's a great honor today to talk at this forum and moderate such an interesting and wonderful panel dedicated to business and human rights. For a long time, I've been working in the public sphere. It was very important for me to get this systemic approach because it's important to understand how all the stakeholders operate in this area. If we're talking about business and human rights, it's very important to see the story as it's understood not only by governmental agencies, but business itself and the non-government sector. So my desire to change job was very symbolic. It wasn't the date of adopting the strategy, but I understand that I've done a lot. I've done sufficient for to promote this idea. It was my own decision to see how it works in other sectors, and now I can safely say that this systemic approach and systemic understanding is of paramount importance. And now I'm working in non-government sector, mostly with communities and business. And as for me, the systemic approach and the understanding of needs and challenges of all stakeholders engaged may become a key factor in successful implementation of the business and human rights area. Thank you very much, Elena, for this introduction, and I would like to turn to our panel discussion. If you don't mind, I'll switch to English so that it will be more convenient for our panelists.
Panel discussion is devoted to the global trends in the business and human rights area, and I am very delighted to invite our brilliant speakers in this theme. We all understand that business and human rights, as of now, it is not about recommendation, but about some obligation and some responsibilities of business, of corporate actors to ensure and to ensure human rights and to implement human rights approach within their activity. But as of now, we also have various of approaches to implement these principles into the practice. For instance, we have a lot of approaches like business and human rights, corporate social responsibility, sustainable development goals implementation, ESG approach. But all of these approaches, they are in the one hand they are similar, but in the other hand, we have to develop some unified approach and to make this process more efficient and more complex. For sure, we do understand the key role of the business sector in implementation of this approach, and this is a great challenge for us to develop really efficient ways to engage business in this process and to advocate these issues with regard to the corporate sector. On the other hand, we also see the challenges for a business sector to implement these UN guiding principles and the human rights approach in their activities. This also demands a changing of corporate culture and changing of business models to make them more efficient and to make them more human rights based. We also see challenges for SMEs sector in implementing this approach, and that's why we are in demand on best practices and good practices of our neighbor countries, EU countries, to implement this approach in Ukraine. That's why I will ask our panelists with regard of their vision on what are the more efficient ways to implement this approach within the national context, and for sure what are the global trends, the European trends on this issue as well. So my first question will be to the Dirk Hoffman. Dirk is senior advisor at Danish Institute for Human Rights, and he has more than 20 years of experience in this business and human rights issue. And my question is to Dirk will be, do you see some positive changes in this area, and what are the challenges? My second question will be, within this multi-sectoral approach to implement business and human rights principles, how do you feel what sector and what actors are more open to implement this approach, and what kind of advocacy it will be better to make for these issues in the national context?
Thank you, Elena. Let me first say that I'm really glad to be here in person. It's very nice to see everyone and not stare at a black screen. I also have to qualify that it's not me who has the 20 years of experience, but my institution. I have about 11, but I still have experienced the majority of the time of when the guiding principles were passed in 2011. And also a little bit of the time before. So I think the answer is quite differentiated, whether there are positive changes over these 20 years. I think there are definitely positive trends. I want to refer mainly to our institute's work directly with companies. So we have been working with multinational companies, mostly based in Europe, for 20 years now. And that work has definitely changed and is continuing to change. It started out working with CSR departments in companies, very much trying to fight their way up inside the company to get attention for these issues. And we were trying to shift an understanding of CSR towards something that's more aligned to respecting and not violating human rights, not negatively impacting, away from philanthropic approaches where businesses still see it as, giving something back to the community, which is not the same, obviously, as avoiding negative impacts. The guiding principles have really shifted that discussion towards, avoiding negative impacts. I think there are national action plans that governments have come out with, especially in Europe, that have continued to slowly push the agenda. And now currently we're seeing a lot of discussions around actual hard legislation that is trying to get companies to apply human rights due diligence approach, not just to their own operations, but also to their business partners and their supply chains. And there's even discussion at the European level for a legislation that applies to European member states. So this obviously has gotten the attention of other types of people inside a company, not just the CSR people. Sometimes it's public relations people or a sustainability department. There are different names for the people that we traditionally worked with. But what we can observe now is that we are also getting people from the legal department into these conversations. So that shows that they are taking these developments serious. They're trying to prepare companies for what's ahead. And there are already some countries like in France and Germany where these legislations exist, or particular topics like child labor and modern slavery that get companies to start thinking in a different way to what they traditionally did. But I would say there's still a quite differentiated picture if you look beyond Europe. And even if we are looking at Eastern Europe, I think there is a slow process, and there's quite a different status outside of the EU. I think if you look in terms of national action plans, there are very few national action plans outside of Europe. There are emerging, countries that are dealing with these. They are having the same kind of infancy problems as other countries went through, so they're not particularly ambitious very often. And there is a lack of capacity on the understanding of business and human rights amongst all actors in society. I think if you look at Ukraine, you'll see that businesses mostly still talk about CSR and very often mix it with philanthropic approaches. So there's not a unified understanding of it yet. I think if I can wrap up what is needed, I think is to really look at how you can raise awareness on the guiding principles in your country context. And that will be different for Ukraine than it is for Germany, because in Germany you have, or in Sweden, you have big multinationals with big supply chains, a lot of attention on them and what they're doing. While that is not necessarily the case in Ukraine, where you don't have that many huge companies that are, getting attention outside of Ukraine in terms of their human rights issues that they may face. So the pressure points and the leverage points are different ones. I think we see emerging focus on investors in this agenda as well. How can you ensure that investors are not investing into companies that are violating human rights? So could that be an entry point into the discussion with Ukrainian companies? Or could it be the fact that your business partners are in fact sitting in Europe, or that you are exporting like 90% of your export to the European market? I think these are conversation starters to introduce this agenda. I think there's also a need to break down human rights language into something that is understandable and relates to the Ukrainian reality. So what are the issues that Ukrainian people are facing that they can understand that this is also human rights? I mean, they don't need to call it that, but it is. We're talking a lot about climate change nowadays. These are human rights issues, right? And that may not be necessarily understood, but maybe the climate change agenda is also a useful vehicle to bring companies to the table and talk about these issues. We talked about overlapping agendas in terms of the SDGs. There's a clear link between that agenda and the human rights and business agenda. So I think it's about figuring out which is the most useful way to convince different actors that this is an important agenda. And I think the entry point still has to be the business case for human rights, unfortunately, which means you have to get the attention of businesses by pointing out the potential risks to their business of losing money if they are not operating in a sustainable manner.
For your presentation, I agree with you that the language in which we are talking with the business is very important, because when we talk about human rights, different people understand it in different way. So this is very great issue to make this simple language, plain language, talking about human rights, business and human rights issues with the corporate sector. And moving to the international global trends. My next question will be to Tara on Ho. Tara is a PhD co-president of the Global Business and Human Rights Scholar Association, lecturer at School of Law and Human Rights Center of University of Essex, Great Britain. Tara, I'm glad to welcome you today at this discussion, and my question will be about the Yaroslav Mudry National Law University translated this international treaty that legally binds the business and human rights issues, and we think that this treaty is beyond the discussion of the draft in our country as well. And could you please address what are the key ideas of this treaty, and what is the perspective of its adoption, and how it will reflect the national legal systems of different countries? So could you please comment this issue? And for sure, we welcome other comments on the general thematic of our panel as well.
Thank you, Elena. And I would like to take this moment to thank all of you and to really compliment Ukraine on the progress that it has made within the area of business and human rights. Oftentimes, when you've been in this field as long as Dirk and I have, and Dirk has a few years on me within the field, frustrated at what you perceive as slow progress, or progress that's actually counterproductive in many ways, intended to delay real progress. So we take small steps instead of the larger leaps that we need. And what I've found in the last day and a half within Ukraine has been almost the exact opposite. There's a lot of really interesting developments going on in this country, a lot of leadership. Elena Varora, I understand that a lot of that is up to you. So congratulations on what you've been able to accomplish and on your leadership within Ukraine, because I do think that it's been quite inspiring, and I'm looking forward to hopefully some greater leadership from Ukraine in this, both regionally and internationally in the future. So the treaty is currently in its third draft. It takes a traditional state-based approach to expectations within business and human rights, meaning that states are to regulate and to fulfill their ongoing obligations to respect, protect, and fulfill human rights. What this means is that states are to ensure that they provide access to remedies for victims, both of domestic businesses as well as transnational corporations. Doing this requires, obviously, regulation of businesses. So it's not simply about modifying your remedial laws, but also ensuring that your regulatory standards meet the expectations that are set out within the guiding principles, but that reflect ongoing treaty obligations and customary international law. It's quite significant that the treaty is taking this traditional state-based approach. There was an effort to ensure direct obligations on businesses within the treaty, and that has fallen away. It is also a single document rather than a framework convention, which I think is also important because it means that all the states parties will be agreeing to the same standards and expectations. And that level of international cooperation and uniformity, I think, is really important if what we're going to do is provide access to remedies for victims and ensure that we make the transformations within both international and domestic businesses that are necessary to ensure respect for human rights. As for the prospects of it being adopted, this is where I end up a little bit more cynical. Right now, it is quite difficult to get states to the table. There have been some competing narratives. The US, the EU, Canada, and Australia have largely dismissed the treaty process in favor of focusing on implementation of the UN guiding principles. On the other hand, some of the states that have been leading negotiations of the treaties haven't actually taken the steps that you would expect to ensure implementation of the guiding principles. So there is almost a narrative that the guiding principles and the treaties and the treaty efforts are incompatible or are in opposition to each other, when realistically they are complementary to each other and they should be seen as such. The binding treaty is really an effort to ensure that all states accept and implement their obligations, their ongoing obligations under human rights law in a way that makes sense within the business context. So it is about ensuring appropriate legislation and really clarifying some of the legal concepts that have hamstrung business and human rights for a very long time, including what are the expectations on businesses. When it comes to implementing this into domestic legislation, we've already seen a few efforts to get ahead of the treaty to ensure implementation of the guiding principles. We have mandatory reporting rules. We also have mandatory due diligence in a couple of states. When it comes to developing mandatory due diligence laws, we see different approaches in terms of the sizes of companies that are adopted, in terms of whether or not you're governing the corporate group and its activities, so the parent company and subsidiaries, or whether you're talking about full supply chains. We also unfortunately see different approaches in terms of reparations. So if you're looking at the French duty of vigilance law, there are reparations available to victims who are harmed by irresponsible businesses. But if you look at the German law, that doesn't exist. In fact, it would be the German government that would have increased revenue by enforcing its own law, because the reparations or the fines that German businesses would pay would go to the German treasury. So that's actually, for me, not a real impressive approach to implementing the guiding principles or to getting ahead of the treaty. When it comes to where we need to go with the treaty, first of all, I have to say that the treaty has enhanced with each new draft. It's been quite impressive, and that's a testament to the work of non-governmental organizations and academics around the world who have invested a great deal of time when states haven't into developing clarity over the treaty's provisions. And I think that we will have, within the next couple of years, a really solid draft of the treaty. As to whether or not states will agree to adopt that treaty and then start implementing it, I think we're still probably 5 to 10 years away from that. And what that means is that states like Ukraine actually have a responsibility now to start regulating and legislating and modifying their laws to fulfill their ongoing obligations even before they adopt this new treaty. That's going to require a holistic assessment of the laws. It's not just about the corporate regulation, it is also about our corporate personality, the shareholder primacy role, our tort and delict laws, as well as our statute of limitations laws. All of that needs to be reviewed in light of these ongoing expectations and obligations. In the future, what I'd like to see is greater consideration within the treaty in terms of situations of armed conflicts. That is an issue that has been at the heart of the development of business and human rights for the last 40 years, and yet somehow keeps falling away from the central discussion of business and human rights. And the reality is that corporations and businesses operating in situations of armed conflict and transitional justice do need different approaches than those that are operating in other situations. And we need to consider what it means to have effective remedies in those complex environments. And I'd like to see some of that at least develop within the treaty discussions. And I would really like to see a state like Ukraine that has that experience take the lead on those discussions. So thank you, Elena.
Following the issue on implementing some international treaty that will bind states to implement this approach into national legislation, we will have our next speaker, Nadia Bernaz. She will join us online today, and
hello. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
hello. Glad to see you, and it's a big pleasure to have you today on our panel discussion. And Nada Bernas is PhD Associate Professor in the Law Group at Wageningen University, the Netherlands. And Nada, my question will be, could we talk, and do you feel that there is a trend on somehow of legalization of the business and human rights in general, starting with the international treaty that Tara mentioned, and following with some case law or adoption of the business and human rights due diligence legislation? How do you feel whether there is a trend now to adopt these legislative measures, specifically in business and human rights area?
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me to this event. I really regret not being there in person, and really glad to be able to join the discussion nevertheless. Thank you for the question on legalization. I think it's clear there is a trend which is going towards more hard law in the area of business and human rights. So this is, I think, clear also in this panel, considering the themes that the speakers have mentioned so far, and also the next speakers. So concretely, we're going from soft law, standards, non-legally binding recommendations, for example, the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, also private standards, Global Compact, UN Global Compact principles. All of that is non-legally binding, and we're seeing legal developments internationally, and Tara van Ho has already talked about the treaty. That is clearly part of the legalization trend. We're taking a soft law instruments, and somehow we're trying to develop a proper human rights treaty, creating obligations. So that is definitely part of the trend. Another part of this trend, of course, is the adoption of human rights due diligence legislation in several European Union countries, including France, Germany, the Netherlands, though this is a very narrow piece of legislation in the Netherlands, just on child labor and not really due diligence, I think, but this is a conversation for another day. And of course, there is now this plan for the European Union to adopt a directive on mandatory due diligence on human rights and environmental issues. And I know the next speaker will talk about that. So we have this trend of soft law recommendations entering the category hard law, either through treaties or EU legislation or domestic law. There is another element that I want to mention here that goes towards this trend as well, and that is the use of the United Nations Guiding Principles in court decisions. And on this, I particularly want to talk about the recent case in the Netherlands, a case that was brought by Friends of the Earth Netherlands, an NGO, against Royal Dutch Shell, the oil company, one of the largest oil companies in the world, as many of you will know. And in this case, the court was supposed to look at Shell's, it's a climate change case. So the court looked at Shell's emissions, carbon emissions, and was trying to determine whether the policies of Shell over their carbon reduction, were there enough to protect the Dutch population from climate change. Essentially, that was the question. Do Shell owe a duty of care towards the Dutch population for their contribution to climate change? And the judge looked at a variety of standards within Dutch law, but also in trying to determine the extent of the duty that Shell owes. In the end, they decided they owe it to the Dutch population. To determine the extent of that duty, the judge used the United Nations guiding principles on business and human rights, making the point that, yes, it is soft law, it is recommendations, but when you're trying to understand what corporate responsibility means in a domestic setting, then those standards, even non-binding, are relevant to interpret domestic law, in that case, a standard of care that exists in the Dutch system. So this legalization trend that we're talking about, it's not just adopting laws, it's also the judiciary trying to make sense in its context, in their context, trying to make sense of domestic standards, domestic legislation, in light of international developments. And for me, yes, I'm happy to see laws developing and the treaty process, etc. I think this is very, very important, but I really wouldn't dismiss these soft law initiatives, such as the UN Guiding Principles, because you can accomplish a lot even without having these new laws and etc. I still think we need new laws, but I really think that there is in a way an underused resource there for perhaps activists or campaigners or people who want to see changes in the area of corporate responsibility. So really, I find that case inspiring because the language is very clear. They're very clearly saying, oh, we're not applying it directly. But if we're talking about corporate accountability in 2021, we have to look at the UN Guiding Principles. And that is a testament to the importance of this document, even if it's non-binding. We also have some decisions coming from the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, in which they have mentioned the UN Guiding Principles. There's an excellent report that was published a few months ago that lists all the courts in the world that have mentioned the UN Guiding Principles. I am hoping that this trend will continue and we'll see more and more judicial decisions pointing to those, to the principles. I want to finish on another point that I think is relevant when we talk about legalization. I have talked about the treaty, I have talked about court cases and the use of the guiding principles there. And I know it's been mentioned already, we've talked about human rights due diligence legislation. There's one thing I want to say about this is that when adopting legislation, it's really important to get it right. And I think there's a risk in adopting legislation that doesn't really require companies to do anything. I'll take the example of the UK, the United Kingdom Modern Slavery Act, which, despite its quite promising title and aims seeking to eradicate modern slavery, that of course is a great goal that we should all aim for. But the problem with this law is that it requires companies to report on what steps they're taking to eradicate modern slavery. So it's a reporting obligation, it's transparency legislation, but it's basically not asking companies to really do anything, nor is there really a robust mechanism for checking that companies actually are doing anything. And the result is that we have a document that has started conversations about modern slavery and supply chains, certainly in the United Kingdom. I think that's a positive development. But in terms of action, I don't think it has prompted that much in terms of the impact on the ground. And also there is evidence, and there's more and more research conducted on that. There's evidence that it is counterproductive, because there is this illusion that something is being done through the programs, the discussions that companies engage with. But at the end of the day, if you look at the actual impact on the ground, it's very little, if not nothing. So there is a risk then that states and also some people who are on the fence about legislation, there's the risk that they can use those developments as proof that something is being done, when in fact it's just really not having any concrete effect. And that's a risk because it prevents further discussion on actual useful legislation that can actually make a difference on the ground. So my word of caution is, I guess, not every law is good. Like, not every legal development, legalization of human rights standards is good, because we need to look at exactly what is required and what kind of impact we can have. I will leave it at that. Thank you very much.
For your comprehensive overview of the legislation trends of the case law. And I agree with you that the law and the legislation is not the only tool to address business and human rights issue, and for sure we need to provide the efficient implementation of such a legislation, and to be sure that these laws or this legislation really has an impact on this. Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you, and we will follow our next speaker, Claire Bright.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Hello. Nice to meet you today. So Claire is a PhD. She is assistant professor in private law at Nova Law School in Lisbon, and the director of the Nova Center on Business, Human Rights and the Environment, Portugal. So Claire, following the previous presentation, which addressed the issues on the legislation and on the quality of the legislation and the efficiency of its implementation, I would like to ask you about the human rights due diligence as a tool for providing this respect for human rights within the business sector. We also know that some legislation developments are planning with regard to EU legislation, for example, the compulsory human rights due diligence in Europe and the EU level. But as we know, it's really a comprehensive and really challenging process. And the key challenge is how to ensure that this due diligence will be
in progress.
Not formalistic, but will make some impact on the situation with human rights protection. How do you feel? What the best instruments or practices to provide this human rights due diligence the more efficient and to be as realistic as it can be?
Thank you for the question, and first of all, let me thank you and the organizers for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here, even if only virtually. I would have loved to be here in presence, so hopefully next time. And congratulations on all the amazing work that you are doing. So it's not an easy process indeed. We have heard from previous speakers that there is a broad spectrum of laws and legislative proposals now that have emerged in the past few years, in particular since the approval of the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights. And what we see on this spectrum, we see transparency regulations that Nadia was just talking about on one end of the spectrum, and at the other end, we see mandatory human rights and environmental due diligence regulations. As Nadia very rightly pointed out, what we see with the experience of reporting regulation that basically have the objective to spur company to undertake due diligence but do not require them to do so, is that they simply have not delivered in practice. And so in a second step, we have seen an evolution of the legal landscape towards mandatory human rights and environmental regulations, creating a legally binding duty for corporations to exercise due diligence, both in their operations and in their either supply or value chain, depending on the sort of law we're talking about. We've heard from previous examples of those. We have various types. We have the French duty of vigilance law, the sort of with an overarching framework, the German, the Norwegian law that were adopted this year. And we also have examples of existing laws which are more, which only concern certain issues or certain commodities. And here we have the example of the Dutch Child Labour Due Diligence Act, which has not yet entered into force, but was adopted in 2019. We also have at the EU level the example of the EU conflict minerals regulation, EU timber regulations. Now, in our study, the European Commission on due diligence requirements through the supply chains, when we spoke with various stakeholders, they voiced very strong preference for an overarching framework that would be cross-sectoral, that would be cross-commodities. And it was very much felt that otherwise, so that the sort of legislation that focused on a certain issue or commodity would create fragmentation and detract companies' attention from over potentially more salient human rights or labor issues. Second point, when we talk about the effectiveness of human rights due diligence legislation and what might make a mandatory human rights and environmental due diligence law effective, has to do with the scope of the legislation. It is, in my view, very important that it covers all companies, regardless of the size. We have to remember that in the EU, over 99% of companies are small and medium-sized companies. Here I am in Portugal, the percentage is even higher, and we're looking at seeing that also includes micro enterprises. So it's very important, in my view, to include these companies in legislation if we want to make it effective. Not to say that there aren't ripple-down effects with legislation that just focus on larger companies. And we see that with the French duty of vigilance law, which has ripple-down effects on smaller companies throughout the supply chains. And we have various studies to show that. However, what these studies also highlight is that these smaller companies are being asked by the lead companies to put in place due diligence processes, but they are not being given the means, whether financial or whether through being a company, through training, etc., by the lead. That this is something that could be addressed and covered in a legislation, and that would need to be integrated in order to make sure the legislation is effective. So to cover all companies, but take into consideration the specificities linked to size, but also the sector of the company. And again, this is also something that was amongst the preference of the overall preference of stakeholders in our study for the European Commission. My third point on the effectiveness, ensuring the effectiveness of the legislation on religion, and I think that might be one of the most important one, has to do with meaningful engagement from stakeholders. And here, if we look at examples of existing laws, and I'm thinking in particular of the French duty of vigilance law, we see, in particular in the report for the French government that was submitted last year, that this is actually one of the main pitfalls of the legislation. If you look carefully at the wording of the law, it doesn't actually make it obligatory for companies to meaningfully engage with stakeholders, apart from just in relation to one specific one, which is setting up a sort of alert mechanism. But in relation to the other aspects of the due diligence expectation, it's not a requirement. And I think that is at the core of making mandatory human rights due diligence effective, and linked to your other question, at the core of ensuring that we are not in a sort of tick box exercise, but we are really asking companies something that is effective due diligence and something that is really meaningful. My last point on that, on the effectiveness question, is really concerning the enforcement mechanisms. And often here what we're seeing is that they're often presented as an you either have a public regulator or you have judicial enforcement. In my opinion, both are needed because they play a role. The public enforcement mechanism is helpful to ensure the monitoring of the compliance with the law, to clarify certain aspects of the laws, and this is actually something that's pointed out in the report on the French duty of vigilance law. However, and as Tara reminded earlier, a public regulator does not actually provide access to remedy for the victims. So in my view, it is very important here to have a judicial mechanism that ensures that function. So make sure that the law does not only have a preventative sort of aspect, but also tackle the issues of access to remedy when harms actually have occurred. Now, on just coming back on the question on how to avoid the box ticking exercise, and which is obviously linked to ensuring the effectiveness of the regulation. One important point in my view that I'd like to highlight is really the importance of understanding due diligence as a standard of care. So a standard of expected conduct from a company, given the size, given the circumstances, given the context. It is important, in my view, not for the regulators not to be over prescriptive. Regulation in itself does not need to create a checklist, because that's where we run the list of having a box ticking exercise. Here, I think what is really important is to also understand that duty of vigilance, that duty of care, however we want to frame it, is something that will vary very much based on the company. And it's something that companies need to understand as being evolutive as well. And that's very important, because you can imagine that a due diligence from the companies pre-COVID-19, for instance, in terms of labor rights, for instance, would be very different from what you would expect during the COVID-19 and after the COVID-19. So you have to have that sort of flexibility built in the mechanism, so that it's a constantly evolving mechanism, and it requires constant reassessment and reevaluation from the company, rather than just a checkbox that they need to tick saying how many audits they might have done, how many if they have contractual clauses in various supply chain contracts and these sort of things. And so I will end because I do not want to take too much time. Thank you again for the invitation.
Колеги, якщо є бажання задати
Dear
питання,
colleagues, if there are any questions, because due diligence is a controversial issue, please, you're welcome.
from our audience.
Use this chance to ask all our panelists, and actually thank you very much all of them. And my question, more theoretical, more academician, actually, do you agree, Claire, that human rights due diligence is something like the rule of law for private actors, that we receive the chance to obtain substantive justice thanks to procedural justice? What do you think? Is it true?
I'm sorry, Alina, I had a connection, missed the last part of the question.
Human rights due diligence is something like the rule of law for private sector, and could we say that we have a chance, more chances to obtain substantive justice if we apply this procedural approach?
Well, I would like to think that this is the case. Now, of course, human rights due diligence is not going to be the silver bullet, not going to solve all problems. And it's we've heard a lot of talks about the smart mix in the past, but I do believe that it needs to be accompanied by other mechanisms. In the EU, I believe if we want to obtain that substantive justice that you are talking about, Alina, here, it's a very important first step, the mandatory human rights and environmental due diligence, but it's not enough. We need to revise, to give you just a few examples, the Brussels I regulation. We need to revise, in other words, the instruments on private international law that dictate the rules of jurisdictions of the courts and which law is applicable when a harm has occurred and when victims actually bring a claim. And this is not something that a human rights due diligence legislation will do. There were some attempts in previous draft of the European Parliament version to tackle some of these private international law issues, but they were then removed in the draft that was on the 10th of March with the European Parliament resolution, which simply has kept one element basically entailing that the provisions of the law are overriding mandatory provisions, which is helpful, but it's not enough. What we see concretely when we look at cases of victims bringing claims against corporations, and here I'm focusing on Europe, but it's true elsewhere, is that actually obtain access to we're talking about substantive justice. When we looked at in our study for the European Parliament in 2019, we looked at 35 cases that were brought, again, EU-based multinational corporations on the basis of allegation of human rights and environmental harms over a period of 10 years. And out of these 35 cases, only one led to a positive substantive outcome for the victims. Now with the recent updates that Nadia was talking about, and the Shell case, not the climate change one, but the other one in February, we now have 2 out of 35, hooray, positive judicial outcomes for the victims. So that remains a very low number, and there's more that needs to be done in order to address this.
Thank you. And we will follow our next speaker from UNDP, Sinisha Milatovic.
Hi, hello, can you hear me?
Nice to hear Today, Sinisha is a business and human rights specialist at UNDP. And we are very glad to hear you today at our discussion. And my questions will be about the role of non-state actors in advocating, in addressing business and human rights issue, and how they can be impactful in advocating and in promoting business and human rights issue within the national context. And for sure, we welcome your comments and some thoughts on the previous issues that were raised by our previous speakers as well.
Okay, thanks very much. I don't know if everyone can hear me. Thanks to Olena Uvadova for hosting this and putting together this wonderful event. And thank you to Olena as the moderator. It really gives us a rare opportunity to learn from leading academics and practitioners. And I'd also like to apologize if my remarks aren't as succinct as possible. I'm actually calling in from the west coast of the US, where it's past midnight, so my presentation might not be as crisp as I'd like it to be. With all that being said, I would actually like to focus on the following. Olena, you just asked me about non-state actors, and I wouldn't mind reflecting on those, but I was asked by Olena Uvadova to talk about any kind of regional developments that we can learn from in terms of global trends and so on, and in developing business and human rights globally. So I'd like to focus quickly, in terms of my remarks on what are the leading regional developments that we can learn from, and also what is our role, UNDP's role in these processes. And then I would like to cast a critical eye on some of what was said earlier just now by other participants. So in terms of UNDP's role, as you noted, I'm a business and human rights specialist working with a UN development program. We have a global business and human rights program that we started in Asia 5-6 years ago, and that we are scaling up elsewhere. And it's focused basically on three things. Our program is focused on developing policies, principally national action plans, policies and laws, but principally national action plans. Helping states, supporting states in developing them. Second, in training companies on human rights due diligence and other aspects of business human rights, such as international human rights law and so on. And third, in supporting national human rights institutions, judiciaries, civil society, in providing access to remedies. So essentially, our program focuses on each of the three pillars, aiming to support states and businesses in implementing the UN guiding principles. So what have we learned when it comes to, let's see, regional developments? First, I would break it down to sort of three areas. First is the need to foster regional competition between states, essentially, even between businesses, but between states. Regionally, there are 28 countries that have now adopted national action plans. At the same time, the great majority of those are in Europe and among developed countries. We need more in the global south, as well as in Eastern Europe and so on. We saw in Asia the catalytic effect that Thailand's adoption of its national action plan had on other countries. So we started working in Asia, as I said, in 2016, when Thailand adopted its national action plan now 2 years ago. And when it was developing its national action plan, actually even earlier, we were approached by other countries who said, well, we would like to do the same. We would like to adopt a national action plan as well. What is it about? What sort of advantages does it provide us? Does it create a competitive business environment? Does it increase our reputation? Does it mean that businesses will be more willing to invest and so on? And right now we are working with 7 countries in Asia. We actually have a program working in 11 countries, but we're working with 7 countries in developing national action plans. We're hoping to see the same dynamic now with Uganda adopting a national action plan in Africa. And so it seems that, countries are have not taken the step. Once the first domino falls, then that could well be, Ukraine. I mean, in Eastern Europe, let's say outside of the EU, let's put it that way. Once, a large, sizable economy, an important country like Ukraine adopts a national action plan, you likely see other countries follow suit. The second thing that needs to be said is that, the need to sort of share information. We modeled our regional forums of business and human rights on the global forum on business and human rights. To those that have been to the global forum, it's not only an opportunity to network and, hobnob and what have you, but it's actually a great opportunity to learn, hear about issues that you haven't explored yet, and so on. And this is just a sort of flagship event, but that demonstrates the value of information sharing. In our case, we host a regional forum in Asia. We've hosted one for the past 5 years. It started with 120 participants. Now it's grown to over 6,000. Last year, we organized the inaugural regional forum in Eastern Europe for Eastern Europe and Central Asia. And we are essentially hoping that this forum will have the same catalytic effect, that eventually down the road, it will foster connections between, businesses and civil society, states, representatives, what have you, that will lead to the advancement of the business and human rights agenda in Eastern Europe. And the third point I'd like to make is that we need to generate knowledge and raise awareness at the regional level as well. UNDP is actually supporting the production of regional scoping studies on the implementation of the UN Guiding Principles. These studies are to be published in Asia, Africa, as well as Eastern Europe and the Arab states regions. In fact, in about an hour, I think you'll hear more from Olena and Beata and Yevne, who are conducting the study for Eastern Europe about initial findings. And not only does this sort of set the bar for knowledge and create a kind of a framework from which to act, it also raises awareness. And I know this is an overused phrase, but actually if you look at what the UN Working Group said in its stock-taking report, it essentially said, the bulk of the work that remains to be done is on the so-called ABCs, raising awareness on what the UN Guiding Principles are, what is business and human rights, what are these obligations, and so on. It might not be terribly sexy or, interesting to a lot of people, but at the same time, it is a fact that, in a lot of our work, we just realize that essentially many government officials, businesses, and others are unfamiliar with UN Guiding Principles. So, we know that there's much work to be done there. So all that being said, since you asked me to comment on what was said previously and so on, I think one of the things I'd just like to say is I don't think we should be too reliant on all these mechanisms. There's a danger in business and human rights becoming the new corporate social responsibility. And when I say that, what I mean is, we as UNDP obviously believe in developing national action plans. We believe in developing human rights due diligence laws. That's why we support these processes and so on. But there is a danger, and Olena Uvadova just asked in her previous question to Claire, will procedural, you phrased it as, is human rights due diligence the rule of law for businesses, and will procedural laws lead to substantive gains? Well, I would urge a word of caution. I think there's so much more that needs to be done in terms of measuring how companies are doing and what is really being done. And right now, there is a danger that, all these measures, that are to be adopted by states and businesses will have no cost to them effectively. They'll be there to sort of signify, basically symbols that signify efforts, without actually bringing about change for rights holders, for workers, for communities, for consumers and others that
Recording in progress.
That suffer abuses inflicted by business. So that's one possible danger. Generally speaking, if I was to sum it up, I would say, there's a danger of being too focused on processes and not enough on outputs. And the second thing that I just like to quickly flag is that, some of these tools or mechanisms, such as human rights due diligence laws and so on, they're welcome and they're kind of a pivotal concept, but they have marginalized some issues that have not received nearly enough attention, that are not even seen as business and human rights issues by many. These include essentially tax avoidance, the issue of debt, and the way it relates to the capacity of a state to, satisfy, basically to protect human rights according to international human rights law. Same goes for monopolies. We talk increasingly a bit about, business models and tech companies, for instance, and whether their business models are harmful, but we don't really talk about monopolies as a business and human rights issue. Climate change was mentioned, and it definitely does receive attention. At the same time, not nearly enough. And one final issue I'd flag is growth, just generally whether growth, to what extent it's compatible with the business and human rights agenda, and whether it's possible to, for all businesses to fulfill their obligations under the UNGPs, and yet at the same time to be in violation of, more overarching goals like the Paris Accords and so on. Anyway, those are just simply the, items, let's say, food for thought in any further discussion. I'd be glad to answer any questions that any of the attendees or other panelists may have. Thanks very much.
And do we have some question from the audience? Okay.
I have just one quick question. Are you planning to conduct this second forum on business human rights for this region anytime soon?
Yes, we are planning to do so. We haven't finalized the date, which is why we haven't actually publicized it, but I think that's likely to be coming soon. It will happen this year. I just can't tell you the exact date. It's likely to be November this year.
Misha, glad to see you. And my question will be about developing countries and economy in the developing countries, because, for example, in Ukraine, one of our priority to make our economy more stronger, and one of our official priority to have more higher rank in doing business. And when we are talking about some legalization of business and human rights, as Nadia said, about mandatory human rights due diligence, it could be identified by our society and by our economic actors, and some restrictions, and our state could say that it could be a barrier, obstacle to obtain more higher rank in ranking index. So how we could respond to these questions from our opponents?
Yeah. Okay. Well, thanks for putting me on the spot. I'll say two things. One, very specifically with regard to what that would do to the attracting investment and so on. I would say that actually, there's so many complex indicators when it comes to attracting investment, doing business. And as a matter of fact, a weak rule of law is usually something that drags the country down in those rankings. So it's predictability of investments rather than, necessarily the stringency of human rights measures. It's the transparency and lack of accountability. It's a lack of accountability that tends to, detract foreign investors. So I think generally speaking, it's not so much, we don't have a track record of businesses not wanting to invest in countries where these measures were adopted. Actually, even if you look at, as a matter of fact, as previous speakers have mentioned, the legalization of business and human rights, we've seen lots of countries, developed countries, adopt these measures, and we haven't seen any necessarily downturn in foreign-based investment. So I think having a predictable environment in which to invest in, where the rule of law is strong, is far more important to businesses than, you know, any particular business human rights measures.
Question, Victor. Ask.
Українською мовою, якщо можна
I'll
запитати.
speak Ukrainian.
Скажіть, будь ласка, чи враховуєте ви в своїх
Do you,
рекомендаціях, своїх
will you tell us, please, do you incorporate in your recommendations, in your development, such factor as the pandemic, which is ongoing? And do you believe this factor is such as has influence on those issues and solving those issues, which were the topic of your speech? Do you believe this is a negative factor, or maybe you think it's not doesn't matter, and you should follow the program and documents which are in place without any corrections or special measures appropriate to the situation? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Actually, last year when the pandemic broke out, we at the United Nations Development Program developed a tool called Rapid Self-Assessment for Businesses during COVID-19. So it's actually a tool, it's like a checklist that's easy to use, and I think has been translated, I could be wrong, if not to Ukrainian, then to Russian, certainly. It's definitely available in English, and I'd be happy to forward it to the organizers. So it's like a checklist for businesses on what, you know, fundamental rights they're supposed to respect even during COVID-19. I mean, obviously there's a recognition that COVID-19 affects how businesses operate, that, you know, it has an effect on the bottom line and so on. Nobody's naive enough to think that that's not the case. And at the same time, we're not going to say that international human rights obligations don't apply. It's just a question of, you know, how, to what extent issues of sort of proportionality, reasonableness, and so on come into play. So I think, you know, we try to distill what are the key obligations of businesses even during COVID-19. And I think, you know, you'll find that it's an easy to use tool, and I'd be glad to share it with the organizers.
Дякую.
Thank you.
So I don't have question to Sinisha, but I have a comment to what Elena was saying about doing business. It's actually very important to say, by the way, that just on 17th of September, it was published that World Bank will not do anymore doing business, and it closed doing business because it came to the light some manipulations with rates of China, Azerbaijan, and Arab states or something. So it's actually very important thing and sign and question to discuss about can the rates of business, different rates, be objective, being based on some formal criteria. And actually it's again to the question of the role of international financial institutions in promoting this topic, business and human rights, because they create a lot of rules. For example, International Financial Corporation, to give money to business, it has standards that business have to apply with. But in general, we see, and on this example, with this investigation of doing business by World Bank, that it can be not always, you know, good, I mean, honest and so on. So it's a big problem good problem to discuss and big problem to resolve.
If I can just jump in quickly, sorry, with regard to that, yeah, I'll keep it brief. Yes, the doing business report is going to be discontinued by the World Bank due to scandals in how, you know, it seems some countries' rankings were bumped up and so on. That was reported. But I think the point that was raised just now is actually the more important point, is exactly that, which is which indicators are used, what is valued in the doing business report, you know, and it tends to be indicators that are very, let's say, laissez-faire, you know, some would call them neoliberal and so on, rather than promoting the kinds of values that we're talking about at today's event. So I think it's a question of advocating for including these indicators in, you know, in these sorts of rankings, whatever form they may take. It won't be the World Bank doing them now, but somebody else will, I'm sure, one day. And it's a question of including, you know, business and human rights, if you will, values and indicators in these sort of methodologies. Thanks.
Natalia.
Thank you, Sinisha. Thank you very much for your very interesting presentation. At the very beginning, you mentioned on the importance of the competition between countries in accelerating business and human rights agenda. And you also mentioned some examples from Central Asia countries when the adoption of national action plans basically fostered the adoption of similar plans in other countries. Does UNDP work, and do you know, like, are there any sustainable mechanism for constant peer review on the progress, be it on a regional level? Maybe on a regional level it is most sensible. As I see this forum as an opportunity within the time to become such a peer review mechanism, not only for sharing best practices, but to just to verify the status of affairs in this area. Thanks.
No, well, thanks. That's an excellent question. That's actually something we discussed quite a bit, and we would like to foster that kind of peer review mechanism. Right now, we are relying on existing mechanisms, UPR, you know, Universal Periodic Review, treaty body recommendations, and so on. But a peer review, no, and that's something we discussed before. So that's actually an excellent question. It's something that we would like to, you know, move towards.
I also thank you for such a comprehensive presentation, for your comments, and we're really glad to hear you today and your thoughts and views on this regional and global trends with business and human rights issue. And we will move forward. And our next panelist, Ashley Nancy Reynolds, a research assistant, Eastern Europe and Central Asia Business and Human Rights Research Center. And my question to you will be, so our speakers also mentioned this CSR and other trends with regard to corporate social responsibility, SDG implementation, other initiative. We also have the UN Global Compact initiative, and these are various projects, various initiatives which are on the one hand, they are similar to a business and human rights approach, but on the other hand, there is a big difference between them. And how do you feel? Is it a good issue to have some so many instruments that reflects the business activities? And how do you feel whether this initiative could be an entry point for business and human rights issues or not? What your comments on that?
Yes, of course. I think that it's very important that everybody has their own perspective and their own tools that they're building, but it runs the risk that everybody is only focused on what they are doing and not what anyone else is doing. So to explain more, I come from the background of I studied international development, and I decided to go to Bolivia to investigate how that's being done in practice. And the situation in Bolivia was that everything became privatized very quickly, and there was inherent trust that the business would follow human rights because it's an American business, et cetera, et cetera. And what actually happened in reality was that when water was privatized, the prices skyrocketed so high that nobody could afford water anymore, and their basic access to water was completely cut off. And this led to what was known as the Cochabamba water wars in Bolivia, of a very violent protest conflicts that happened in this region. So yes, at certain points, privatization can be a useful tool, but it can come also at a great cost. So what happened after this in Bolivia was that they elected a new president, Evo Morales, who decided to focus more on economic and social issues, but at the cost of, there were a lot of civil and political issues, including the independence of the judiciary. So when I was in Bolivia, I talked to a lot of people, and at one point I asked a farmer, well, what do you think of this human rights situation going on in Bolivia now that you have this relatively new president that doesn't always respect the independence of the judiciary? And he responded to me, my clicker doesn't work, but if you could move to the next slide, that would be wonderful. He said, what does human rights matter to me if I cannot feed my children, if I cannot eat? I don't care what's going on in the capital if I'm here in the rural area and I cannot afford to feed my own kids. So more slides for a moment. So this really changed my perspective of, there's inherent trust in businesses sometimes in an economy that is so needing economic development. And this trust sometimes is well placed and sometimes it's not well placed. And this one interaction really prompted me to move more away from international development and more towards focusing on that individual business aspect. So in just this one experience, there were many overlapping, next slide, please. Thank you. There were many approaches that really were relevant to this experience of politics, what was happening in the capital versus in the rural areas, international development, socioeconomics, conflict of the very violent experiences that people were having when trying to fight for their right to water, and then business and human rights. So with this in mind, I think that so many of us are trying to accomplish the same thing, but with different approaches and different perspectives. And of course, corporate social responsibility is, as Dirk explained earlier, it doesn't go far enough. It has more of a philanthropy approach than actually respecting the human rights always, and it doesn't always take into effect avoiding negative impacts is more important than, okay, I went and I built a school, so it's okay that I violated someone else's human rights. But at the same time, it's very valuable for us to work with corporate social responsibility people because they have a language that, as other colleagues have expressed, that they don't always understand that human rights language. And so there's a lot of opportunities for us to meet them where they are and try to work further alongside these people, which already there has been really magnificent work among business and human rights professionals, as this is a good starting point. But that there are many other agendas that we can work with. Environment would be the biggest one. There are many environmental nonprofits already working within this region on business-related issues. So for example, Ella and I covered extractive companies working in the Caucasus and Kazakhstan, and we got almost all of our information on the situation on the ground from environmental nonprofits, not from business and human rights practitioners, not from CSR practitioners, but environmental activists. Of course, there's massive overlap with sustainable development as well, because increasingly there is a focus on, of those ESG standards, more of a focus on the S, which, as another colleague yesterday, I forget who it was, had said, that S continues to be not as focused on as the E. And then anti-corruption as well, which Ihor has actually had a very interesting discussion with me recently on. Anti-corruption is very closely tied with business and human rights, because you cannot have true accountability if a company is so closely tied to the government that it's never going to be held accountable for violations. And so I think that this is one agenda that we can work much more closely on for pushing further work. So we can still work together, and there are a number of ways that we can do this. And the first thing we need to do is to build that shared language that so many of my colleagues have already discussed, that human rights people tend to use difficult human rights legalistic language that is difficult even sometimes for me to understand as a human rights practitioner who's not from a legal background. So we need to embrace how other people communicate and come to this shared understanding of how things work. Information sharing. We don't all need to have contacts on the ground in every case, especially when areas are difficult to access. But if we can share information, as Ella and I have done, of asking the people who are already there, maybe working on a different but related issue, to share the information of what they've already found. This can be a very good way for us to all get the same sort of data and be operating from the same sort of information base. Another important thing is that different agendas and different approaches have different support from different groups of people. And if we can explain one issue or one thing that's happening from, okay, why does this matter to someone who cares about climate change? Why does this issue matter to a labor union? What is this related to workers? How does this matter to development specialists? That if we all pool our resources to work on one issue and then explain to our respective support base and our respective audiences that we can rally support from a much broader audience than we could have otherwise. Another is tools and frameworks that everybody wants to reinvent the wheel and come up with their own new tool, their own new framework, which is very, 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 very useful. But you don't always need to start from scratch. And one really fantastic example is I am a due diligence enthusiast, as Dirk will tell you, and human rights impact assessment was actually largely based on existing social impact assessment and environmental impact assessment methodologies that were then adopted to our own purpose. So we can build off of what already exists and adapt it to our own needs. We don't need to always be, one new tool for one new report. And then also, if each different agenda has a different way, slightly, of accessing remedy and grievance. So say that there is someone who is trying to access justice for an environmental issue that has been impacting their community. They might go the traditional legal way up to the court, or they might seek assistance from any sorts of numbers of different approaches. So we can work together on sorting out of like, okay, this is in the case of a corruption issue, this is what you can do. In the case of an environmental issue, this is what you can do. So we can collaborate together. So my apologies to my colleagues who I spoke with yesterday, as I already talked about this quite at length, but we have launched the Danish Institute for Human Rights, the Business and Human Rights Resource Center, and the Central and Eastern Europe Business and Human Rights Practitioner Network, CBRA, have worked together to create this new resource for people who are within this region working on not just business and human rights, but anti-corruption, environment. And this is a hub where anyone can go, and there's introductory information that tries to explain a little bit more about what each topic is, as well as more very specific information of, okay, what does this mean in my context? So this is a collaborative space where anybody can contribute to any page. There are country pages, there are issue pages. We've already had a gender expert from Bulgaria come and explain this is how gender issues relate to businesses in Bulgaria, because this isn't something that's well understood in the context of how these different things relate. So I invite you all to join this hub, and please contribute and share your perspective and share your story. You can share resources there as well. We are still rolling out the Russian version. The hub launches formally next month, but we hope that this can be a space for different people to come work together, learn from one another. And there is an introductory e-learning on business and human rights that hopefully will explain our framework to those working on similar issues from different perspectives. So thank you very much. Here is the link to the hub. If you have a question, please contact me, or a suggestion for improvement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ashley, for your inspiring presentation. And as we are out of time, I propose to take 10 minutes of our coffee break, if you are, if you don't mind, just to have one more really interesting speaker, panelist. I would like to invite our next speaker, Nikolai Sunderby. Nikolai is a senior democracy and human rights advisor at UNDP in Ukraine. And Nikolai, following our presentations, our comments of our speakers, I would ask you to just to wrap up this panel and just to summarize with regard to Ukraine and context of the global trends with regard to legislation, to the law practice. And I would also ask you to provide your comments and your views on the challenges for business in changing business models with regard to comply to business and human rights issues. So just this issue, I would like to ask you to address.
Lena, and thank you for putting me on the spot. First of all, let me also thank you, the other Lena, whom I've been collaborated with for about a year now, and it's been really excellent. And I also want to thanks to be here. You know, I have a feeling that, you know, I have a lot of online friends that I'm now meeting finally face to face. So, so it's really a privilege for me and for UNDP to join this 5th International Forum and see so many devoted people working in the field of promoting business and human rights. It's always difficult when you are into the coffee break and when you already had UNDP speaking before, my colleague Sinisa, and a lot of good speeches, but let me try to be brief and comment a bit on the overall trends and also on the business approaches, and see if I can make it a Ukrainian context, in a Ukrainian context as well, which I think is important. I very much agree with Nadia, and I mean, there were several speakers which have been speaking about the state regulations impact and this trend that we see now, that, you know, it's becoming the new normal, the state regulation of business activities. And I also very much agree with the fact that, yes, we have a lot of diverse approaches, and there's certainly a need here in Ukraine to really get together to ensure that we have a much better coherence and coherent approaches, and ensure policy coherence, and to understand really from all the different actors what role we have. You know, my understanding is certainly a lot of these approaches are relevant and can coexist. So the UN guiding principles will continue to be very important, even if they're soft law principles, even if we get a legally binding treaty. In fact, the UN guiding principles are now the sort of authority standards. You know, it's 10 years ago they came, and we really see that they have influenced the design of many national legislations. Several people mentioned France and the UK with its deficits, but also Germany recently, as well as, of course, the EU resolution on mandatory human rights due diligence, which is hopefully going to turn into a EU Commission directive soon. This, I think, in addition to that, of course, it has informed the 28 national action plans, the guiding principles, and it's really also informing the business practices towards sustainable business. So I think the guiding principle will really continue to be guiding also when we have the added value, I think, of having hard law and legal frameworks. So this is just a comment to the previous comments. I think the good news in Ukraine is that there is a political commitment. You have been driving a lot of this within the Ministry of Justice, and now we have it enshrined in the National Human Rights Strategy, Business and Human Rights for the first time, and into the action plan. There's really work for us ahead to work closely with the government, the civil society, and the academia, and maybe, you know, first and foremost, the private sector, because here, with this diversity of practice and approaches, my understanding from my little time in Ukraine is that there is a lack of knowledge with regard to the guiding principles and how to unfold the principles and use it in practice. 90% of the business sector here are SMEs. Do they have budgets to hire CSR or responsible business experts? No, but they still need help. They need help because they should adhere to responsible business. So how can UNDP support not just the large companies, but also the SMEs? I think this is something we need to get together and see, is there a need for a fund modality? Is there a need for seed funding? Maybe there is. How can we accelerate the business to make more responsible business? I think we will be helped by the EU Approximation Agreement, which is referring to human rights, it's referring to decent jobs, it's referring to social protection and business and human rights. And then, of course, as I said, the mandatory human rights due diligence legislation, which is going to come in the near future. This is, if you like, the legal framework and the help, and maybe this is going to be the hook, which we also talked about yesterday. How are we going to make this demand in Ukraine to help the businesses, help the government, and help the, not least the right holders to get decent jobs? How are we going to convince and make that demand so they can see that it's a good business model to adhere to responsible business? I think it's really about awareness raising, as Sinisa mentioned. It's really about this long-term engagement on creating awareness on how to unpack the principles, how to use them in practice, and not just about theory. These are some comments on that. I think with regard to the business practices, I think we see a paradigm shift over the last 3 to 5 years in particular. We see many multinational companies, including from my own country, Denmark, who is now adhering or mentioning UN guiding principles into their human rights business principles, and they're changing their human rights practice. Certainly for many, it's still about branding, but we see that paradigm shift, and we see companies which is not just thinking about profit anymore, and really thinking about profit in a way that it has to be sustainable towards human rights, children's rights, exploitation, and saving our planet. So this is this is of course driven by consumers and investors, and as Dirk was saying, I think if you're part of a global market chain as a business, and again in Ukraine, if your export is 90% to the EU, you are going to be part of this global market. You cannot risk not to adhere to this principle because it will be on the internet 1 hour later. This is what's happening for Danish companies. There's several cases where some of the subcontractors in Africa was not adhering to human rights business, and the Minister of Business was called into the parliament to explain why this company was dealing with such subcontractors. So this is also, this whole advocacy movement and the demand from investors and the youth as consumers is going to change this, but I think there is a paradigm shift already. But certainly we need really to work more on that. Then there's, in Ukraine context, the digitalization is a top priority for the government and the president. And yes, this is a risk at one hand in terms of privacy and in terms of manipulation with artificial intelligence and machine learning. But at the same time, it presents a significant opportunity with regard to rule of law, with regard to enhanced transparency and accountability. This is, I think, is something we need to look at also within the effective remedy. How can we help right holders to access services? Digitalization is becoming like access, access to internet is like access to water and health in the future. So how are we going to use this process and tools in enhancing effective remedy? This is a huge opportunity for Ukraine because they're becoming a leading European hub in this field. And I think we really need to work on digitalization and tech within this field. So I think these are some of my comments. Perhaps most importantly, I think really, as I said, we need to accelerate this process and present, the wins for the government in terms of sustainable business, and the wins for the government in terms of, there's a lot of informal sector here, lack of tax revenues, 30% are employed in the informal sector. So there's a huge win for the government and for in this field. So, and then of course it's evident with the right holders, many are migrating. You have a lot of talent in this country. I'm very positive surprised when I meet with the youth, but I'm also very sadly when I hear you know, people having 2 masters or PhD who are then forced to work in a completely different field or end up becoming an Uber taxi driver. So I think we really, you know, we need to strengthen synergies with economic development, human rights, and governance. And as we talked about yesterday, you know, this requires a multidisciplinary approach, and it requires multi-stakeholder inclusive consultation and learning, as we're doing today. So I really look forward to engage with you in Ukraine, and I very much hope that UNDP will be able to work on this agenda in Ukraine for many years, and this is really our aim. Thank you. I hope I answered some of the questions.
Thank you, Nikolai, really for this Ukrainian perspective, for these views on this our national context and our trends here in Ukraine. I would also like to thank all of our panelists for such a wonderful presentation, for your experience sharing with us on such a important issue on the global trends on business and human rights. And also, користуючись нагодою, хочу запросити усіх.
Using this opportunity, I'd like to invite everyone to the coffee break, and during the coffee break, you'll be able to ask your questions to our panelists on their presentations and to talk close and to find out the opinion which is interesting for you. And so we invite you back to the next session in 15 minutes. Also, I'd like to say, as we have mixed formats, I'd like to thank those who joined us online. We'll go back at 11:30, and organizational point, if Ashley allows us, the recording of the yesterday event and today's event will be done with subtitles to have translation, and if you allow, we'll publish it at the platform. So there will be full access to the recording of these events. And also there was a question from Mr. Viktis Smaradinsky. When Sinisa Navatovich was answering, he said just to have this evaluation for the business on response to COVID-19, the self-evaluation mechanism, self-evaluation tool, and together with the Office of the Ombudsperson and the Danish Institute for Human Rights, at the end of the last year, we made the overview of what the countries did and what the companies did and different organizations in the conditions of COVID-19 to ensure the respect for human rights.
law documents on business and human rights. But we're so grateful to Olena for having the opportunity to join this important topic through our legal education reform project to enable a wide circle of legal professionals to advance their knowledge and awareness in this theme. Today, my colleague would also present you some of our steps within our organization to promote this theme. Namely, last year we developed sustainable development strategy of the OEC project coordinator. This year we adopted gender action plan and strategy to promote gender-sensitive working environment and culture. So we're really proud of having the opportunity to support this important topic. Regarding regional developments, it has already been covered partially during the first session, and we all know that global and the regional business models are changing rapidly, and there are a growing number of investors and consumers globally and regionally that basically demand more sustainable policies, more ethical business conduct, gender equality, and equal opportunities. It is, to some estimates, it's 450 million people worldwide currently working in supply chain, facing constantly human rights violations. And in numerous EU countries, and not only EU countries, but other international foreign countries, we've already heard there are human rights due diligence legislation have already been adopted and implemented. And we also have numerous important developments in Eastern Europe and Central Asia, and it would be good to review the good practices, lessons learned, and the progress has been done in this area. So we would discuss how the national business and human rights action plans have been implemented, what are the correlation between the rule of law and status and the economic development. And you probably know that this spring, the American Chamber of Commerce has conducted a study in Ukraine. And basically, a lot of businesses, they pointed out that challenges in the countries were the main obstacle toward promoting the businesses in the country. And this session will be built in a way that we would hear in the first play the presentation of the key finding of the regional report on business and human rights in Eastern Europe by the authors of this report, and then you would have the opportunity to hear the interventions from the commentators. Now I have the pleasure to invite 3 key speakers to present the draft of the regional research. Beata Ferracci, President of the Board of the Polish Institute of Human Rights and Business, also Jerzy Letnar-Czerniec, PhD Professor of Human Rights and Constitutional Law, New University in Ljubljana, and Elena Uvarova, PhD Associate Professor, Head of the International Lab on Business and Human Rights in Yaroslav Mudry National Law University. So I would like to ask Beata Ferracci to start, please.
Thank you very much, and thank you again for inviting us to this space to share our, I wouldn't say it's a key findings yet, because we are in the middle of the research, and I'll talk about it in a moment. But I just wanted to start that now that we are kind of at 10 years after the adoption of the UNDPs, it's really the time to do some stock taking. And this is being done, as already Sinisha said, across the world. And UNDP is very actively involved in it. And Polish Institute for Human Rights and Business is currently having the pleasure to coordinate the work of myself and Jerzy and Elena concerning development of the regional study, scoping study on the level of implementation of the UNGPs in Eastern Europe and Central Asia region. And the aim of the study is to really assess and document the status of business and human rights in the region, but also it is to provide concrete recommendations on how to advance respect for human rights by companies in the region, both at the national and regional levels. Also some of the recommendations are meant to be directed to UNDP, but also to other international organizations active in the region. And because it's such a unique opportunity for us also to hear from you, I mean, we'll be trying to stay really short with some initial reflections so as to create space for the discussion. We'll have some excellent speakers sharing their views on a number of issues. And yeah, so we'll stay very short. And in a moment, I'll give the floor, pass over to Jerzy and Elena to share their reflections. But from my side, as we are doing both the desk research, but also we are conducting interviews to capture some of the developments that are not written yet about. We come across some very interesting for example, for me, what was very surprising was that some of the actors that we would traditionally see as those who are, in my view, were a natural ally in driving the respect for human rights in business, are not necessarily trusted agents in the region. And one such group are actually trade unions, which have a very, I would say, complex history, if I could put it this way, also because of how they were affiliated with states in the past, with government structures, and how it kind of spills over to the current times. So I think it's very important to really listen to people on the ground, because if we just did the desk research, I don't think we would have came across some of those comments. So without any further ado, I would like to pass over perhaps to Irene and then Olena to share your reflections. Thank you.
It's a bit early to deliver final conclusions of the study, but nonetheless, let me just give you some examples, perhaps of good and not so good practices in business human rights in the region, perhaps in the region which I've been covering the most, which is Western Balkans. And let me start with pillar 1, the ENG Peace, so state obligation to protect. Well, there are some developments. For example, in Bosnia and Herzegovina, they just finished a baseline study assessment of BHR in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and it seems from the conversations I had with the experts there that there is a proposal for the draft national action plan with the federal government in Bosnia. So we'll see if this bears fruits. Then in Serbia, for example, this year a new law or the reform of the law on accounting was adopted, which includes obligation of for larger companies to report on non-financial indicators. But then, if I go on the other side, not so good practices. It seems that the governments in the region, they're not so much committed to adopting formal policies on national action plans on human rights. It seems that there's it's a bit of a reluctance there, given the fact that all of these countries really try to attract foreign investment, and they don't want to commit themselves to adopt national action plans and legislation. Of course, as it has been said already this morning, the underlying problem of business human rights in the region, in Eastern Europe and Central Asia, is the rule of law. The rule of law is very weak institutions. In this respect, perhaps I could mention a good example of Albania, which in the last 3 to 2 years totally overhauled judicial system there. More than 100 persons who are performing judicial function there left the judiciary because they were not able to demonstrate where their property comes from. So that perhaps is a good example. Then concerning pillar 2, corporate responsibility to respect. So what companies do in the region? Are there any good practices? It's quite interesting that, for example, in Serbia is a country which has a large part of foreign investment per capita, perhaps the largest, together with perhaps Ukraine in the region. There, the reform is propelled not by the government, but by private sector. So there's a lot of investors from the EU-based countries, and they, through their supervision, global supply chains, they are also pushing for a positive change in business rights in Serbia. So that's an interesting observation, given the fact that the governments are not the reformers in the region. So the change perhaps is coming from the bottom, from companies and civil society. Then pillar 3. Well, some preliminary conclusions, perhaps, if you allow me, at least for concerning the Western Balkans. Yeah, the situation is not very positive concerning access to justice overall, and also in business human rights. People generally do not trust judiciaries in those countries. They resort quite often to the European Court of Human Rights. Then also there's a problem of persecution of human rights defenders and environmental rights defenders, particularly in Bosnia and Herzegovina and Serbia and Montenegro, where activists have been prosecuted when arguing for labor rights. If you ask me what is the role of national human rights institutions, so ombudsman offices and equality bodies, there are some good examples. For example, from Kosovo, which is Kosovo Ombudsman Office is a rare exception in the European landscape of national ombudsman offices because it has jurisdiction also over the private sector. But then, of course, there is a discrepancy between the practice and their normative functions. What also needs to be said, and what many interviewees said to me, is that often national human rights institutions are very close to the government in the region. So basically, they pay lip service to the policies of the government. This is the case, for example, in Serbia, perhaps also in Bosnia and Herzegovina. So they cannot really provide leadership in business and human rights. So these are just some examples of good and also good practices which we found so far. We are planning to finish the study within the month. We'll have a draft, and then the final study will be presented at the UN Regional Forum on Business Human Rights in Central and Eastern Europe, probably mid-November. Sinisha told us today that they don't have the exact date. So with that, I'll stop and I'll pass the floor to Lena to add something.
Thank you very much, Єрний. Я перейду на українську.
I'll switch to Ukrainian. Also, a few small remarks which we have based on the results which we have already obtained. Several times it was mentioned by speakers about lack of trust or mistrust from the society to government and to certain institutions which have to defend human rights. We discussed the same issue at the regional session at our previous year session on business and human rights. It was a session on Eastern Europe, and one of the key features of the region is lack of trust in general to the governmental initiatives, governmental institutions, and it's a serious obstacle. And this mistrust is enhanced in those issues, in those cases when the government tries to propose tools of additional regulation. Though yesterday with our Belarusian colleagues we discussed and emphasized that the framework of business and human rights intuitively brings to strengthening regulation of business. Objectively, the government cannot regulate all those processes. We're talking about self-regulation level, but in the region it may be perceived with mistrust because of this history and the range of frustrations. That's probably cause of the barrier. Also, the experts with whom we discussed it in the region, they allowed us to cite them. They are talking. I personally talked to the Central Asia region. They usually say that economy first, then human rights. And in the situation when the economy is underdeveloped and not efficient, it's premature to talk about human rights. And the society agrees with that opinion. In a poor society, which depends on social payments, on the business position, it's difficult to talk about requirements on the side of the community to the responsible social behavior. And especially in Central Asia, they talked about weak public society and the government creates conditions when each citizen is feeling like they will find something what for bring them to accountability. It's not necessarily because of they're activists, human rights activists. They can find some tax issues or something. In Tajikistan, they don't have open access to legislation, for example, and for a citizen and for small business, it's in principle a challenge just to be aware to know their rights and possibilities and not be afraid that something will not be initiated against such a person or company. Even the civil society, which is active, is mostly focused on political rights. And that's quite clear because there is a feeling that the government in the first place that squeezes upon those rights. Those individual activists who are working in the sphere of business and human rights, they are persecuted. Even in Kharkiv here, we have several cases on defamation when companies against which the lawyers or activists are working, filing claims on compensation of damage to reputation. We will discuss it in more detail today. The mining industry is very strong, and big business is also linked with the government. These are either the representatives of the sector are directly represented or indirectly represented in governmental bodies. And this close link is also a characteristic feature in the region. And in terms of the role on investors, for me, it was an eye-opener. In Central Asia, that the experts are saying that the influence of the EU and those trends which are taking place in the EU is weak. And the biggest impact on the region, absolutely everyone mentioned the Asian Development Bank and China. Their impact is the biggest, and so they orient towards their position in the first place. These are the preliminary results. It's not even the results. What we have heard from the experts and what we observed, and it will be interesting to discuss.
For the presentation, and I just wanted to briefly sum up this basically key challenges towards promoting human rights and business agenda, which are quite similar for the regional level, which could serve as a baseline assessment so that at later stage we could track the progress in this regard. So namely, it's a lack of leadership in promoting business and human rights agenda, lack of trust from society to human rights institutions, especially with regard to the overregulation and basically to the promoting new legal framework in this regard, discrepancy between practice and legal policies, and also human rights and rule of law challenges are the key stumbling blocks towards promoting this agenda, and maybe underdeveloped economy which prevails from focusing on the business and human rights agenda, and also insecurity of people, especially small business, such as, for instance, that's taxation mechanism, and uncertain legislation or unopened legislation that also brings to this uncertainty. And it was very interesting to hear about the findings of the impact stakeholders on the regional level, which is also a very important finding. So thank you very much once again. And now, before we have a general discussion, I would like to open the floor for commentators' intervention. And we have small changes in the arrangement of speakers. And now I would like to invite to the floor Ms. Lira Viciena, the Dean of Law Faculty of Mykolas Romerijus University. From Lithuania, and it's of course indeed would be interesting about regional developments since we have a lot of similarities and a lot of common background, so it would be very interesting to hear your intervention, please.
Good morning, dear colleagues, dear organizers of this forum, dear participants. Each year it's really a pleasure and great honor to participate in your forum, and congratulations on the 5th anniversary of the legal forum in Kharkiv. I would have wished to be with you today, but I know you have limited number of people that you can allow to be in presence due to pandemic situation. So thank you very much for allowing me to still speak to you in this way. Now, what I have been asked to do is to comment on preliminary observations of the report, of the research, in which, unfortunately, Lithuania, neither the other Baltic countries are present. But when I hear what you say, it actually reasons a lot with probably what I'm going to say. And also I was asked to comment maybe briefly on what would be good still to include in the report. So I'm really glad that there is still a room for some points of research to be included. So let me start maybe from a little bit far, but I think this is the essence if we speak about the trends and about the situation in our region, and I'm talking more about Lithuania and the other Baltic countries, is that still for many, many years, until now, we're talking about lack of awareness and lack of competences within businesses on human rights issues, which is on one hand quite natural because this is not their business, but the understanding of the topic itself, business and human rights, is really very much diverging. And this also lack of single understanding or common understanding, that this leads in practice to several problems, including the engagement of businesses, and I will explain what I mean. Now, you are lucky in Ukraine that some years ago you have carried out a baseline study as such. Now I understand it's one of the objectives of this regional research that is being undertaken. In Lithuania, we have carried out, and in our region, some time in 2007. So at the moment, we don't even have the base analysis of the baseline situation, which actually is quite an obstacle when we try to find a common language of what kind of problems are we talking about. The trade unions are talking about one kind of problem, the businesses are talking about different type of problems, and government is talking about something else. So I think it is very important, and I would encourage everybody who has not carried out yet baseline studies, including also ourselves in Lithuania, to actually start from there, because that also helps to promote some of the measures that the government is undertaking in this field. A second point that I wanted to make and this reasons a bit, sounds a bit what also Cherny was saying in the presentation, but maybe a little bit broader, that generally there is not only lack of trust in let's say, judiciary, not because the specificity of our region is that judiciary is independent and the problem is not there, but simply the general population, the employees, they believe that companies are so powerful that actually they will be able to better defend their positions, their rights in the courts. And at the same time, as we don't really have very well developed public interest defense, meaning that our General Prosecutor's Office does not really have particular competencies here in terms of human rights issues in businesses. The NGOs are really mostly focused on their own, let's say, narrow areas that they are working with. So when we have this lack of developed public defense possibilities, then it becomes quite difficult for individuals to litigate against businesses. And that's also the reason why they don't bring cases and why cases do not reach the judiciary. So we have this type of lack of trust in judiciary, but not because of lack of rule of law, but because of other aspects. Now, the third point that was also mentioned already by Olena and also by Beata in their presentations is how far we should regulate. And indeed, when we speak about the business and human rights subject, what exactly we mean? Do we mean a better performance of current regulation? And it has been already mentioned that in this region we have a tradition of over-regulation. So there is already a lot of national regulation, international regulation. There is really sometimes a big confusion both within the business sector, but also within the trade unions, between the among the government institutions. Now, are we advocating exactly for better implementation of current regulation, or are we promoting something which is a new regulation? And it is quite confusing. This point is quite confusing for businesses, first of all. Now, there is third element. Are we promoting something that is still expectations, like we're talking about due diligence that is to become a legal act, a mandatory legal act in the European Union? But is this something what we are propagating? So to reflect on what Data was saying about trade unions, I have exactly the same observation, that it was a surprise actually that trade unions were not so quick in jumping on this topic and being an allies. But on the one hand, I understand why, because they are afraid that promotion of this topic and something more than just existing legislation, new regulation, or even expectations that is still not part of regulation, that it might dilute the attention from the present problems of implementation. Because the implementation of current instruments that are part of our labor code, part of national legislation, is lagging behind as concerns the business implementation. So on this part, I think they are a bit right. On the other hand, I support very much what Olena was saying, that indeed in this region, when we don't have so long traditions like in the Nordic countries, for example, for social dialogue, for so-called social capital, it would be very difficult to achieve any kind of progress if we go through just self-regulation and not mandatory new regulations. So in that respect, I think there has to be some balance, but it's also very important also at national level when we promote in the context of national action plans, plan developments, or generally in the discussions and promotional activities, that we clarify what we mean. Do we mean existing regulation? Do we mean new regulation? Or do we mean something beyond the regulation? And now, of course, business prefer less interference because they consider this as additional administrative burden if there is a new regulation coming up. And I believe if we would go for more regulation at national level, at the European level, then, of course, the issue of capacities needs to be addressed, because, as I mentioned in the beginning, it is a challenge, in particular for the small and medium enterprises, to carry out a due diligence process, because they simply do not have people and capacities to do that. So I think any kind of support in promoting these activities has to go hand in hand with the support for capacities. Now, fourth point that I would like, brief point that I would like to mention, and I think this is tendency not just in our part of the region, is that business and human rights, being an interdisciplinary subject as such, of course, suffers in the same way as other interdisciplinary fields, suffers from limited interagency coordination when we speak about national institutions and their engagement in promoting this topic. So I think it would be very important in the research that is being carried out to maybe, if possible, to look for good models, good examples, or good practices of this interagency cooperation, because without good interagency cooperation at the country level, it would be very difficult to speak about the effective role of the state to engage businesses, and also to speak about effective implementation of national action plans. Now, the very, very last point, which has not been mentioned here, but I think it could be one interesting point, not sure if for current research that you are undertaking, but clearly for follow-up, is the whole effect and impacts of the COVID pandemic on our subject, and in particular on the situation of businesses. So while previously it was quite difficult for some businesses to understand what we're talking about when we speak about human rights, because they consider that in our part of the region, everything is fine, all the obligations and implementation exists. But during COVID situation, there were a number of issues. For instance, use of all kinds of equipment for monitoring the COVID patients, their movement and so on that were proposed. There was immediately an understanding what we're talking about. And because businesses were also very much involved in developing of apps for such monitoring and so on, then immediately it was quite clear what kind of human rights issues we're talking about. So I'm just as an invitation, I would like also to finish by proposing to maybe in the future to look also into this issue, because there could be some even more negative aspects of the issue, but also there could be some good practices in that respect. And it's easier to observe human rights in the situation of peace. And we see that there are additional challenges that are raised by the situations of emergencies, extraordinary situations like we have right now. So I stop here because I know the time is limited. If there would be possibility to say a few more words in the discussion, I would be happy to, but I stop here.
For your intervention and for pointing out so many important issues such as the need to have baseline assessment of the situation on business and human rights, and also for complementing with such important points as observed by the region as the lack of trust and stereotype of people as to their ability to protect their rights and the role of civil society in this regard, and also the difficulties of litigating the business related to some extent to the independence of the judiciary. You also pointed out the important issue of regulation versus over-regulations and implementation of the current legally binding documents. And also the importance of coordination on the regional level was also mentioned, and sharing the good practices in this regard, and as well as follow-up pandemic-related trends on the business and human rights. Thank you very much. And we are now moving forward, and let's turn to the experience of Belarus. We have two commentators who will be speaking at this session. Is Oleh Hulak, Belarusian Helsinki Committee, and Ekaterina Leykala, PhD, Associate Professor, expert on business and human rights in Belarusian Helsinki Committee. And I have a question to Oleg and Katerina. Basically, Belarusian Helsinki Committee could be named as a champion in promoting business and human rights agenda in the post-Soviet space. And your organization, your committee, was the one who developed business and human rights country guide. And you were also the first who have started to work with business on with companies on business and human rights agenda. And you developed different tools for business, how to promote this topic, and also worked extensively with civil society, also with international stakeholders such as Lund University, Danish Institute for Human Rights, and many other champions in this sphere. Could you say that your country had the progress on business and human rights agenda during the last 5 or 10 years, and what are the key barriers that should be reflected in the regional research in this regard? Thank you.
Good morning, I'll speak Russian. My Ukrainian is not so good, and English as well. I apologize for that. Thank you for introduction. You mentioned our extensive and long work on business and human rights, and I believe how should I answer your question quickly? Do we have the progress? And I cannot answer this question briefly because at the same time we have interesting processes and we have regression from the governments, and at the same time the business is getting used to the new trends, and new trends are promoted as the communities, which is also an important player, important stakeholder in this field, and this undertaken the community receives the impetus for development. I'll try to discuss this further with Katerina. And first, I'd like to discuss the governments. Of course, the topic of business and human rights is directly related to the relationships with the human rights as such. Unfortunately, in our country, our government is distinct in terms of the wrong attitude to human rights. Our government sees the threats to themselves from this topic, and this may be correct actually. So there's more or less active counteraction to the human rights activism, to human rights organizations, and to the words of the phrase itself, human rights. This was strongly politicized, and it's prevented the promotion. When we had the research, when we worked with the business, immediately it was visible that the topic itself is frightening by being perceived by the business as political, as the issue of attitude to the government, and this is dangerous. And this was the barrier. Very often it was mentioned that if it is called differently, rule of law, it's okay, it's normal, something like that, which is positive, and this may make loans cheaper. This is interesting to us, but you should not call it that terrible phrase. And over the last year, since August, maybe even since spring last year, the country was in political campaign, presidential election, and all these processes got more severe, and this had direct impact on the business and human rights. Why? Because the governments, the authorities tried to use their capacities to influence all those under their jurisdiction, to reinforce, to preserve their power. And for this, in Belarus, we still have many Soviet instruments which are non-existent in Ukraine and other former Soviet Union countries. They are not available to the same degree, at least. We still have the Soviet elements in our electoral codes. Labor teams are the entity in the electoral process. They create an election commission. They are involved in the creation of the election commissions, in campaigning and political campaigning processes. And there is great temptation to use the power to use influence on business, to make business subdue, to use capacities to influence the state-owned enterprises, to influence the needed results of the election, to make people with instruments of the labor law, contracts, term contracts, to make people comply with what is required from them. And now we finished the preparation of policy paper on the post-election period, where we try to demonstrate this, first of all, to focus on this issue, to show this to Western businesses, to European businesses, which are interested in coming to Belarus, and Belarus business is interested in interacting with them. We would like to show the risks for the business which exist, what are human rights violations in the value chain that may appear because of the system in the country. I understand that for the person who is used to doing business in the normal situation, they don't see those things, and it is not visible immediately. You need to go deep into the situation to understand that. This is why this was our objective. And in this period, the labor legislation has deteriorated in the area of rights for strikes, ability to fire employees for leave, to make the employee more enslaved, and this was actively used in practice. And now when the political heat has decreased, now the business, when employing a person, requires from employees to show the information if you were convicted, you or your relatives, and give the permits, verify the situation. The person is supposed to give the approval that the employer can send a request to the police and to get the answer if the person was convicted. First of all, this is some administrative offense for some opposition activity. This is what is meant. These are the forms of influence to make sure that the person cannot freely express their civil and political rights. This is why we have violations of this social and economic rights. Also, we mentioned the role of the trade unions. Beata was talking about this, that trade unions ideally should be allies in implementing these standards and guiding principles, but we still have this Soviet heritage. The way it was in the Soviet Union, the trade unions and the School of Communism, the trade unions are the governmental federation. They are fully controlled by the government, and they were one of those who were campaigning for the incumbent president. They were so-called authorized persons of the president, and they did not perform the function of protecting the employees. It was the opposite. There were additional instruments of influence and control and counteraction to establish independent trade unions that would really protect the employees. This problem was very severe. We tried to compile the approximate database on these cases, on violations. We describe the cases, and the picture is sad. The country made a huge step back towards the repressive side, and this is bad. But against this background, Katerina will tell us more specifically about this. We have seen the activation of the society, activation of our diasporas, and in the public there is strong demand to protect their rights. And this is the positive development which should be used further. Thank you. I'll also speak Russian. As I'd like to communicate important things in the structured way, it will be easier for me to do it in Russian. First, I'd like to say that, to continue on what Oleg said about the role of the government, it's very important to say that there's a general message in the topic of business and human rights. How to protect the weak governments from the bad business, which has strong influence right now and which violates the human rights and goes beyond all normal behavior. For our region, Eastern Europe and I'm talking specifically about Belarus. There is a huge problem of what should be done if the government, if the business wants to do due diligence, to observe human rights, and foreign business which comes to the country, they want to act responsibly, but the government represses the business for doing that. The situation is with China. It is very indicative with Xinjiang cotton, when we know that
Закупать синьцзянский
Xinjiang cotton, some measures were taken against them by the government of China. They were prohibited to be mentioned on TV. Their brands were diluted on TV, and so on. In the case of Belarus, we had a very indicative case when the Skoda refused to sponsor the Hockey World Championship that should have been organized in Minsk. There was strong pressure on the society, and the society did this actually using the diasporas. And Skoda refused. Skoda was the main sponsor for many years, and they refused to sponsor the events. And as a response, the government of Belarus prohibited the imports of Skoda goods to Belarus. And so we faced the problem, and they argued this in their resolution as due to unfriendly actions towards the Belarus people. And we face the situation that after this, when the same pressure was applied to a number of international brands like Nestle, L'Oreal, Nestle especially, they were supposed to remove their advertisement from the state's TV channels, because 1/3 of the advertisement at state TV channels is the advertisement of Nestle in Belarus. And this is one of the channels. Here we need to remember that state channels are media business. We look them in the context at them in the context of our topic as the media business, which violates human rights. They have propaganda, they have incitement of differences and so on. So Nestle and the rest of the corporation seeing this happening with Nivea and Skoda, of course, they start to think about this. Now we're going to do this, and what will happen to us? Because anyway, this is the issue, and then we have to understand that the topic of business and human rights is not about business stopping doing business, because business is really needed, especially in the countries like our region, because the business develops the economy, and the entrance of the foreign investors is strongly needed. So we have this dilemma, and these companies start to think about this. And the second point on the business itself, how the consequences of all this, that's like I said, all extent the government is creating pressure on business, the attempt to use business as instruments to violate human rights. This leads to the situation that business, which is the most progressive in Belarus, IT business, for example, which creates the framework which can be the model for others. This business has to leave the country because we have some numbers in November. We had the research on the opinion of the business and the attitude of business to the situation. And we can tell that 40% of the companies see the risk They include this into the risk management system, the threats of personal security and risk of detention of their employees. This is part of their risk management system. 39.7% see the risk of outflow of qualified staff from the country. And if we talk about industries of business sectors, according to the survey, in which sector the business is the most concerned, this is IT business, the business which is closer to the standards, which uses the standards, which complies with the standards, which has human rights due to specificity of activity and due to human being their main capital. And if you don't create conditions for people, the people will just leave the company. And this is the first point, and it is the first problem. And the second problem about the society, as Oleg mentioned, any phenomenon has two sides to it, black and white. And of course,
точкой входа для более сильного распространения темы в Беларуси. Почему? Потому что бизнес и права человека — это не только про давление сверху на бизнес, но это про запрос снизу от общества. Если общество не спрашивает со стейкхолдера, то какой бы это ни был хороший стейкхолдер, он рано или поздно будет скатываться в сторону как бы нарушений просто прав человека. И поэтому в данном смысле можно сказать, что белорусское общество...
So the Belarusian society really woke up, and then there are two big factors which influence that. These are absolutely breakage of the social contract with the government during the pandemic, when the government failed during the pandemic and started accusing people, and very strong and tortures and very rough treatment in detention centers. So those factors, when combined, gave huge impetus. The people started to feel as subjects, bearing rights, and they're paying taxes, and everything which is taking place there was at their expense, actually. This was a key to promote this topic further, because those marches during the protests, there were many slogans saying that we are paying taxes, we are paying you, you are torturing us at our expense. So this point is that those demands, those requirements to the governments were extrapolated immediately to business, and the state-owned business, as Oleg mentioned, is actually an equivalent to the state, to the government in Belarus. It's not independent, it cannot make independent decisions, but the employment percent, actually half of the employable population, I don't know if I'm using this terminology correctly, they are hired by state-owned enterprises. And the share of state-owned enterprises in terms of number is not that big, but they're huge. That's why they hire a lot of people. And as a result, the indicator became, first of all, people started to get interested. What are their rights in terms of civil and political rights? What's important that the situation in Belarus showed a very close link between political, economic rights. When they try to suppress demonstrations, that the government told them that you are striking legally because you are setting forth the political requirements, not the social ones. But International Labour Organization, when they consider the situation, they described in detail that these rights are violated because you don't have access to civil and political freedoms. That's why this strike is within ILO standards. It cannot be illegal. And this is very important for those who talk about it as economic and social rights. There are a lot of economic and political rights, and our last point is that there is a demand from this side of the society. There were several applications created, 4 of them. The biggest, these are databases of those businesses which violate human rights. Many of them highlight affiliation with the state, some of them about violation of human rights. These are applications and websites, IT products, which demonstrate this mechanism of naming and shaming. When you scan the barcode on a good, it shows you what is this company. There is no study which show the drop in demand for certain goods because of those applications, but there are some indirect evidence. This also provides an opportunity for further investigation and study. Thank you very much for sharing, and Oleg.
Of human rights agenda and perception by business that the topic of human rights is dangerous and highly politicized and existing outdated instruments applied by business. It was mentioned the instrument of identification of possible change of human rights violation by the businesses as a very important instrument for pre-identification of potential threats. Also challenges related to business striving to promote human rights agenda, but at the same time, the state trying to suppress such efforts. And it was basically a huge hope was put on the responsive society and basically the growing demand from society to make business responsive to human rights. So thank you so much. And we need to move further. And now we have also small changes. And I would like to give the floor to Artem Vlasyuk, representative of Legal Business. Artem Donets. Oh, sorry. Artem Donets. Yes, the advocate and the head of the leading partner of the advocate company Donets and Partners. Please, Artem.
Дякую, колеги. Якщо можливо, до
Thank you, colleagues. If possible, before I start the presentation, I would like to ask Katerina Kala. You mentioned a very interesting moment about this IT product which allows to check the producer. Were there instances when the company provides directly or indirectly provide services to the government and they stop doing so because of repressions and suppressions by the government of human rights? Well, if we are talking about the state-owned business, no. Again, the public procurement issue has its specifics here because not human rights lovers get there, but lovers of the state, of the government get there. No. Okay, Oleg will supplement. The point is, the business which is there in Belarus, it depends very much on the government. It's this is the issue of the existence of the business and personal security of people. There is IT business, PandaDoc. They created the fund of helping the repressed people, and half of their company, several of their managers were imprisoned, and the rest had to leave the country. And just a month ago, they were released. They spent in prison about a year. But the business which is not in Belarus, which brings something to in Belarus from abroad or buys, those businesses behaved differently. Interesting experience. The Belarus diaspora contributed. They organized pickets. They attracted the media and broke with trade unions. The businesses, Western businesses, behaved in different ways. Some said that if there are sanctions, then they will refuse. Some, like Nivea and Skoda, were more sensitive. There was an interesting case. The best well-known, the Norwegian Yara, the fertilizer producer which buys from Belkali. This is potassium fertilizer. 50% or 30% of Belarusian export is potassium fertilizer, and this is the big buyer of these products. In their contract with Belkali, the human rights were reflected, and there was a trilateral commission created with participation of trade unions of Belkali and Yara, and they reviewed those cases of dismissed people and prosecution for political position. This was an uneasy process, but there was an interesting experience how such issues could be solved. Now the sanctions are expanding, and the issue of due diligence on human rights is more and more related to the threat of getting under sanctions. This combines two different notions. This is also an interesting topic from the standpoint of discussion, and we promoted this topic as a tool of influence on specific businesses and specific. We are not interested for business to leave because it will be difficult to get them back. But it's we're interested for them to make influence, and this is a tool which can be used for influence, not in a revolutionary way, but in some ways. But many people want to make it fast, and let's introduce sanctions, and business will leave. This is a discussion between diaspora and trade unions. At least we have information to analyze. I hope we're did not change the agenda too much because of my question. I would like to talk about responsibility of business and following and adherence of businesses to requirements of human rights. Yesterday I touched on this topic a bit, and I would like to get in more details today. Express in Ukraine, well, aware of this topic. Now we are introducing amendments to the labor legislation. The law was introduced, which enabled DSCT application, which would influence the relations between employers and employees. It's a well-known fact that at the moment in Ukraine we have a labor code in Ukraine, which was adopted back in the, or which was drafted back in the Soviet Union times. It's quite outdated and inefficient both for employers and for employees, unfortunately. At present, the most advanced sectors, I mean the IT sector, which in this or that way is related to creating media contact. They are working on gig contracts. What are gig contracts? This phenomenon came here from the West, as many other things. This is a model of building relations between the contractor and the employee. It's a free scheme when the employee provides services and as independent vendor or independent provider. This came from the United States, this model, when musicians, creative persons proposed their services to bars and restaurants where they made gigs or performances. According to this model, the whole sector of IT is operating in Ukraine. And in opinion of the previous government, current government, it is like a gold, as a gold egg layer, and this was exploited for many years. In terms of taxation, tax rates, and organization costs, it's profitable, though this scheme allows 2 or 3 times savings on taxes, creates certain weak guarantees for the provider, for freelancer. At the same time, all those risks for a person are leveled by the successive policy of the employer. So, in terms of topic of my presentation, unfortunately, we faced several years ago with a case when the big transnationals, when they came to Ukraine and using this gig model, when they're working with the employees, I was thinking how to describe it. They started exploiting not only the benefits or two-sided preferences of this model for them and for the employees, but only what allowed them to get considerable savings. And if the condition changed, they refused the services of those employees. I won't name the company. It's well known. It has a representative office in Ukraine, and they provide courier services. And because of a number of negative events, these were road accidents when people died or were injured, they refused continuing contracts with those people because they were not hired as employees or as individual entrepreneurs. These were just as people who registered in certain app, provide services, and that person died, and that's all. And we just refused. Unfortunately, our lawyers came across this problem not once, and at the moment there is a number of criminal proceedings and civic proceedings in Ukraine which persecute the same aim. When European business come to Ukraine and declare high values, have to not only declare those values, but be socially responsible. And if according to, for example, national legislation, that courier was using a bike was driving on the highway and was not obliged to have a hard hat, helmet, and the company has to require higher standards if they join such a service. We started public discussion, our lawyers community, and we were we were looking for such avoidance of responsibility, and we're looking for witnesses of such kind of work, and we got the claim on defamation to recognize that, to acknowledge the information as incorrect, and it was it was popular to say that the government is the biggest violator. Now we are on the brink that when the transnationals will become the biggest violators of human rights, and the governments will not be able to do anything. And in that case, the state fiscal service and other agencies said that we cannot do anything. We have filed them requests and they do not respond. We require documents, they don't provide those documents. And we cannot prove that they violate legislation because we don't have evidence. I will not comment the actions of those governmental agencies, but in such situations, the community influence and pressure and is on the way to solve the situation. In addition, the lawyers community in the internal communication, in horizontal collaboration, which was discussed yesterday, is the only driver of changes. Because human rights, it's like a bike. When you push the pedals, you drive, you ride. If you slow down, you fall. With the human rights in our country, the transnationals became very important, and as long as we as users of services will use the services of socially unresponsible companies, the state agencies will not respond. The situation with human rights, unfortunately, will only deteriorate. And here, I would like to thank our colleagues from Belarus again for your experience, because we are close to you in terms of observing human rights by corporations. That's why I was curious how business reacted to those events.
Complicated case, there is basically the issue of the role of transnational corporations in ensuring human rights compliance. And now we need to move further because we are running out of time. And now I would like to give the floor to Ms. Ella Skibenko, Eastern Europe Central Asia researcher and representative at Business and Human Rights Resource Center. And I would like to ask you the question, Ella. When we are talking about regional research, it's important to know that basically cross-cutting issues or regional trends and the unification of such trends. And do you agree with the authors of the report and presented research on the trends that they mentioned and outlined as regional?
Дякую, Наталя. Доброго дня, шановні учасники панельної
Thank you, Natalia. Good afternoon, dear panelists. Before I start talking about regional tendencies, which our organization sees, and cross-cutting issues, all movement of business and human rights is formed under influence of three key drivers of violations. I will show the presentation. First of all, the inequality of power and wealth in the community. Another driver of violations, deficit of management, unresponsible management, and the third driver is climatic crisis, which is caused by irrational use of natural resources. Under the influence of these three drivers, the regional tendencies are formed. The first tendency which I would like to mention, to discuss, is the model of maximizing profit. This is a business model of maximizing short-term profit, which we often see in the region. How does it influence human rights? In the first place, it deprives people of power, and it serves the interests of certain individuals or privileged groups, and it externalizes environmental and social costs, which in their turn result in inequality and environmental climatic crisis. Most mining businesses in our region use this model. I hope we will see the presentation on the screen. I would like to share the results of this study, which we conducted among 30 biggest mining companies in Armenia, Georgia, and Kazakhstan. And what we have done, we assessed their policies or obligations and practices. And the aim of this study was to draw attention to risks and the consequences for human rights in the mining industry. Why mining industry? Because this is one of the biggest sources of violations in Eastern Europe and Central Asia. Here we're talking about dangerous working conditions, various abuse and violations of labor rights, and negative impact on communities and environment. So this is the model of maximizing profit. Digging in the shadow, that's the name of the study. It's published on our website, both in English and Russian languages. I would like to mention a few words about the methodology. First of all, we would like to use the well-known method of corporate human rights benchmark. This method is focused on the policies, processes, and practices of the company and how they respond to serious accusations. And this is based on public information provided by companies themselves. But as some of those companies don't have even their websites, especially in Georgia, we couldn't use this methodology, and we decided to ask people and circulated questionnaires. But despite of our efforts, first of all, we got only one answer. That's why we decided to use various resources, non-government organizations and government agencies. We collected all information, created company profiles, which contain all accusations against them and their declared policies. As you can see, access to information appeared the first big problem which we faced. Out of 30 companies, 8 didn't have any information on observing human rights, and 22 companies had problems with accessing the information. A few words about the results. In total, we have identified 167 problems related to adhering to human rights in all 30 companies. 25 companies out of 30 were accused of violation of environmental and water resource rights. 22 of them faced with the problems of accessing the information, also health and safety and other problems, means of existence, adequate level of living. And 20 companies were found to violate cultural and property rights. The companies which were found guilty in violating by categories, I won't focus on those because of lack of time, but we have seen as a result of this study, it demonstrated a huge gap between the companies' policies and practices, or their obligations which we declare. Because some companies, yes, the majority of companies had declared policies, but at the same time, very serious accusations were filed against them. And in practice, so they promised some things, but in practice it was quite different. And a few words I would like to mention a few about the owners, investors in those companies. At least 12 out of 30 companies gained support of investors from US and Europe. In the first place, this IFC and this World Bank Group, and also the companies from Western Europe, Canada, and US. They have shares in 16 out of 30 companies. Corporate curtain creates a huge problem for lawyers and activists. Often the parent companies are hidden behind the range of subsidiaries, and often it's not clear who is the final beneficiary or the owner of the company. Here we can see the structure of ownership of two Georgian and two Armenian companies. As you can see, they consist of the chains of shell companies in various countries. You can find more information about this study on our website. You can see the interactive map who are investors and what are the violations they are accused of. And very briefly, I would like to mention the next tendency which we can see in the region. It's a restriction of human freedoms in authoritarian countries. We can see the growth of the prosecution and violence.
For example, we analyzed the persecutions against human rights activists in Kazakhstan, or those human rights activists who work with business and human rights. Over the last 5 years, we recorded 693 cases of persecution, and in 50% of cases, the government was directly involved, unfortunately. Also, very often the companies which operate in authoritarian countries fully ignore the human rights violations from the governments. The bright example was mentioned before with the situation in Belarus. Similarly, we apply it to 55 companies which still cooperate with the government of Belarus, despite what's going on in the country, with the call to take immediate action. We received only 22 responses, and the answers were like, we are really concerned, or we follow the standards. Some companies promised to carry out investigations. One German company, an official answer says that the money doesn't stink, and this answer is published as the position of the company at our website. Only one of these 55 companies, Michelin, really decided to do something to improve the situation at the factory with which they cooperate, not directly but through intermediaries, but anyway, this was the only company which really does something to change the situation. Next trend, I'll not discuss it because it was mentioned before, it's the influence of the pandemic on human rights. It's not a secret to anyone that this is negative, and the pressure on human rights activists is strengthened. Unfortunately, many companies and governments in the region use the lockdown to increase the pressure on NGOs and human rights activists. They continue to do so. Also, we observe that there is ongoing increase of the number of strategic lawsuits against the public so-called slaps that are filed. I have heard the case of a European company working in Ukraine which files lawsuits against activists and NGOs, which accuse them of violations. The next trend is ongoing technological development, which increases the risks for human rights. We all have heard about the project, Pegasus project, where the governments of 11 countries, including our region, the governments of Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, and Hungary, tracked the representatives of NGOs, human rights activists, journalists, using the special software. And some journalists were even murdered as a result of this tracking. Another problem is internet shutdown, which regularly happens in Russia, Belarus, Kazakhstan, and other countries, unfortunately. Also, accusation. More and more often we face the accusations by the companies in providing the confidential data about their clients to the governments. Mostly this is about cell phone operators, mobile operators. One of the cases we worked on, that case was in Belarus when the mobile operator A1 was accused of transferring information on their clients to the government. Very quickly about cross-cutting problems of the region. I'll not discuss this at large. It's lack of awareness and understanding in business and human rights among all stakeholders. Also, poor work conditions, attacks on human rights activists, low salaries, unpaid salaries, environmental pollution, forced labor, discrimination, unstable employment. And not to finish the presentation at some negative note, the last slide is dedicated to the potential positive trends in regulation which are going on at the moment in the European Union. This is adoption of mandatory human rights and environmental due diligence for the companies. We have hopes that these changes in the EU will have some positive impacts on our situation in the region. Thank you for your attention. I hope I did not exceed my time.
I would just repeat and sum it up, and I'm sure that we'll have a chance to discuss it in more detail later on today. And now we need to move further to our next speaker, and I would like to invite the four representatives of legal business in Ukraine, Vladislav Lasyuk, partner and founder of the law company prava. Please, Vladislav.
Не бачу, щоб він з'явився. Ми почекаємо ще.
We don't see Vladislav connected. Let's wait and let's go on according to our agenda. Mr. Bogdan, I'll announce that Mr. Bogdan was involved in joint research on with Oxford University, which covered 16 jurisdictions on civil legal responsibility in the context of business and human rights. And this is one of the complicated legal problems which characterizes the region. Bogdan, please. Thank you, Elena. I'll stay in the area of my expertise and I'll say a couple of words on delicts law of Ukraine in the context of the third pillar of the guiding principles. The third pillar is saying that the individuals have to have access to the efficient remedies in case of violation of their rights. And I asked the question, can Ukrainian delict law serve as this efficient remedy against business cause violations of human rights? And today, my answer is that the potential of the delict law is used not fully. Again, I'm talking about Ukraine. For this, there are several reasons, several obstacles why the law cannot fully serve the purpose of efficient protection of human rights in this area. I will quickly mention them without taking too much time. The first obstacle is that in Ukrainian delicts law, there is no developed concept of bringing to responsibility for indirect involvement in violation of human rights. That is, within a parent company and subsidiary, or ability to bring to responsibility of the producer of the final product for violating human rights violations committed by the supplier of the feedstock. This opportunity is very limited according to Ukrainian delicts law because there's principle of personal responsibility. Everybody is responsible for their actions, and no one can be responsible for actions committed by someone else. This is the first point. And second point, as it was proved, the number of provisions of Ukrainian delicts law is not effective. Although they are outlined in the code, they are not really working. In particular, this covers the right for reimbursement for the house and ruins in the area of anti-terrorism operation. As this, I'm not sure it involves business, but we have the law which says that the individuals whose housing was ruined in this area have the right for compensation at the expense of the government. And our courts ruled that this provision is too general, it is too abstract. It doesn't give legitimate expectations to people. It doesn't give them rights to count on getting something. This provision is not effective until we adopt some special law, which would elaborate this and explain how this compensation should be provided. And the third point, I believe that our teaching on the conditions of the delict's responsibility is very unflexible and unmodern. In particular, very often the stumbling block is proving the causing link, in particular in cases related to environmental pollution, harm, because to prove that some disease of the specific individual is caused by this air in this region, it's almost impossible. And given the status of development of medical science, and in many countries there are mechanisms, there are ways of weakening the burden of proof which lies on the claimants on these cases. There are attempts to make exemptions for specific cases. There is a way of reversion of burden of proof that is putting it on the violator of the rights. We stay non-flexible in this. I'm convinced that our theory of causal link is not developed, and the researchers and scholars are to blame, me in particular, but I decided to do this, and hopefully it will deliver fruit. Our next reason is that we don't have the class action instruments that would allow to accumulate the claims of many claimants and to simplify their access to the court. Also, we don't have the class action instruments, and we don't have the general culture and awareness of people that their rights can be protected, especially with regard to environmental cases. although the law envisages that the individual has the right for compensation for damage caused by polluted environment, but if we look at the register of court decisions, the suits on the basis of this article are filed by the State Environmental Inspectorate to collect the reimbursement in favor of the state. The citizens do not apply for protection of their rights. There are only a few cases. One was on the fire at the oil base near the Kiev, at the tank farm near Kiev, and so we have only a few cases related to these. And the last point, I'm not sure about this last point, but just for your consideration, I'd like to present this. Yesterday we discussed the incentives for producers to comply with human rights. I was always struck that the amounts of claims in the countries of general law in the United States and UK, when they reimbursed 100 million, or in March 2020, there was 1 billion in favor of the family of farmers to use herbicides that proved to be carcinogenic. I was always struck by these numbers, and the way that I analyzed this is so-called punitive damages instrument, and I believe that's one more incentive for the producers to comply with human rights is implementing something similar, because the previous speakers mentioned this. The producer can just calculate a year I pollute environment and I cause damage to 10,000 people, but 10 people go to the court, each one will get 50,000 hryvnias, and I'm still in profit. I will continue violating. This will still be profitable, but this is controversial opinion. I'm surprised by the numbers collected in the Anglo-American systems. Thank you. I'll not exceed my time.
Pleasure. I would like to give the floor to Igor Konopko, human rights lawyer. He deals a lot with human rights due diligence issues, and as you all know, it's currently, as we've been discussed today, a key trend in EU countries, and we believe this trend could also cover the region.
First of all, thank you to Elena for inviting me to this amazing event. I'm so excited to be here for the first time. Just 4 months ago, I was writing my thesis about prospect of mandatory human rights due diligence in Ukraine, and I was describing this forum as an engine of this bigger agenda, and now I'm here. That's great. I have several points. I believe that this trend can be followed in Ukraine, and when I did my research, I found out that, in fact, those concepts which are a foundation for human rights due diligence, including the transactional due diligence, which is very familiar to businesses, including in Ukraine, these concepts, they also appear in various legislative acts in Ukraine. And for example, we can talk about due diligence in anti-money laundering legislation. We can talk about anti-corruption due diligence. And even though the aims of this legislation, they are different, but the underlying principles are basically the same. It's about prevention of harm. It's about having some kind of program or strategy or a policy to fight these issues and have a person who is responsible for this. Moreover, we have, as Bogdan already mentioned, we have delict law, which is quite different from tort law in some Western European countries. But at the same time, I found that some features of our delict law can be used, and as Bogdan told, it has potential. So we should explore it more. And in particular, I'm talking about civil liability, delict liability, and labor-related delict liability, environmental related delict liability, and discrimination-related delict liability. All of these tools, they should be explored further and used because they really have a potential. Second point is that when we talk about EU and the trends in regard to mandatory human rights due diligence there, we need to keep in mind that it's not just about corporate due diligence and corporate accountability. This is a part of much larger comprehensive system. And this is truly, truly important because in EU, they started with, not started, but they recently launched this EU Green Deal. And they have various directions of developing legislative acts, and this due diligence, it is only one. We also have one on sustainability reporting, which aims on developing and updating non-financial reporting standards. We have also sustainable corporate governance, which is believed to be as well important as corporate due diligence and other measures. And all of these measures, all of these instruments are aimed to meet the aims of this EU Green Deal. So we should keep that in mind. And what I also learned about Ukrainian legislation, to my surprise, that in fact we have other acts where we mention very related to HRDD processes issues. For example, we have now we have this effort to reform civil law. We have a recodification effort. Basically, just this year was launched the recodification concept of civil law. We have a draft law of labor code, which was also mentioned by Mr. Donets, that labor issues are also important in this regard. We also have adopted in first reading the law on joint stock companies, which basically an example of company law which governs which regulates corporate governance. And it is very important because to this day we have shareholder primacy concept embedded in this law. But this new law introduces another concept which is more developed, more advanced. It allows directors in the companies to take into account not only shareholders' interests, but also stakeholders, so wider range of stakeholders. It is a good development, but these issues, for some reason, are not discussed together. And another just great example of this issue is that we have, for example, National Economic Strategy launched in the beginning of March, and in the end of March, we have National Human Rights Strategy. And if you read these two documents, it seems like they were discussed in complete separate processes. Nobody, like people who were working on them, for some reason, have not talked enough to realize that they have conflict norms, conflict provisions. And we talked before about this ease of doing business rating. And again, it is an indicator in national economic strategy that we need to be in the top 30 of this rating by 2030. But now there is no rating. So what's happened then? We need another indicator, right? And it's good, in my opinion, because this doing business rating never considered human rights as a variable. You don't need to do anything in this regard. For example, Georgia is at 7th place. And why they have this place? Because they deregulated labor relations to such an extent that they attract many multinationals, but at the same time, peoples are not protected. And the last point. When we talk about Ukraine, we need to keep in mind another important concept in this field, which is called policy coherence. So as I mentioned, we have many directions of development. We need to consider them in connection to one another because they are all interrelated. And we were talking about EU, and somebody told about EU-Ukraine Association Agreement. I need to draw your attention to the fact that according to this agreement, Ukraine has an opportunity to align our laws to EU law, not only to the list which appears in this agreement now, but also to future directives and regulations. It is good news because when we have this corporate due diligence directive, when we have regulation on sustainable corporate governance, sustainability reporting standards, we can advocate this before our government and ask them to include it into the plan of alignment of our legislation, and then have this all implemented in Ukraine as well, including this update of non-financial reporting, which unfortunately failed in Ukraine to the much extent. And my last point, it is great that we have this forum. I'm truly delighted to be here. But we need to think about sustainable way of keeping this discussion going in between forums. It's like a general assembly of a company here. We need some kind of executive body. We need some coordination in between. And if we have this coordinating organ, it can be, I don't know, it can be led by state. It can be led by civil society actors. It can be continued to be led by academia, as it was launched by basically one person. And now we have team, we have a lot of colleagues and friends here. We need to think about this coordination, because if you don't talk about it all the time, government is not really keeping attention if you don't push him, right? Thank you.
you very much, Igor. We do believe that at some stage, mandatory human rights, the due diligence will be part of the region. And thank you for outlining key important stakeholders. And it's good that basically Olena and her team managed to engage now the most powerful stakeholders, such as Ombudsperson's office, ministries, key ministries. And maybe now we would try again to get in touch with Vladislav Vlasyuk, no? Okay, yes, because he used to be the former Minister of Justice, key actor in this regard.
I was thinking that you said key habits of minister. No, it's okay. It's just a joke. Yeah, but I will switch in Ukraine. Я можу сказати про що.
I can tell what Vladislav was going to tell. Hopefully he will connect with us today. The point is that we started to work with Vladislav on business and human rights when Vladislav Vlasyuk was the director of the Department of Human Rights at the Ministry of Justice. And jointly with the team of the Ministry of Justice, we organized the first national baseline study on business and human rights in Ukraine. Then, when there were personnel changes in the ministry, and now Vladislav is doing private legal practice, in my view, it was significant and interesting that I know that there are several, but one of the last cases that Vladislav is dealing with is helping the NGO on countering big company on occupying the land plots for production facility for mining without approval,
із порушенням прав
with violation of rights of residents of this local community. And now there is court review of this case, and controlling agencies are responding. And this is the interesting follow-up. Cooperation started at the level of the university and the Ministry of Justice, and now Vladislav implements these approaches and ideas in the legal practice. Quickly, this is what Vladislav was going to tell us. Maybe he'll provide more details.
Thank very much all the speakers, all the panelists, and now we have a really few minutes for the Q&A session, and I would like to open the floor for questions. I see already Ekaterina, yes,
I would like just add one comment to what prolonged what Igor was just said about that we have to draw attention of state and speak on this constantly. Yes, and I coming back to our yesterday's discussion about where there should be business case in human rights, and to thesis that Alena said about her interview with Central Asia about the economy in first place and the human rights in the second place. So I think that we have to push this topic on our space in our region. We completely have to, I would have an approach that not opposite business and people, but to understand that today in the era of knowledge economy, of innovation economy, the person and the business is the two parts of single ecosystem. And the security of the person is the security of the business today. Security of the business is the security of the person. And in such countries as post-Soviet countries, and this is our region, it's of crucial importance to develop economy. Because, and that's why they say the first is the economy and the human rights is the second. But the point is that we have to push and promote the thesis that human rights today, not something additional, or I mean, that can be on the second place, but the human rights today is a very, very good and effective economical instrument. And actually, And that's why it not doesn't, I mean, I don't mean, and we have to define the terms, you know, when we're saying about this business case, I don't mean no way that we have to lower the value of human rights as a concept, no way. And you have to follow human rights only if you have profit. Of course, no. We have to say that if you follow human rights as business and you could help, like you could be in a good way, you can earn more money, and in the same time, you can provide with these better conditions for person's development, for people development, and for your workers and for your consumers. I would choose this approach. I wouldn't oppose the business and society in this region. I understand why such approach have been chosen a bit, it seems to me, in Western Europe, but it's another story of development, and it's another relations between capitalism and, you know, socialism. So that's why here is absolutely another story, because these regions cannot survive without developed business, without strong economy based on developed business. And the person is a part of this. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ekaterina. Yes. Олена, yes, please.
Я б хотіла невеличкий коментар додати. Мені дуже сподобалось
I'd like to add a quick comment. I like to the Igor's points that really many things are available in our legislation, but so far we don't have the systemic vision. For example, if we talked about public-private partnership, one of the requirements, the projects of public-private environmental impact assessments and social impact assessment in the region. If we talk about the company which wants to implement the PPP project to build the factory or to do something else. Also, we have requirements in our legislation on environmental impact assessments. This is part of the components on environmental protection and environmental human rights when implementing some projects. Another matter is the implementation of these provisions and the formalistic approach to this environmental impact assessment and the quality of this assessment. But anyway, it is in the legislation. Also implementing the Green Deal, which Igor mentioned, where we expect that companies will also be evaluated in terms of their impacts on carbon footprint. And this is also part of environmental components of implementation of business and human rights approach. So in fact, I believe that the key issue is to explain that we're already doing this as a state, so we're doing this at our level and business as well. Many companies have the policies on ESG, on environments, on social matters and human rights. We are already doing this, but we need to explain that we're doing this, but we need to do more.
Ці всі частинки, які вже наразі, і їх просто розвивати відповідно до цих глобальних трендів, які є.
According to the global trends which are observed today.
I'd just like to respond to something you said, Katya, about not setting businesses and people on opposite sides. And you referred a little bit to the Western European tradition where you had a feeling that is more the case there. I would say I would disagree a bit with that. I think it started out like that, but I think where it really unlocked this field was when that started to change and diversify. I think when businesses started to work with civil society, and sees civil society also as an asset to addressing some of the challenges. It contributed to more transparency and progress in that sense. I think there's a need for all kinds of actors in this field. So you do need your naming and shaming type investigative journalists, and but you also, I think, need the organizations that are working with business. Now, what I would like to caution here is that I think the first people to work with business on this are usually consultancies who are helping business present themselves in a better light. And I think that there's a lot of dangers around, greenwashing, blue washing, whatever washing you want to call it. Human rights due diligence washing was mentioned by Olena in one of the questions. I think here is really the key need for, basically people like us who are working with businesses, but come with a human rights background and ensure that certain standards are met when working with businesses, and that it's not just a PR exercise at work with businesses.
Of course, I agree. I'm sorry, I agree totally with the necessity of having all these naming and shaming instruments and legal frame and so on. But just, I would like to say, I mean by not opposing business and society, but let's talk to business in moving this topic. I mean, it's not like state and civil society doing something to like punish bad business, I mean, as Beata said in first day, it's not like about when you're talking with business, it's not always that you are talking with some bad guys that, let's talk to business. Let's go to business, talk and ask what do you need to incorporate and implement the human rights agenda in your corporate processes, in your business processes. So that's what I meant.
Thank you, Duke. Thank you, Katerina. Now I see that the discussion is so inspirational that nobody wants to finish it. And I noticed one more question from your name. Yeah, please.
Thanks very much. I have a question to Alec and Katya concerning the business human rights in Belarus, but also like about the role of international actors in a country like Belarus, which is perhaps a unique example in our region. Is a full-fledged dictatorship. And I was also wondering, I mean, how impactful can European actors be in ensuring them business human rights is respected in Belarus? We all know that Council of European Union, which is one of the highest decision-making bodies of the EU, some months ago adopted regulation on the sanctions on Belarus and placed hundreds of individuals on the sanction list, but also companies like 30, 40 companies. Katya, Alec, would you say that this kind of pressure from foreign actors also contributes to general rule of law in Belarus, or to improvement in business human rights, or is just empty threat, just whitewashing of the EU that it can say that it is doing something to protect human rights and also business human rights in Belarus? Can this kind of mechanism bring about change?
Just short answer, because it's very complicated actually problem, and our society is divided now on two parts: who is for sanctions and who is against sanctions. Because from the business and human rights, from the political point of view, it's one discussion, and from the business and human rights point of view, it's such that I wouldn't say that sanctions is the best instrument for business and human rights, for promoting business and human rights agenda. Why? Because it's pretty technical thing. I mean, if the company is in the sanctions list, you have to cease your relations with this company. And there is no any space for maneuver for using the leverage of your partnership. So, and if you use like in accordance with guiding principles, the leverage of your partnership, you can influence
on the situation inside the Belarusian partner. At least you can call on something, you can, I don't know, you can like do something, due diligence actually, because even in accordance with guiding principle, the termination of contract is the final radical measure when you cannot do anything more. But the point is that you have to do all these measures, you know, to improve situation and to try to avoiding of your own risks and protecting at the same time the people and your partner. So, and sanctions is not an instrument for this, but it's the first way is long and hard, and sanctions is very fast and easy in that sense. But still, if we are saying about prolonged effect, sustainable effect, of course, sanctions is not that instrument. It's my point of view.
Thank you again, Ekaterina, and thank you, Yorne. Not to grossly violate our time frame, I would propose to close this session and invite you for the lunch, which is served at the second floor, dining hall, and then we will meet you with you in an hour. Have a nice day. Yes, at 2 p.m. 2:30.
If you don't want to miss Deputy Ministry of Justice, Ombudsperson Office, Commissioner for Free Barrier Environment, please be in time. Igor Konopka. Actually, when we prepared this agenda of our event for today, Igor was mentioned as business and human rights lawyer, but actually now he could add title to this to this position, and actually my congratulations. It's really great development of your career. So please, Igor, it's a highly comprehensive session, so please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Elena. Yeah, what Elena mentioned about changing my status is that just last week I started working with Czech law organization which deals with sustainable business, responsible business, and I'm working now on sustainability reporting standards. But I am staying in Ukraine. I am closely following all the developments. I'm happy to help anyone in this field. So please don't think that. Okay. Okay. One moment. Okay. Please give me one moment. There is some updates. And we'll talk about a lot of questions, starting with, we'll talk to Tatiana Lomakina, who is Commissioner for Non-Barrier Space. And I would like to ask her how this the work in this field is going now, because as we all probably know that the strategy in this field was adopted recently, and I wonder whether this strategy also mentions the input from the business sector
and in general, how the strategy outlines the approaches in the field on how to tackle the problem.
Доброго дня, рада вас вітати.
Good afternoon. I'm glad to greet you. I hope that everyone who speaks, who doesn't speak English, will understand what I will tell. Can you hear me? Yes. Now in Ukraine, the barrier-free space strategy was created for society development. And what we imply when we talk about barrier-free, it's a removal of all obstacles facing people at the moment and creating opportunities. Last year, Olena Zelenska, First Lady in Ukraine, started talking about barrier-free. About 37,000 people joined this initiative, and after this big discussion, there was a decision made to focus the emphasis of the government on removing obstacles and on the other hand to develop opportunities for such audiences as people of older age and single mothers and people with limited capabilities. This was created also not only for those people, but for all citizens of Ukraine. This strategy has 6 areas. I'll mention in a nutshell about each of them. First of all, physical lack of barriers, because people mentioned that they face obstacles when moving. People, these are older people and people with disabilities and people with children when they move strollers. So creation of public spaces without barriers, which have to be re-equipped in such a way that people can move freely. Another area it's also very important is barrier-free education, removal of obstacles on the way to getting education. And here we pursue the aim, on the one hand, to create conditions for children and young people, and on the other hand, for lifelong education. And here we have a huge demand from people to upgrade their skills, bearing in mind how quickly the world is changing now. And the third area is community without barriers, to enable people freely communicate with the community, have access to rights, and actively engage them in life of the society and get all community services. And also two very closely related but different areas, it's information and digital barrier-free space in order to get information in a convenient way, to remove obstacles on the way of people, for people who have various impairments like sight or ear impairment, or people who need simplified language. Creation of conditions via government services, websites, or services provided by municipal institutions, digital free barrier space means that in any place where a person can be located, they would have access to the web. Development of digital skills, because in order to use e-government services, they have to be computer literate. And another area is lack of economic barriers, removal of economic barriers for people to improve their livelihoods, to find jobs or to start maybe self-employment, or maybe start their own business. And here we can rely on the experience of other countries where the movement to barrier-free space, the big companies started that initiative. They created conditions, barrier-free conditions. They made it for people with disabilities, for elderly people, and for parents with small children. So they incorporated the needs of those people and then invited people, and in the course of time they noticed that the loyalty of people is growing towards the services of goods they produce, and on the other hand the loyalty to such managers promoting this agenda grew within the companies. So they started to share those ideas at various forums and conferences, sharing the achievements. And step by step, it became one of 10 international trends in business. Various engagement, various ways of engagement and absence of barriers is a worldwide trend. It's moving. It's also coming to Ukraine. This was started by international companies. We're collaborating with some big internationals, and this is now supported by Ukrainian companies. And we are doing our best so that the best practices are shared among the companies. That's what business can do when we're talking about state policy. And now there is a process when we're reviewing approaches in terms of employment of people with disabilities. There is a profile committee of the parliament which engages representatives of the business association and civil society in order to develop the best solutions to engage people with disabilities to work. Also, they're analyzing why this is not progressing as quickly as they would like. So this is in a nutshell, and should you have any questions, I'm ready to answer those.
So as you described, this strategy is pretty comprehensive and at the same time interdisciplinary, because it covers different aspects in this field, barrier-free environment. And I think it is also another example of how businesses can do the right thing, and they can implement these approaches as well and help the state to reach the aim of the strategy. So I think we who are working with the businesses should also take into account this strategy in addition to all the strategies we discussed before, because as it was told in the previous session, policy coherence, it is something which you always need to keep in mind. So now if there are any questions to Tatiana, I would like to ask the audience to ask them. We can have a short discussion, then move to the second speaker. Yes, we have a question, please.
Таню, привіт. Марина Суприкіна, рада тебе бачити.
Marina Sumprikina, hi Tanya, I'm glad to see you. Let's tell us, please, how this barrier-free topic correlates with social responsibility. Don't you think that barrier-free topic is a bit too wide for business? We have studied the experience and practices in the world, how it can be implemented in Ukraine. And what I want to say, maybe it looks like it's an area more pertinent to corporate social responsibility, but those 250 big brands which united around a variable 500 demonstrated that the variability of inclusion may be not only the corporate social responsibility programs, but also it can become a part of business provide to contribute to their talents and skills despite of their sex or age, and creation of products which are oriented to various kinds of consumers, taking into consideration the needs of people with disabilities, with elderly people, with of parents with little kids, and implementation. It's in communication campaign, awareness campaign, to demonstrate people that the world is has various people, and various people use products of those companies, which enables them to promote barrier-free space, diversity, and wider engagement of people as employees and as consumers of their products.
To the second question, it regards the topic which you mentioned many times already, yesterday and today. We'll talk about national human rights strategy for 21-23. And as you know, there is, for the first time, a new chapter on BHR called Observance of Human Rights by Business Entities. And we will talk today to Valeria Kolomyets, who is the Deputy Minister of Justice of Ukraine. And the question I will ask her, I hope, is the most important for all of us today. And the question is this: in the beginning, BHR chapter and an action plan, the draft action plan to this chapter included quite many promising action points. But in the end, we have just one, and that one action point is studying best practices in relation to implementation of the UNGPs. But I would like to remind attendees that previous draft contained also 3 more action points, including guidance for businesses, consultation with stakeholders, and draft law and economic stimuli for business which follow BHR standards. So the question is how we ended up with only one action point, and what is the ministry viewing of the next steps?
Thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you. As you know, when this updated draft of the strategy and the plan took a long time, practically 1 year, we've been working thanks to the directorate and the experts group which combined many representatives from the public, from civil society, and representatives of other ministries, central executive authorities, and parliamentaries. As strategies and plans, it resulted in certain compromises. So, coming back to your question, we have limited the number of topics. It's very easy. As you can see, the plan, implementation plan for the national strategy, it looks smaller than the previous draft. Why? Because in the first place, we have clearly determined the priorities. Second, when we define which items we will include into the action plan for the national strategy implementation, we also considered our possibilities. What's the role of the governmental agencies in terms of human rights and business, in entrepreneurship? they cannot promise, we cannot promise something which is not supported by certain structures and material resources. So we decided to have less items, but to make them realistic and for which the resources are available, and state budget financing. We understood that if we can do some things with high quality, and when we can see the results in 3 years, what will be the next steps or next items for the next 3 or 5 years period, to see what will be the institutional and financial capabilities for that. Worked in the civil society sector and was the lawyer. I believe that human rights are important, one of the highest values in the country. At the same time, we understand that in order to ensure human rights, the government should have certain capabilities. That's why we have to move step by step, but in that direction of ensuring human rights. That's why when we drafted our action plan, we decided to change the previous draft, take those 500 points with less than 50% implementation, and moved in another direction. We will see the results. We will report in the autumn. We'll have a second meeting, and there will be a review of implementation, and we will approve the method and see whether those things are implemented or not. And then there will have intermediary results, initial results, and we'll continue working till the end. I'd like to thank all stakeholders and representative of the Ombudsman who promoted the idea of the separate section. I understand for many it's not clear what's the importance of that section, but when we are talking about protecting various rights, economic rights, and the possibilities to self-realize, it was important to initiate this dialogue and engaging our international partners in order to implement it in our activity. That's why I really hope that during implementation, it will be developed by the appropriate stakeholders, and they will contribute to this work and provide experts knowledge that our strategy and our objectives. Everybody, I hope, has read the draft strategy. This is the event which the previous plan was fully implemented. So, should you have any questions, you're welcome. I'll be glad to answer those. Thank you.
To summarize, the position of the ministry is that we rather have fewer number of action points, but we will implement them better, and then we monitor the implementation, and then we take next steps. But if I may to ask you the follow-up question, so we have to make this study about best practices, and do you think that once it is done, then the strategy for the next 3 years will include more steps in regard to BHR developments, or will we need something else to move to next steps?
I believe we'll see the best when we implement the steps that were already identified. This is my opinion, because we cannot promise it will be not very political, but as a representative of the executive power, I would like to discuss the facts and see how our NRE works. And so we'll see the next results based on the current implementation.
We have another question from there, please.
Hello, thank you very much for letting me ask a question. I'm part of a group of people here in the room who have been working on this agenda for a number of years already, and I think a lot has been already done in terms of a baseline assessment on business and human rights. And I think the action that you have committed to now is essentially also existing information when it comes to best practice on implementation of the UN Guiding Principles. So that is out there. So I can say from my position and from talking to some of my colleagues that we will definitely be working on the business and human rights agenda in other areas in Ukraine as well, trying to push this topic beyond what is currently in the action plan, because I do think 3 years is a very long time to not be doing much. My question would be, and I just wanted to mention that there are also funds and donors that are supporting activities and developments on business and human rights. So if that is an issue, I think that is something that can be solved. But my concrete question would be, how can we involve the Ministry of Justice in these efforts going forward?
Thank you for your comment and your question. We really appreciate the support of all partners and donors in this area. In particular, thanks to the work of our partners, we were able to develop new text of the strategy, updated text, and the new plan of action. I agree with you. On business and human rights, it requires great development of specific items of the separate plan. I agree. I fully agree. And from the very beginning, we discussed that we understand this. But our strategy, which is the responsibility of the Minister of Justice, is wide. It covers great list of human rights, and the policy on business and entrepreneurship is not the responsibility of the Minister of Justice. MOJ doesn't develop policy in this area. So we'll be happy to get involved to the work of the main stakeholders who all experts, evaluation and information, as we can assist within the framework in which MOJ faces business and human rights, because we do provide some services on that. So when we have initiative of some agencies to develop this document, we'll be happy to get involved into this work. Thank you.
Because this discussion may continue, I think it's really interesting, and thank you, Valeria, once again. Now we will move to Olena Stepanenko, who's a representative on the Ukrainian Parliamentary Commissioner for Human Rights on Socio-Economic Rights. And my question to Olena is quite straightforward. How do you see the role of Ombudsman Person Office in regard to BHR development and pushing the agenda in this field forward?
Thank you, dear friends, colleagues, all those who can join us online. This is a great event which celebrates 5th anniversary this year, and greetings to all those who have the opportunity to be with us offline in this great auditorium, which I always remember with a great warmth. I'd like to thank the inspirer of this event, Ms. Elena Ovarova, for her idea for ideological inspiration on the way of implementation of UN guiding principles on business and human rights. As regards to the role of Ombudsperson and the National Institution for Human Rights, I'd like to remind you that the Ombudsperson performs the parliamentary control over adherence of rights and freedoms of citizens of Ukraine by the executive power agencies and local governments. It seems that Ombudsperson doesn't have to control the activity of the private companies and business, but according to the law on the Ombudsperson of Ukraine, the Ombudsperson within parliamentary control has to promote the Ukrainian national legislation to be in line with international standards in the area of human rights. So from the first days when the Ombudsperson was appointed, we had the opportunity to talk to the representative of Danish Institute for Human Rights, Mr. Dirk Fokman, and then Ms. Elena Ovarova, and the strategic areas of activity of the Ombudsperson since 2018 includes the area of promotion of implementation of the UN guiding principles on business and human rights. I believe that the indicators that the attention of the Ombudsperson is dedicated to this area of activity, it is demonstrated by statistical data. I'd like to give you the statistics which we compiled based on September 1st, 2021. Over 8 months of this year, the Ombudsperson received applications of almost 41,500 people who notified about the violation of their rights. They stated that their rights were infringed, and this is 34% higher than in the similar periods of the 2020. More than 10,500 persons were the persons of the workable age. They do not belong to the groups which are believed to be vulnerable groups, like people with disability, low-income persons, retirees, children, low-income families. Now we have the trend that Ombudsperson receives the applications, thanks to raising awareness. The Ombudsperson receives the applications from the workable age citizens who inform about violations of their rights by the public agencies and local government. Mostly it is the right for application, the rights for information, and now violation of economic rights, on social rights. For example, 4,000 applications, people applied on violation of economic rights. Some of them were violation by collection companies. Right for privacy, right for dignity, and 6,000 applications are social rights, are related to social rights. In the context of social rights, these are violations of right for labor. And more applications are filed on violation of the rights by the private companies when the person is not officially employed, and this is undeclared work. When the person is unofficially working and the employer is not paying taxes, this decreases the budget revenues, the revenues of this pension fund, local budgets revenues, so social protection of citizens is affected negatively. And it's problematic to apply social protection in this situation. As regards the role of the ombudsperson, what have we done in the office? We determined the strategic area of activity, and also I thank the Ministry of Justice for the support, and the NGOs and the academics for ongoing support for this issue, for keeping it on the agenda. Our agencies are hearing about these guiding principles that they should be complied with. And this awareness raising campaign gives the results when we have confidence that the way chosen by the ombudsperson is correct. I'd like to say that on June 11, it was 10th anniversary of the guiding principles, and the initiative of the ombudsperson was to hold a week dedicated to the UN guiding principles on business and human rights on the 10th anniversary. Over that time, we applied to all our assistants, all our stakeholders on this matter, and we held active campaign among students. This is the audience which accepted this information. There was increase of number. According to statistics, we had increase of number of subscribers who joined us in social media, who now take part in the competitions and surveys and quiz. And now by October, we still have all Ukrainian competition of research works for the students, for young scholars, to examine issues of human rights in business. One week ago, we were in Georgia. We talked to our Georgian colleagues, the Georgian ombudsperson. They are very active as well, and they really have in their national plan of action to implement in this area. They planned many more activities compared to our national strategy, but we hope that this is the first step, and under the support of UNDP in Ukraine and OSCE and all stakeholders, this issue will be taken to the understanding that Ukraine has to implement UN guiding principles on business and human rights. The ombudsperson established an intersectoral platform on business and human rights. Actually, this is the platform which includes representatives of public agencies at the levels of deputy ministers. Also, it engages heads of research institutions, including the institutions that are part of National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine and the NGOs. For example, I was very pleased when we have awareness-raising campaigns for the trade unions. It was mentioned today that trade unions are the stakeholders about guiding principles. It was the level of heads of the primary trade union organizations, those who directly operate at the companies, including in the private businesses. I was pleased when the heads of the trade union of one of the pharmaceutical companies of Ukraine stood up and said, yes, we are aware, we're already doing that, because in the supply chains, our partners from EU, they have requirements to us to comply with human rights, labor rights, environmental rights. And I believe that in this way, altogether, we can do this work in a way that our people are protected, because this is a multifaceted issue. It is interdisciplinary. It is environment and labor rights and responsibility. Although this is soft law at the moment, but given that EU is thinking of making these provisions mandatory, a lot should be done. I'm not sure about now. I'm not sure who is participating in this discussion panel, but when I remember we were at the forum for the first time in 2019, there was the requirement that, unfortunately, there were few representatives of the business. And maybe today, when we have 5th anniversary of this forum, maybe we'll have more and more representatives of business associations to participate and to promote principles in their activity. So once again, I wish you success. I would like to say the only thing on the baseline evaluation or national evaluation that was carried out in 2019, over these 2 years, we had so many changes, and our legislation is changing in the area of business and labor law. Maybe we need to update this national baseline indicators on business and human rights. Maybe, Elena, this is the question to you. Thank you.
It is good to hear that the ombudsperson keeps her interest in the BHR field, and that the office conduct these different activities. And maybe Elena want to comment on the last question.
Thank you very much, Ms. Elena. I'm very happy to see you and Mr. Miller and Ms. Diana here in this room, and you virtually. Thank you for supporting, for keeping this communication lines for several years, for cooperation. Regarding your question, I can lift the curtain a little bit, because the Danish Institute for Human Rights now initiated the new step on the national baseline evaluation work. Maybe Dirk is in better position to discuss the main idea.
Briefly.
I'll be very brief. Now, we are currently elaborating a digital version of like our methodology to assess how a country has implemented the guiding principles. And the idea is here also to have data that is potentially comparable across regions, so taking a bit of a more quantitative approach. And Olena has agreed to be one of our guinea pigs, so she's road testing this tool for us, basically doing a light revision of the Ukrainian baseline and testing this tool. So we'll soon like evaluate and see if we can refine that. But we had always wished or hoped that this could potentially be done in the context of updating the baseline for good. And I think this could be a good first step.
Thank you, Dirk. So as you see, we have a second announcement on this forum. First one was about the regional hub, and I hope we will have more by the end of the day. Thank you, Elena, once again. And now we will move further if there are no... Okay, we have one more question, please, Nikolai.
Thank you, Igor. Nice to see you, Olena. Some of my colleagues from UNDP, Svetlana and others are having very close
collaboration with the Ombudsperson's office. I'm just wondering, in light of all the good work with the Danish Institute, but also my colleagues on capacity development in terms of effective remedy, access to justice, etc. If you could just show a little bit light on in terms of the strategic focus on the Ombudsperson's office in terms of to what extent is business and human rights going to be, as you know, within your strategy, like a strategic priority. And secondly, in terms of, you know, capacity, obviously the Ombudsperson's office has a very important mandate as a watchdog, but also in terms of ensuring, you know, the dialogue between the key ministries, whether it's the Ministry of Economic Development, the Ministry of Justice, etc., on business and human rights, but in sharing this dialogue between these key ministries as well as the right holders. You also have a key role in ensuring effective remedy. So could you just, with this question, try to maybe elaborate a bit on that, and so just to understand if there's needs to also to work together. Maybe there's a way that UNDP and can also work. Of course, we're already working with the Institute on helping in enhancing, you know, the capacity. I know you're very devoted, but I'd just like to know about your capacity development needs, not just in Kiev, but also, you know, in throughout Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you. As regards cooperation with public agencies, as Valeria mentioned, that indeed the office has ongoing contacts with the Ministry of Justice. We are always in contact with the Ministry of Economy, because as a matter of fact, when we had changes, when we had personnel changes in the public agencies, the only sustainable institution in Ukraine was institution that was dealing with promotion or implementation of UN guiding principles was the institution of the Ombudsperson. And I'm grateful to the representatives of the ministries because they accepted our information on the needs for this, and they ensured. I believe that based on the insistence of the Ombudsperson, who always mentioned about this, we always insisted on inclusion of a separate chapter in the strategy of human rights. And we're grateful for being heard, and this was done. And I believe that this issue is the issue for cooperation between public agencies, the Ombudsperson office, and the NGOs. And this all allowed us to include this chapter 16 into the strategy. At the same time, we're not very satisfied when actually the national plan of action to fulfill national strategy was developed, and that what was left only studying positive international experience. We would like to have greater progress on this way and to produce more specific steps, not just to do the service. This is very good, but this may be done in parallel, and I believe that this will be of the greater benefit on human rights, supported by international organizations, supported by our academics, supported by the University of Yaroslav Mudry, to steps in this area, to have progress in this area, to develop files and proposals that we can provide to the ministries. Valeria
зазначила, що вони відкриті для спілкування, але я так думаю,
Communication, but I believe that their capacities and resources don't allow them to pay a lot of attention to this area of work because they are responsible for wider issues, not just this area of work. The ombudsperson also cannot dedicate all efforts to promotion of this issue. Grateful because
знаємо,
Recording in
що зараз, коли
progress.
у нас є карантинні обмеження, ми не можемо виїжджати кожного разу в відрядження, щоб проводити там якісь публічні заходи. Тому, наприклад, цей крок, коли б ми мали можливість програму навчання саме з керівних принципів, це дуже допоможе.
This will be very helpful, I believe, for the office and information, thanks to which the knowledge on human rights will be at a higher level. First, it will be in line with all principles of activity of the ombudsperson, and it will be in line with the interests of the state, because the more people are aware about their rights, the less violations we would have. I hope that I answered your question.
We are all frustrated with the final edition of that action plan, but we still need to move forward and to prepare foundation for better next action plan. And I thank you very much once again, and I thank you all the commentators and for their questions as well. Now we can move forward, and I have to say that Katerina Levchenko, who's Governmental Commissioner for Gender Policy, could not be with us today. She sent a video which we will translate and disseminate afterwards. Now we will talk with Marina Kupchuk, who is Deputy Head of the International Investment Cooperation Division of the Investment Department of the Ministry of Economy, and also a Secretary of the OECD National Contact Point. And my question to Marina would be this. The Ministry of Economy and the NCP are implementing the National Strategy for Socially Responsible Business. And what correlations do you see between BHR and the socially responsible business, and what achievements as well as obstacles do you see in this regard? And finally, could you talk a little bit more about policy coherence, which we already touched upon before? Maybe you can share your thoughts about this. Thank you.
Дякую, Ігоре. Ще раз дякую за таку можливість.
Thank you, Igor. Thank you again for this opportunity and the invitation to participate in this very useful and important forum. With regard to correlation, of course, our concept and action plan directly correlates with the key principles of the UN, because OECD principles, after the revision with the appearance of the UN guidelines, this complies with those guidelines. Secondly, the issue of protecting human rights and business. They're the key issue on the agenda on the working group of CE and national items, because from the point of view of statistics, these are the most important standards among others, because human rights are applicable to all spheres. And this is the most important. Secondly, according to the statistics of reviewing the grievances, the violations of human rights are the biggest, 50-55% probably, then violation of labor rights. And thirdly, when we developed the concept and action plan, we closely collaborated with the Ministry of Justice, and those measures which later had to be reflected in the strategy also were reflected in our action plan, and we provided proposals to exclude some activities in order to avoid duplication. And fourth, what we in one item we mentioned the guidelines of the UN, but the whole action plan talks about social responsibility, which also comprises protection of human rights, and a lot of attention is also paid to guidelines of OSCE in terms of appropriate checks, and the human rights are the most important there. With regard to the action plan, 1 year ago it was adopted, and I have some observations regarding that plan. The most important for me was not just to leave it on paper, and the most important is still the implementation of those activities which were stipulated there. What's good, they are all relevant, and we have understood that there is demand for some of them. For example, preparing of recommendations and surveys, and popularizing of non-financial reporting, training, and so on. What are the achievements? It's still relevant. We are closely collaborating with business associations, with NGOs in terms of implementation of those activities. Last year, maybe the pandemic influence that was slow, but now we accelerated those activities, and there is support of the leadership of the ministry in order to implement certain projects. I am quite optimistic about the our plan implementation. If we evaluate the action plan, what are the challenges? What I mentioned yesterday, we need to educate people, because we have very good communication with business associations, with civil society organizations which have been working in that sphere for a long time and understand it. But there is a very low awareness of the civil servants, because our plans envisage certain activities which engage profile ministries. But if the ministry lacks understanding. They cannot be efficient in that. The same is true about regions. There is a problem in general with regions. There are many enterprises in the regions when they're reporting. If we ask them about events or measures or education and responsible business, they send me on 5 papers reports on some measures, events, for example, some meeting of farmers on beekeeping. I don't know what are the topics, but I doubt they are discussing human rights there. So it's a big problem. That's why we identify certain priorities in terms of the plan implementation in order to educate people, provide recommendations, and raise awareness. It's a similar situation is about ministries. The second report which I prepared, and 2 ministries which are the key ministries on certain areas, they have not reported to me at all. I'm not saying that I need their formal reports. I need to understand whether something is being done in that area. And they say we didn't do anything. It cannot be like that. They didn't do anything. Maybe it's a misunderstanding or not responsible attitude. Anyway, we'll continue working with ministries in this area and conduct trainings. I apologize. In terms of coherence of actions and the policies, before each meeting of the working group on responsible business, we are preparing information on the recent changes in the policy, the national legislation related to those standards. And we practically don't get any answers. For example, from the Business Association, I find out that in our environmental legislation, there are some positive amendments, but I don't get it from the Ministry of Environment. For me, as a government representative, it's a problem, but I see some positive movements in the area of promoting and interest. We get some requests from business, from state-owned companies, which are prepared for training, for implementing best practices. So they're approaching us, and we are working in that direction.
Mention some positive steps, because we were hearing a lot about problems, and that OECD National Contact Point also has some progress. It is really helpful. And I want to ask whether there are questions to Marina at this point, because we can also move to other speaker and talk about state-owned enterprises, which Marina also mentioned, and then discuss them together. Okay, let's do that. Oh yeah, thank you. Please.
Дякую за надане слово.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm an employee of the Institute of Economic Research of the National Academy of Sciences. We're collaborating with the ministries and the parliamentary commissioner office. We are interested in experience on reviewing the complaints. Is there any experience how those complaints and grievances are considered? No, there are no complaints, and there is a reason for that. The reason is low awareness of the civil society. Again, according to the statistics of the campaigns which are considered by others, most of them are from the civil society. There may be individual ones, but mostly from the civil society organizations, NGOs, and trade unions. Unfortunately, the trade union institute and the civil society, they are lacking knowledge and understanding. Thank you very much for your answer. So we have space for collaboration. We would like to thank the Ministry of Economy, Deputy Minister, Ms. Novikova, is involved in the competition commission for responsible business and sustainable development. NGOs and international organizations together with the office of the commissioner involved. We hope it will be a good impetus not only for the academia and students, but for the society as a whole. And this collaboration is one of the 4 forms of collaboration on business and human rights, which is initiated by our institute, by the laboratory on business and human rights. I would like to contribute in terms of training for the ministries and implementation of principles and standards of responsible business. What I would implement, of course, it should be a structural unit on responsible business. I know in all countries where the contact points are, in Croatia, for example, they created the unit which is responsible for responsible business. I believe each ministry must have such a unit. Also, we have a problem of structural changes and personnel turnover, which slows down our work considerably.
Hopefully by the next forum we will have both complaints and some these departments in ministries, at least some of them. So let's hope for the better. Now we can move further to Igor Kotelyanets, who represents Ukrzaliznytsia, which is a state-owned enterprise. He is a director of the Department of Sustainable Development and Internal Communication. And my question to Igor would be this. UN BHR frameworks pay special attention to state-owned enterprises. And do you have that feeling that Ukrzaliznytsia as state-owned enterprise has this special role in the field of BHR and that it can lead the way, be an example for other businesses on how to know and show that you respect human rights?
The participants of the forum, I'm really glad to participate in this event. It's very useful for us as a company, which is trying to implement from the practical standpoint those things which are being discussed here. In terms of your question, a lot of state-owned companies knew about this event, but UZ is here. It testifies for the fact that the potential to be an example for other companies. Of course, we have it, and we have something to share. Before that, Marina mentioned that each state-owned agency or company should have a unit in charge of implementing standards and responsible business. We can say that we have such unit in UZ. This year it appeared. It's Department of Sustainable Development. and I'm head of that department. We are working towards in order for Ukrzaliznytsia to be more socially responsible and integrate its principle in its activities. And I'm here today to share what the biggest employer in Ukraine does to this end. Let's start from the fact that the implementation of this function in the company became possible thanks to the fact that UZ is under huge transformation. And we're at the beginning of this way. We're restructuring the company and business, and we want the company to become a business. What is taking place is a jump or leap from the structure of the company which it inherited from the times of Russian Empire and still exists in such a shape. The leap into the form based on European standards, which has to transform it into a profitable company for the shareholders and for the people of Ukraine as the owner, the final owner. And this transformation, which is restructuring this model, is an opportunity for us to systemize and understand the work of our company in terms of the standards of responsible business and achieving the objectives of sustainable development. And we identified for us as key points it's good health, gender equality, good working conditions, and economic growth. For us, it's very easy to make this decision because this decision it's our aspiration to retain those employees who have unique expertise in the railway sector and also be an attractive employer to attract new employees to the new structure of UZ, which will be transformed and will operate according to business principles. It's worthwhile for us to systematize the work and to think who will work in UZ in 3, 5, or 10 years. That's why we have initiated a systemic work to study the problems which make Ukrzaliznytsia not a sufficiently attractive employer and to implement appropriate managerial practices to eliminate those faults of the employer. The motivation of labor is not sufficient. We have some cultural things such as conformism, the favoritism. This is reflected on the style of management. It wouldn't be a problem if it were not an obstacle on the way for us to become an attractive employer and to attract people who would like to attract. And those specialists who we want to retain or attract, they form that demand for respect and fairness and good treatment and equality and protection of their rights. How we started? We conducted a sociological study. Almost 4,000 respondents participated. Mostly active were women. 2,500 of them were women, and 1,500 men. This study was focused on understanding with what forms of discrimination on the workplace face our employees and what's their attitude to those manifestations of discrimination. 83% of employees believe that men and women are equally fit for high managerial positions, and 27% believe that that a person may be too young or too old. 16.5% believe that Ukrainians have to get privileges compared to representatives of other nations when they compete for top positions in government-owned companies, state-owned companies. But 97% believe that the company should create conditions for working of people with disabilities. And that's about attitude to discrimination. If we talk about some manifestations and cases of discrimination on workplace, I will start from smaller cases. 7% believe that preschool children make it difficult to get promoted in the career. 7.5% say that there is biased attitude to employees with non-traditional sexual orientation. 7.6% say that the employees which are over 45 years are refused positions even if their qualification is appropriate. And young people also say that they are facing discrimination. Here we have 11%. They are saying that for young specialists before 30 years of age, they refuse to get promoted to higher positions, even if they comply with all the requirements. 18.6% is ageism. If we look at the nationwide survey, those figures are about the same. Their indicator was 18%. And our employees also mentioned that the family plans make it difficult to get appropriate work. 8.9% mentioned that women are more often refused to get promoted to top positions compared to men, even if their qualification complies with the requirements. And we didn't expect, but top 3 also include the following indicators. 15.6% mentioned that our company does not have sufficient conditions for people with disabilities. It's quite high, 15.6. And 2 other indicators about humiliation of dignity. If we put together these 2 indicators, the percent will be 55%. 27.5% mentioned that there are provocations to conflict and rumors. People feel that they are getting engaged into conflict, and 24% believe that they feel there are cases of public humiliations and aggressive conduct, behavior of one person towards another, and we didn't expect to see such results during the survey, but 55% are related to psychic health. This one of the next steps will be the assessment of psychological health of employees. So what we will do with the
A little bit.
Only one
Like last
minute.
conclusions.
Добре. Тільки одна хвилина.
Just 1 minute. We are planning that we are looking for cooperation, and we are finding this cooperation with funding this UN fund and barrier-free space. First Lady's initiative and implement communication programs to explain to the employees what is discrimination and why it is a violation of human rights. And one more point which I would like to mention, what we noticed surveying people, often people cannot identify manifestations of discrimination because they think it's just a tradition or some behavior which is acceptable in the society, and they don't perceive it as something negative. That's why the data on this survey have to be considered from this standpoint as well. And my final point, what needs to be done in order to change the situation in state-owned companies? Of course, we need awareness among the top management. Now the situation is improving, and there should be appointed responsible people who will implement changes. And that demonstrates that implementation of such responsibility centers is necessary, and we need a coherent state policy and requirements to state-owned enterprises, which will make a mandatory, which will oblige them to observe human rights. I believe the government can take a more proactive position as a shareholder. Thank you, and sorry for taking too much time.
Brief question, and I hope brief answer will follow. Please, Sarah.
That's quite interesting. I noted that your desire to be an attractive employer was part of your motivation, and we've had a discussion over the last 2 days about whether or not there's a business case for human rights and how we motivate businesses to think seriously about human rights. Since we have you here, I'd like to ask a question. I'm going to recognize that it's going to be a little bit of a blunt question, so apologies for that. But what would motivate your company to move from being a responsible company because it's in your interest to being a responsible company because it's in society's interest, even if it harms your bottom line? Do you see a way forward for that discussion?
Проста, завжди все залежить від лідера в
It
компанії.
depends on the leader in the company and how the leader was the position of the leader. And when the state-owned companies are obliged to select people as head of the management boards via the external recruiting agencies, this is a well-established practice. How this standard, when looking for the leaders, whether they test the candidates, how they understand the importance of implementing the principles of social responsibility of business. I believe this is the most important because the companies may create the responsibility, the responsible unit or the department for implementing new practices. But if there is no support of the leadership, if the leader doesn't support it, they will be put in the drawer. Why I believe this as a necessity? Because as a rule, the top managers of companies decide whether to spend resource into this or that project if they see certain financial benefits, what the company will get in a short-term period. Why it's important? Because that, as well as many other state-owned companies, is loss-making. According to the 2020 results, our loss was 12 billion hryvnia. You can imagine how difficult the social responsibility topic is for implementation. How difficult it is to convince that the business needs that, and at least it's necessary in the mid and long-term perspective. and how it correlates with the results of the company in this mid or long term. And now the companies are focused on short-term perspective and not to spend on money on things which do not give this short-term effect. So with that, and the Department of Sustainable Development, we are really open for partnerships and expert support. We are ready to implement new policies, especially, and we're really grateful for new partnerships with outside organizations which will help us in that.
The importance of leadership is truly hard to overestimate. And following these lines, I would move to our next speaker, last but definitely not the least, Marina Saprikina, the head of the Center for CSR Development Ukraine. And my question to you is this: you have a lot of experience working with both governmental agencies and state-owned enterprises and other enterprises. And how to say, what is your recipe to success, and what do you think are the next steps in moving this agenda specifically within state-owned enterprises, considering their crucial role in BHR agenda in general?
Дякую, Ігоре. Я розумію, що зараз
Thank
розпочинається.
you, Igor. I understand that now the coffee break starts and I take your time for coffee. I'll be very quick and I'll try to be. But I cannot say thank you to Elena. I cannot fail to say thank you to Elena. You are very systemic, you promote this topic. Thank you very much for that. So there is no recipe for success because in the context of business and human rights, we still have a lot to do. And here it is important to understand that, for example, I was really impressed by the phrase of Mr. Malatovich that God forbid human rights will be within corporate social responsibility. And then I realized why it is happening, because we accept CSR as philanthropy. And this is my professional challenge. Because of COVID-19, companies moved to philanthropy, from systemic approach to philanthropy, because in Ukraine, many issues appeared in the hospitals, many issues of helping people from vulnerable groups and so on. And now we are moving from systemic actions to the level of philanthropy. However, I'd like to say that my understanding of corporate social responsibility is within ISO 26000, the international standards of CSR, where human rights are the principle and the main component. And this is systemic work. Igor alone cannot do this. Igor, sorry for referring to you. Igor alone cannot solve all issues because we need to have a working group. What happened over the year? Unfortunately, we had no progress in the context of not only CSR, but also business and human rights. Although I'm grateful to business for doing things in the period of COVID. They saved the healthcare at that time. But what happens every year? We do a transparency index. We can evaluate what companies do, and one of the criteria is human rights. When we see the progress or regression or situation as it is, what happened last year, we evaluated the top 100 biggest taxpayers, and we see that among them, only 3 companies, only 3 have the human rights policy. These are companies. What do you think? Are they international or Ukrainian? They are international. Sure, ArcelorMittal, Carlsberg, and ABNB. AV and BEV. Also, there are Ukrainian companies, Ukrzaliznytsia and Ощадbank, that had practices in CSR. Last year it was Ashan. 2 years ago it was Ashan. What happened to the last year? Only one company was added, Vodafone, also international brand company. But we had no progress. Why Ukrainian companies today, despite the fact we have CSR managers, and Dirk mentioned today that we have legal departments who are involved, why don't we have human rights policy in the companies? My understanding is that even now we haven't packaged human rights for business in the way that it is clear for them. But today they are doing all this. Igor mentioned gender equality, inclusiveness. Tatiana Lamarkin was talking about a world without barriers. We're talking about mental health. These are all components of human rights. But business does not accept this. Why? we have to package this for the business, how to do it. It should be profitable for them. Unfortunately, this is how you talk to business. If we say how profitable it is for them, we can talk about European Union and EU directives. And many Ukrainian companies are suppliers of the EU, and there is ESG, environmental, social, and governance. And council. Many international experts are saying that among ESG, we have more EMG than S, what is human rights. When they showed their interest in research in Germany, Armenia, in Georgia, Armenia, and Kazakhstan, it is very great to have a look at not only the structure of ownership. Maybe there are funds that are interested in ESG and they need to show this. And also, this is the great case to go into OECD national contact points. First, this should be packaged correctly for the business. It should be presented correctly to the business. I agree with Igor that we need to talk to the top managers, and through them, many things are going on. What do we do to this? Next week, we meet Ombudsperson's office. In the past, we translated with Elena the guideline for the top managers on business and human rights developed by International Business Council on Sustainable Development. Back then, 3 Ukrainian companies signed this, and I believe this should be strengthened. Today, in the plans with the Ministry of Economy, we have the plans of creating National Coalition of Business and Sustainable Development Goals, once again among top managers. Second, we need the guides for the business. Just a quick example. Igor mentioned gender equality declaration and countering domestic violence. This is what we have done jointly with the UNFPA at the CSR Development Center. This year we created the first rating of the company friendly to the families. And when the company, not so many companies filed to us, even the best ones, you know, all of them, Ukrainian big companies, they said, we don't have these policies, we will not apply, but we received many compliments that HRs today are saying, we know that's what we need to do over the next year. We'll take a questionnaire and already have the plans and policies to implement. So this idea of the ratings, included in the context of business and human rights, is very feasible. And third point, one more important aspect. Today we have discussed a lot about education. What we need is to work not only with universities, but also business schools. Today, studying at Kyiv-Mohyla Business School, I see the change of rhetoric of business schools. 5 or 6 years ago, they did not speak about corporate social responsibility. Today, we discuss the census and the super systemic goal, that there is a sense of purpose in the company. They work with the owners, top managers, and business and state-owned enterprises order corporate programs from them. Today, globally, Ivan was making the research, there is Association of Business Schools and Human Rights. There are 40 business schools, but it's very great if we work with Ukrainian business schools. Today, they are ready, and they're ready to communicate the message. Instead of NGOs, they're ready to communicate this message very briefly to the companies. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for such amazing insights, and that you mentioned again some positive steps. It's good to hear that business's role in pandemic was also very useful for the country. And as you mentioned, only a few companies have this human rights policy. It's really sad to hear, but again, at least 3. That's the start. Now, please, I take all blame on me for being for this delay. Now we can go for coffee break, if only there is no questions. So now you want coffee, right? Okay, we can continue our discussion during the coffee break, because I see that nobody left before, and it seems that it's really, really interesting. Thank you all.
Колеги, давайте продовжимо роботу. Dear colleagues, please let's continue our work. І ми розпочинаємо дуже важливу сесію.
And we start.
We start a very important session.
I will speak English because we have many international guests in this session. So actually this session will be about the role of non-state actors and about their impact on the business environment and actually about experience that already have our international guests and actually the experience that already have our national guests. So it could be a chance to share such experience and maybe to have these examples for Ukraine in future. And I'm glad to give the floor to Maxime Bellingeri, who is Human Rights Manager, L'Oréal Paris, France. And it's not our first meeting with Maxime. Unfortunately, both of them are virtual. And I'm really hope that we will welcome Maxime next year in Kharkiv Forum. Maxime, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Olena. Thanks for having me. I'm sorry too that I could not join in person. We still have a travel ban in my company, so I was not allowed to travel. But I hope that next year I'll be able to join. Olena, can you share my presentation, or should I put it?
This option, so you can share your screen.
Okay, then I'll try to do that because I'm not used to the Zoom. I'm used to Teams, so I'll try to do that.
But it's okay. We could share as well. So it's
okay. Yeah, that'd be even better if that's possible.
Hitting the green button with the arrow at the bottom of your screen.
Okay, I'll try that.
One minute for that.
Sorry about that. Huh.
We see your presentation, but you not.
Yeah, but can you see it, or you? Oh yeah, now I see it. Okay, all right, perfect. Thanks. Sorry about that. Anyway, so maybe just to quickly kick this off, I wanted to say just a few words about the rationale behind the business and human rights and why this is important in the first place before I go into the living wage. And I wasn't able to listen throughout the whole day, so I might be repeating a few things that some other participants have said earlier, so apologies for that. But I just wanted to echo this from a business perspective because I think that's important. So maybe just in a nutshell, I wanted to say, there's always these questions that are very legitimate from businesses asking, why are you even doing this? What does human rights have to do with a business? And why should I care? And so just to say from a business perspective that for us at L'Oréal, at least, we see the human rights as a very important part within a changing environment. And you see that, for example, from a legal perspective, and you might be familiar with the report that Claire Bright wrote for the European Commission, which was really excellent to review the growing attention from legislators around Europe with regards to mandatory human rights due diligence, and with legislation in Germany that was adopted recently, in France, in the UK, and I think there's ongoing conversation in Australia. A law was recently adopted in Canada, and in the United States there's the Forced Labor impact. So just to remind ourselves of this context, that there's very strong focus now from the legislator on pushing big companies to be vigilant about the respect for internationally recognized human rights throughout their value chains. Then from just a consumer or reputational perspective, it's also a way to just really avoid crises, and it's managing a risk essentially, and to turn it into a more positive thing. We also have, I just want to mention this one number because I like that one. It's a study from Vice that was conducted in the United States and in some European countries that showed that 67% of Gen Z consumers want to buy products from a company that reflects their social commitments. And so this is just important to keep in mind why we're talking about this in the first place from a business perspective, beyond the respecting the human rights, which of course we all want to do, but there's also it's good for business also to just do this. Anyway, so now going to really the living wage per se. So again, to start with the context, because I think this is important. I'll be very quick about this, but in a nutshell, there's this COVID-stricken world that we've all been through. For the first time in several decades, poverty is on the rise again. Inequality has reached levels that are extremely high and have never been that high actually over the last 40 years, and it's growing, and this is the chart you see in the middle, and also the working poverty is affecting disproportionately women versus men. So those are really the reasons that pushed us to work on the living wage as a topic at L'Oréal. So you can go to the next slide, please. And now, what is the living wage? So a living wage is a wage that enables workers as well as their families to afford a basic but decent lifestyle that is accepted by society at its current levels of economic development. And this is to say that a living wage is not a luxury. It doesn't enable you to buy a loft in Paris, for example, but it does enable you to afford decent housing, sufficient food, have access to healthcare, education, clothing, social and cultural life, as well as being able to put some savings aside in case you lose your job, or in case there's an economic crisis, or for whatever good reasons you might have. So this is the living wage as the definition, and we can move to the next slide, please. And just to compare it versus a minimum wage, because the living wage is not a minimum wage, because in many countries the minimum wage is much lower than a living wage. And I wanted to illustrate this on a few items. And for example, when you see on food, in many countries, a minimum wage is not sufficient to have good nutrition, and you might be skipping meals just to be able to feed yourself. Whereas a living wage, for instance, is supposed to provide you with a healthy and varied diet with at least 3 meals per day. And then there are a few others, and I won't go into detail with them for time's sake, but same goes for healthcare and education and all the other items I mentioned earlier. Next slide, please. Yeah, and here this really just shows the difference between a living wage and a minimum wage in different countries. So you see, except for Europe, where the parity is close, although the living wage is still higher than the minimum wage. The minimum wage is the black line, and the gray columns are the living wage. And you see that in many regions in the world, the living wage is several times higher actually than the minimum wage, meaning that the national minimum wage is just not sufficient to sustain a decent living in many countries around the world. And so this is really about the case for a living wage and the importance of doing this. Now we can move to the next slide, please. And here I just wanted to illustrate this very concretely. So those are fictive examples, but the numbers are real. So in Mexico and Brazil, for example, in Mexico, 32% of workers are not people out of work. It's really working poverty. So it are people who are living in extreme or moderate poverty, and 23% are women. And to be concrete, a minimum wage in Mexico is 154 euros per month. And to have it live decently in Mexico, you need at least 349 euros per month. So just to illustrate this very concretely with very real numbers, how important this is and how much it actually changes from just the national minimum wage. And we can go to the next slide. Yeah. And now just for L'Oréal, so this was really about the context. And for L'Oréal, we have taken last year a commitment in our employee human rights policy that we published 2020, that we want to ensure that all our employees receive at least a minimum wage calculated in line with best practices, and that should cover the basic needs of our employees as well as their dependents, so their children, for example, or family members. And to calculate this, we started a partnership with an NGO that's called Fair Wage Network. They're based in Geneva, Switzerland, and they have a database covering 200 countries in the world at national as well as regional level, because you might have strong variations of cost of living between the capital city and rural areas, for example. And we really try to take the most demanding criteria. So for example, I'm not going to go too much into detail at this point, happy to respond to questions later. But for example, we take the fertility rate in each country to make sure that the living wage that we have and the calculation reflects the actual number of children that the people in a given country will have, and not just a 2+2 approach, for example. And then sorry, I was just on the slide before. With COVID, etc., we decided, and in the context that I mentioned before, we took it a step further. And a few months later, we announced publicly that we want to achieve by 2030, so in 9 years, that all our strategic suppliers, which is a very large majority of our supply spending, will pay all their employees a living wage calculated in line with best practices as well. So this is really going a step further because it's really trying to embark our entire ecosystem. And of course, we want to do work on our own employees, but we also think it's important to embark the companies around us and to really have an impact throughout our supply chains, and not just with our own employees, and therefore multiplying the impact. Now I can go to the next slide, please. And now I see a black screen, but yeah. All right, and then just in terms of how we want to do this, so we are really, and this is, I think, interesting also from a even from a company perspective, because as we are competitors on many things with other companies, I think on human rights and sustainability in general, we are not. I think when you think, the same can be said about climate change. If just L'Oréal achieves zero carbon emissions, for example, it's nice, but it's not going to stop the climate change in the world. So it's really important that we really work with other companies. And this is why at L'Oréal, around human rights, but also all sustainability topics, we really try to work with peers to embark our partners. And we've seen this really work around the living wage, for example. We've really have been engaging with many companies and international organizations and governments to really try to create this snowball effect that's necessary to not just have a nice to have, communications campaign, but also really change the ecosystem and the shift the economic system on this living wage to really create what we call a living wage economy, where people are paid decently for the work that they are doing. And this is really, and here are just a few examples. I'm not going to go into detail, but just one example is, for example, we have been signing a call to action with Unilever, which is one of our main competitors, not on human rights, of course, but on other things. We really are trying to push this living wage, for example, on the global sustainability agenda to make sure that that we can scale this and that we're not alone in this space. And Unilever and other companies have been joining this call to action now. Some governments have been working with us as well, and it's really starting to have some good effects for us in terms of impact. And we're really trying to set a new standard on this. And I think from the slides, I think on the
need to have time to ask you some questions, so please,
okay.
Please conclude. Yeah.
No, okay, then I just wanted to say that it's really an important matter, and I think I'll keep the time open for questions to make it more interactive.
Thank you very much. Dirk. Okay, Dirk, please.
Hi, Maxime. Thank you for sharing that inspirational journey. And sorry for putting you on the spot a bit. I have a question. So the examples that you showed, for example, Mexico, where you showed that the difference between what is currently the minimum wage and the living wage, it was like more than 100% increase. Now, for a company like L'Oreal, I guess it really depends on what kind of operations you have. You may not have been paying a minimum wage to most of your employees anyhow, and it may only affect a few people. But let's say you are a company that actually is operating in a field where it's the minimum wage that is being paid. How do you think it's realistic and possible to communicate that to your CEO as a sustainability person inside a company, that they should now be paying more than double to their workers? Or do you foresee that differentiated approaches need to be taken depending on the industry that you are in?
So thanks, Dirk, for the question. I think so. It's true for a company like L'Oreal, for example. Although we did have some gaps, they were not as big as the one where I showed you with Mexico, for example. And some industries are more likely to have this in service sectors, for example, or transportation, or those type of areas. Now, for the living wage, but even for a company like L'Oreal, when you think about the living wage, if you were to implement this from one day to the next, and in certain sectors just double the salary, you would probably create a lot of destruction of jobs. So it would likely have this as an immediate effect. So what we're saying is not that you need to do this from one day to the next, not tomorrow you need to be there, but for us it's really seeing this as a journey. And what's important is that you take this commitment and then you start working towards it. And then of course it will be a differentiated approach. It can be, I think it's also important to work with unions around this if they're present, because they might have their own point of view around this. And you can start, for example, and this is what we're telling our suppliers usually, is you can start, for example, by aiming for, 30% of your workforce should reach a living wage by this, in 2 years, then 40% in 3 years, etc. And really try to make it step by step. so that the business has time to adapt and doesn't just, destroy the jobs and push the low-paid jobs down the chain, which is a risk, of course. And so this is something that we're trying to avoid, and hence this phased approach that will take time. And as you saw, the commitment we have is for 2030, so we still have 9 years to do it. For L'Oréal's suppliers, at least. But yeah, that's the approach that we would be recommending to avoid changes that can be too brutal and can actually make things worse in some cases if you're just destroying jobs and or pushing the work down in the supply chain by subcontractors or something like this who won't be paid a living wage either.
Question, sorry. That makes a lot of sense, but would that essentially also mean that, L'Oréal would essentially have to pay their first tier suppliers more, so that, otherwise they would have to take that out of their, margin? And would that then in turn mean that L'Oréal would of course have to increase the product of their prices to get, back that margin? So in other words, do we as consumers also have to just basically prepare ourselves to generally pay more for our products, whether it's cosmetics or other kind of products?
So at this stage I cannot say because the financial impact for L'Oréal has not been significant to the point where we need to raise the prices. So don't worry, lipsticks and creams will still be affordable to all. But I mean, of course, you cannot expect to pay things at a very, very low price and to have people pay decently behind it. So I think in our industry, we're not that much concerned by this, but in some areas, yes, it could. I'm thinking of some industries that could be affected by this, but then it's also because then you would, of course, the idea for L'Oréal is not to increase the price, but to really try to create a new industry standard. And if you do this, you also remain competitive amongst your competitors, because if it's just L'Oréal doing it, then of course the price would be huge for us, because we would have to pay all our suppliers more just to compensate for these higher wages, which would also benefit to all the other clients, by the way, who would not be paying for it. So of course, this is also why I was mentioning that it's really important that we all, as businesses, work together, and that's what we're trying to do with Unilever and others, to make sure that this industry standard is really shared by others. And again, to implement it in a phased approach. And also, and maybe I didn't mention it, but this implementation of living wage also, of course, has beneficial effect from an economic point of view, be it on productivity gains, be it on lower turnover, etc., which is also in the medium run a benefit for the companies operating. So while it is an initial investment, it usually pays off in the medium run.
Actually, I have the feeling that we need to change our format for future our meetings and have 1-2 hours just to questions and answers to all our panelists. Thank you, Maxim, very much. It was a great pleasure to see you today. And again, please come to us sometime. Okay, and I have one more good news. As was said today, that during the first forums we had not any businesses in the audience. Unfortunately, today we have a state-owned company, Ukrzaliznytsia, and we have Carlsberg, Ukraine. And actually, Carlsberg, Ukraine was mentioned today as positive example already, and it's pleasure that Irina Kostuk, leading expert on corporate social responsibility and regulatory issues of Carlsberg, Ukraine, is with us today online. And Irina, please, the floor is yours. And could you actually tell us, do you feel the difference between corporate social responsibility and business and human rights?
Доброго дня, колеги. Я буду українською, якщо
Good afternoon, colleagues. I will speak Ukrainian and have simultaneous interpretation. I'm grateful for having invited our company. I'm proud to present Carlsberg Ukraine, and the policy of inclusion has been implemented in the company not for the first year, and we have positive results. If we are talking the question about CSR and human rights, each company may have each structure, depending on different departments will be responsible for various issues. We have internal policies, and each department have to be well familiarized with those provisions. We have continuous trainings and check the knowledge of our employees, how well they know the rights of their rights and the rights of their colleagues, and where to apply if something goes wrong. As a specialist, I am also responsible for human rights in the context of our Diversity and Inclusion Committee, which has been in the company for several years. We are part of Carlsberg Group, which is over 170 years. And Jacob Jacobs, the founder, announced that the Carlsberg has to be responsible before people because human capital is the most important for us. 1,500 employees in Ukraine. Diversity and inclusion are very important aspects of business. It's not just a regulatory requirement. It's not just for the sake of a press release or external communication. This is what we're implementing day to day. Diversity is manifested via national, political, religious, and sexual orientation, and many other manifestations. For us, it's the process of inclusion, attraction, and acknowledging as valuable all our employees, despite of all the specific features. Each employee of Carlsberg Ukraine has to feel involved and acknowledged. It happened that in 2020, our company for the first time participated in the index of corporate evenness, and our company got the rating in that index.
політики, правила, практики
in terms of applying policies on supporting equality and diversity and the prohibition of discrimination at the workplace. Carlsberg participated in this index for the first time, and we immediately went into the list that supports as UN SDGs have open equality policy and publicly proclaim their values. Also in 2020, we were in the rating in top 25 best employers of Ukraine.
Наша компанія посіла відповідне переможне місце у рейтингу
was one of the winners in the transparency rating of the companies in which labor relations were examined, also attitudes to employees and human rights. We're proud of this, and we see the results of our work, and so this is the reason why we're here today, because we'd like to share what we're doing and to show that this is real in Ukraine, this works and delivers results. In our company, our policy is approved at the global level. In Ukraine, we implement this in particular, and in this policy, we have 4 general priorities, which identify the roadmap of inclusiveness and diversity. This is global thinking first. We promote global thinking, development of our workers. We engage them into international experience to reach cultural mutual respect. Second is diversity of the circle of talented people. We involve people with different education backgrounds, different worldviews, different views. You can see that when one person in the company travels from one department to another. In the process, so they change profile, they deepen their knowledge. And in this way, we have wide circle of talented employees with wide worldview. Inclusive management, this is our 3rd priority. Management which allows for all people to become fulfilled at different levels. So the management sets the tone for the company to have promoting organizational climate. And the last priority is equal opportunities. Equal opportunities for career development, for personal development, regardless of any science which I mentioned in the beginning. Equal work conditions, equal salaries, without taking into account gender or other social aspects. DNI policy to be reinforced regularly, to be controlled. We have special DNI committee. It includes 12 persons, permanent participants. Mostly these are HR departments, employees, and corporate relations department employees, and also invited participants, representatives of different functions, have something to share with the team. These employees made master classes, lectures, show personal experience. Briefly, let's discuss the focus of our work. Now we work on thorough implementation of gender neutral and free from stereotypes recruiting process. For this, in the company, we developed a recruitment cookbook. This is our guide for each manager how to do recruiting process, what you cannot ask, what you have to ask. If you ask persons during interview how they're talked to, I'm sure that no one encounters any discrimination. No one is asked, how old are you? Do you have children? What is your sexual orientation? And so on. We don't ask these questions at the interview. We just ask about education and competency. Also, we prepared a declaration on gender equality for signing. We have drafted this. This is an important step for public demonstration that we follow the principles of gender equality, among other things, which we do within DNI policy. We're also developing inclusive thinking. Now we have a set of lectures on how to develop inclusive thinking, how to get rid of stereotypes and bias. These lectures are delivered for all staff members, and we have deeper lectures for the management that is supposed to set the tone of inclusiveness in the company. Now we cooperate with NGO which delivers these lectures for us. Also, we engage staff members actively to disseminate the policy of DNI. For example, we had a lecture delivered by our staff member, Nicola Fedorenko, the person with disability, and he delivers a great lecture on how we should communicate and should not communicate with people with disability, what is okay and what's maybe strange for the persons with disability. This lecture caused great excitement. Colleagues liked this, and during the survey, colleagues mentioned that personal example, openness helped everyone to understand better the persons with disability and helped to structure inside the head how to talk to people with disability. Then what else we do with DNI policy? As I said, major role is played by quality interaction with top managers. And then they disseminate the DNI policy in their departments. We hold regular surveys for the top managers and employees to see our strengths and weaknesses and things to improve. In order to communicate regularly, we hold not just trainings and lectures, but also we have established a system of internal communication and intranet, email, Telegram, newsletters where we disseminate our values. Also, we analyzed our announcements, our working announcements, the job search websites, Work.ua, Robot.ua, and we were happy with the results because we managed to create the policy that all our job ads are gender neutral, including not only ads but also publications and press releases. We use feminitives and we implement the policy of equality. Our internal surveys demonstrated that. Could we move to the conclusion? Yes, for us to be asked questions. Okay, and the last point. Our internal surveys also demonstrated great results. More than 92% of our staff members support DNI policy of the company. 99% are ready to work with different groups of people, regardless of their age, gender, sexual orientation, and 97% are already working in multinational teams and in the teams with people with different religious beliefs. In this way, our task going forward is to deepen this policy, and the main steps for the next, by 2030, we identified several steps like increasing the number of women in the company, increasing number of Z generation employees, increasing number of people with disability in the team, and extension and deepening of the information policy on diversity.
Recording in progress. Давайте можна більш конкретніше. В принципі, Карлсберг працює в сфері, яка розглядається як ризикована для
For human rights, this business model is risky, so to say, right? Thank you for your question. It is interesting how you formulate it. It's, I may just put it simple. Yes, especially recently we have seen that we belong to risky groups when recently we had the rating of the companies friendly to the family, and companies which produce alcoholic beverages were prohibited from participating in this rating. For me, this was unexpected because several years ago we were #1 in that rating, and now we're not allowed to participate. Although I don't see the logic if the company amidst labor rights at the high level, it is friendly to the families and people who work in the company. Why cannot we participate? But this is the fact. Talking about the risks, we have the program of sustainable development, the purpose for the future, and this program clearly analyzes the risks by 2022 and 2030, and it demonstrates the purposes we have to make sure that we mitigate the risks and not to pose any threat to the society and to the public at large. What should we discuss? First, our breweries, when they operate, they emit CO2, for example, and we have objective 0 CO2 emissions from breweries and from ready-made products. Annually, we're working on this. We reduce our emissions, for example, since 2015 to 2020. A group of companies reduced the CO2 emissions by 32%, so the carbon footprint reduced. The detailed results in our activity will be presented at the end of this month. We will officially publish the communication and the reports on non-financial reports on our work. Then if we say that we produce alcoholic beverages, in particular because we also produce non-alcoholic beverages, of course, this is the risk for the people. We see the risk in this, in particular for the groups of people who may abuse alcohol, or drivers, pregnant women with people with chronic disease, and underage people. Also, we have the objective of 0 unresponsible consumption. We work on this from year to year, and our objective is to achieve minimal of unresponsible consumption. What we are doing about this? We don't just talk about this, we work on this. First, we provide to the consumers the alternative, non-alcoholic beverages. We expand the package in our portfolio of non-alcoholic beverages. Second, we're committed on European standards of sales of alcoholic beverages. At every product there is a warning on responsible consumption. We joined the Global Alliance of Selling Alcohol Online, which also requires from us to follow specific rules of selling. And our policy of responsible drinking. Last week we had the week related to Global Responsibility Beer Day. As every year we celebrate this day. This is not a day, it's a week. We have information campaign that was expanded, and we communicate to our consumers with the idea that you need to consume responsibly and you need to enjoy not the amounts but the quality. And we launch various signs like media signs to reach the widest audience possible. The GBRD week was targeted at underage persons and their parents to educate children to talk on delicate topics. Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. I understand that you can talk for a long time about responsible business behavior. Thank you. Maybe we have another quick question. If anyone has a quick question. Okay, thank you very much. And now I pass the floor to Ms. Olga Boyko. We formulated the question to Business Association. Business Association is the keeper of the tradition or driver of change. Ms. Olga, please. Good afternoon, Ms. Elena. Dear participants, thank you very much for this opportunity to be present today with you and to answer your question. I'd like to say that indeed this all depends on how association is flexible in its behavior and how ready is it to change. For those who don't know me, I represent the European Business Association. It is the biggest union of the companies in Ukraine, which has about 1,000 companies, both Ukrainian and international. Mostly these are representatives of big business. Also, we have some small and medium enterprises. I represent the Committee of Industrial Environment, but it so happened that also since this year I'm dealing with lack of barriers and our members became the initiators of development of this area in the association. Before I move to our achievements in this area, I'd like to share my personal experience. Before lockdown in 2020, when I was honored to participate in the program of Exchange Open World funded by the government of the United States and was dedicated to the corporate social responsibility. At that time, among the companies and other institutions that we visited in Washington, there was a Chamber of Commerce of Montgomery district near Washington. And for the first time, I saw how influential the association may be as the driver of change in the society. One of the projects they presented was dedicated to recovery and reintegration of veterans who came back from the hostilities area, American veterans. The representatives of the association, funded by the members, they prepared the project that helped them to start their own business for novices. And for those who already had some experience in this area, they helped them to scale up business or to take it to international level. And since 2016, by 2020, as they say, they managed to attract more than almost 1,500 small and big businesses owned by veterans, as they allowed them to develop further. In this way, they provided to this population group, which is considered vulnerable in the US. And also they helped to create one more instrument for training, for education, and they contributed to development of this area. If we talk about Ukrainian reality, going back to our reality, I need to say that associations rather act like soft power, which cannot change approaches to doing business by members, but they can do everything to make sure these changes are happening, but they do it smoothly. And at the end, it seems that the companies themselves are the initiators and leaders of the change. What I mean is our task is to provide all possible resources to ensure that companies receive leading information, to hold trainings, to hold exchange of experience and best practices with head offices of other companies at international level. Also, it is the opportunity to hold trainings on this topic, and then gradually it's moved to initiate change to legislation. Unfortunately, it is inevitable, as practice demonstrates. If business doesn't initiate change, the initiative may be found in the government, and these changes will not be always positive for business. So we should take initiative when there is opportunity. Talking about our experience, I can say that we cooperate with the initiative of the First Lady on the World Without Barriers. We participate in this initiative. We cooperate with the organization, develop in this area. And in our area, we work on changes in legislation, in employment for persons with disability, creating a space without barriers, and development of economic space without barriers. It's important to take into account the balance of interests between the representatives of the public, the governments, and the business. Even the most progressive and positive and pro-European changes do not always fit modern reality of Ukrainian society. For example, the draft law on employment of persons with disability, which suggests to lift the quota from 4 to 6%. As we understand, at the moment, the quota of 4% is quite difficult to fulfill. Why? Because we have developed markets of shadow employments when labor records are used and they are working. Some workers are registered, but they are not actually working. And also, we don't have enough candidates to fill this niche, to fill these quotas in the company. Even if the company is fully moved to full employment for persons with disabilities, there is high risk that in some regions these positions will not be filled because we don't have well-functioning funds of employment for the persons with disability, which is envisaged in the plans of the First Lady for the reform. If we approach some problem from the perspective of increase of some requirements to the business community, we need to do it comprehensively. We need to look at all other components in this process. If we give the example from the environment, we mentioned the European Green Deal today and different EU directives, which are envisaged by EU-Ukraine association agreements. Now we have active process of establishing the natural reserves in Ukraine, expanding natural reserves and creating new sites. In Ukrainian legislation, there is the collision that if we talk about mining companies, for them to be able to perform their activity, they have to receive or to buy the auction special permits for use of subsoil. And it so happens that these permits are approved by the Ministry of Environmental Protection. In theory, there should be no areas located to natural reserves. This mining activity. However, in practice, it happens differently. The company which pays several millions and gets the permit later on, when they do environmental impact assessment, they face the challenge of evaluating the impact of their activity as the area of natural reserve, and then they encounter the situation when part of this land plot that is allocated to them, part of it becomes state property and it goes into natural reserve. Understand that the company plans some activity in this area and it will not be allowed, or it will be significantly limited. When we have these cases, at the moment, the companies cannot be primary users according to our law. They're not even consulted with. They're not even notified that part of their land plot may become part of natural reserve. Why I'm talking about this? We have many legal gaps in our legislation that have to be taken into account when we try to legitimize this vulnerable, this delicate area is human rights. So I advise to approach this issue taking into account the interests of all stakeholders, including business. And I'd like to thank you for business being able to discuss in today's event. And as a summary, even if a business initiates and drives changes, the associations have to be mediators, those who help a business to collect their ideas and to communicate them to the right location where they can be implemented. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Olga. We have questions, please. I have a question. Business associations can play great role, not just like mediators, but also as the ones that set some rules. But mostly these are sectoral business associations. However, I'd like to ask you, for example, in order to join your associations, is there the code of conduct, and does the business have to comply some requirements? Do they need to make some declaration? And if the member of your association, for example, publicly, there is public information that they are not behaving well, then how can association respond to this? Thank you for your question. And a quick answer. We have the code of conduct at the association. We even have the compliance code and anti-corruption policy in association. And when the company files the application to become our member, they have to follow all the provisions of this code. It is the first step. And the second step is this candidate should be approved by the board of our association, which includes representatives of responsible business. And the second, you say that if suddenly the company is detected in irresponsible behavior, even when the companies ask us to apply with some advocacy claims to the government to get permits or to solve some cases, some issues, we never take the side of the business. We do everything possible to make sure that this claim is reviewed. We call it unbiased approach, where don't want to fully take the side of the business. We try not to interfere into the activity of business. We're not sure what's going on between business, the governments, the authorities, and so on. What are the exemptions? We also exclusions. We have this procedure, especially a business that is sanctioned and their membership is not extended for the next year automatically. In the emergency cases, the company may be excluded. Thank you.
Today, and Ron Popper, CEO of the Global Business Initiative on Human Rights, is today with us. And actually, your website says that we work on shape practice, inspire commitment, and build capability to implement respect for human rights in line with the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights. Could you tell us, please, how did you decide to have such organization? We don't hear you. Microphone.
I do apologize. Thank you, Elena. Thank you very much for having me with you today. And I've been very interested by the conversation so far, certainly that I've understood. Why did we do that? Well, quite frankly, companies now realize that the United Nations Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights is the foundation on which they should build respect for human rights within their companies and within their value chains. It's reflected in the OECD guidelines for multinational enterprises, for sure, and in a number of other documents. But this is the key document on which governments are now building national action plans, as you know, in Ukraine, for businesses to respect human rights, and for the increasing amount of legislation that is now being passed. I'm sure previous speakers have spoken about the trend, particularly in Europe, but elsewhere, in the last 3 or 4 years, to introduce mandatory human rights and environmental due diligence and key pieces of legislation on modern slavery, child labor, and so forth, and of course supply chains. So that's why they're doing it. There is a realization that if you don't do it, you are going to undermine your business resilience, your business continuity, your ability to survive in certain markets. Respect for human rights and the ESG agenda as a whole has come center stage after many years of discussion, debate, and frustration, I have to say. And now companies realize that there are certain key aspects which they have to abide by. They can see changing stakeholder interest, not only the legal and regulatory frameworks, which have been changing radically in the last few years and will continue to change radically around the world, but they see investors waking up. And if a CEO listens to, say, 3 stakeholders, the CEO will listen to customers, governments, and investors. And now we're seeing the investment community waking up very much as to the ESG performance of companies, and they're changing their business models to reflect a growing interest in human rights performance, their desire to invest in that particular company. So that we're also seeing stakeholders like communities being much more aware of their rights, and with access to social media, better informed, more able to put out information on issues that affect them. And if a company comes in and fails to respect human rights in the community, and that lack of respect can be discriminating against particular parts of the community, it can be noise pollution, it can be water pollution, non-replenishment of resources, etc., etc. Communities are fighting back, and they have much greater access to international media, and so these are some of the stakeholders that are waking up to the corporate responsibility to respect human rights, and it's very clear that failure to abide by those by the guidelines that were set down in the UNGPs, and also by the national legislation that is now ensuing, will damage the prospects of a company and damage their prospects to survive, to be honest, Olena. So you asked me why. For the members of GBI, it's the Global Business Initiative on Human Rights, it's very clear. If they want to maintain value chains in Ukraine, in Eastern Europe, everywhere, they know that they need to respect human rights, because failure to do so will lead to business failure, frankly. You also set us another couple of questions, which I thought I would try and give very brief answers to. One was about business associations, the role of business associations. And I see that business associations can raise the bar and push new standards of behavior, but frankly, generally, I find them to be a little conservative. And they tend to block the change that people like myself and my counterparts within companies have been trying to push for many years now. But before we point the finger at business associations, I'd just like to tell you a little story, if I may, from my own personal experience. As a vice president of a multinational corporation, I went along to a business association meeting on business and human rights not so long ago, 3-4 years ago, before some of the main legislation came into effect. And it was a very good discussion about how companies needed to improve their performance in order to survive and so forth, and treat people fairly. And at the end of the meeting, I had a conversation with the head of the business association, and he said to me, this is all very good stuff that you and others have been talking about, but you know, the business association's not going to change until your CEO comes here and says exactly what you've been saying. And he makes it clear that this is part of company policy. If I have a group of CEOs pushing me for change, then I will take it seriously, and the business association will make that change. Which leads me to believe that there is often a disconnect within companies between the corporate responsibility teams and the people that they work with and executive management. And if we are going to look at true change within companies and real respect throughout a company for human rights, and that means in all parts of their operations. It means in their transport and logistics. It means in their supply chains. It means when they're working in sensitive countries. It means actually sometimes their products themselves. If we're going to see that change, we do need executive management leadership. And without executive management leadership, I'm afraid the change that we're pushing for within companies is going to be partial at best. Maybe one last point, because I know time is running out. I do applaud collaborative efforts and initiatives. I do see that as the way forward for companies to be working together in obviously a way which doesn't break antitrust or competition laws. And I do think the future is in these collaborative initiatives. I applaud Unilever, L'Oreal and others for seeking to raise the living wage through this initiative that they're involved in. I think it's very honourable. I'm a little sceptical, to be honest. And my scepticism is really based on the fact that it's the suppliers that are paying for the change rather than the companies themselves. And I wonder, despite all the best efforts that these very honourable companies will undertake, whether the suppliers will react in a good way and see their margins diminished unless they're being strongly supported, including financially, by their main customers. But that's my personal opinion. But that's not to denigrate the efforts that are being made. I'm all in favour of the efforts that are being made on a living wage by these companies and on other collaborative initiatives. And I think over the next few years, we're going to be seeing a lot more collaborative initiatives, whether it's on metals and minerals, as we're seeing at the moment, or on living wage, because that is the way forward, to my point of view. A last point. Sometimes people say, or I've heard it said, we don't have the resources to do this. In particular countries, in particular geographies, I've heard people say we don't have the resources to introduce respect for human rights. It's not something we do normally, or the local context is different. I know you wanted us to address this point, Olena. My answer is yes. often the context is different, but doing human rights due diligence, from my perspective, as someone who's worked in companies and with companies for nearly 20 years, doing human rights due diligence is an investment. It's an investment to do the right thing, to treat people properly, and to ensure long-term business viability. It's actually, to my mind, an investment in securing your continued ability to operate your business. And as for the local context argument, laws, yes, laws and social standards may be different, but human rights are the same for everyone, everywhere in the world. And the human rights and human dignity of every individual are one and the same throughout the world. So for me, that undermines the argument that local context means that people need to be treated differently. Last point.
Yeah, the last point is...
Yeah, well, other people have spoken at length as well. The playing field is clearly changing rapidly, as previous speakers have said. Companies ignore these changes at their own peril. Companies that ignore the human rights of human beings who help them make them profitable will in future be unlikely to survive long term. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And actually, sorry that I interrupt you, but we already have a question for you.
Yeah.
Dirk, please.
Please.
Hi, Ron. We've been in discussions over the last days as well on how to promote business and human rights with companies in Ukraine, and like looking for this entry point and the hook, so to say. It seems a recurring theme, and I suppose that's not special to Ukraine, is ESG in like piquing companies' interest. I personally have quite a few concerns about that, because I feel like it is going back to looking at the risk in terms of ESG to the economic value of a company, yeah, which is very different from like the risk to a rights holder.
Yes.
I'm worried that it's going into a new era of corporate social responsibility, back to the old ways rather than a new. I would love to hear your perspective on that, and in terms of how your members, for example, what are your members motivated by? Is it the messages that you just shared, which are inspirational and sound good, or is it still more these financial entry points like ESG?
Well, first of all, I'd like to say that CSR is not a term that I use anymore, and haven't done so for a long time. For me, the concept of philanthropy as a corporate response to human rights is utterly inadequate. And I think the last few years of moving ahead through the guiding principles and the laws that have followed have hopefully buried the idea of CSR as a response to human rights wrongs. The companies that are part of the Global Business Initiative see the E and the S and the G as hyper important, but I think they and I are very worried that the S is not sufficiently highlighted, whether it's as part of ESG or generally speaking. The S, which is actually made up of human rights primarily, is very closely related to environmental impacts as well as governance. And I think, as I said briefly before, those companies that ignore the S will be cutting their own throats, quite frankly, in terms of the new reality. And what the companies in the Global Business Initiative try to do is they try to work with suppliers, with different stakeholders. They don't, nobody gets it right the whole time, for sure not. But it's more of a collaborative attempt rather than the cutthroat profitability at every expense approach. And I see some glimmer of hope in that. And that's certainly something that we are pushing. And I think if we see longevity in business, if we see the ability to survive and prosper in business, not just in financial terms, but also as how you treat your people, and acknowledging that people will only be able to work for you in a good way if they are treated in a proper manner, if they don't fall sick through excessive overtime, etc., etc. Companies are coming to that realization, or many of the companies I work with, and that gives me some hope for the future. But I think the best drivers are regulatory change, national action plans being implemented in a serious way, investor pressure, community pressure, and I think the last element of that is also employee pressure. Employees, prospective or current, want much more these days for the companies that they work for to share their values. And if that's not the case, they will seek alternative employment.
Very much for your great contribution. Thank you. And unfortunately, we have not time for more questions. І я хочу передати слово ще одній.
I would like to turn floor to another business association. I know, maybe Larissa will correct me, that you are not calling yourselves association, it's a network rather than association. So Larissa Zhigun, Government Relations Manager of the All Ukrainian Integrity and Compliance Network, UNIC. Thank you, Olena. I would like to greet all our colleagues and those who joined us online. Yes, I represent the Ukrainian Networking Integrity and Compliance, and UNIC for short. And we are not a typical business association, though our members and partners are businesses and state-owned companies. We call ourselves a collaborative initiative. So we bring together our participants, and our members are the driving force of all changes. And the team of UNIC and Secretariat help implement appropriate changes. Today, my goal is to explain what is our uniqueness. UNIC was created in 2017, supported by the Ombudsman Office and OSCE and EBRD. And as of today, we're operating with expert support. Our uniqueness is that our governing bodies include OSCE and EBRD, who provide continuous expert support for activities of our network and help our members, businesses, to comply with international standards of EBRD and OSCR in terms of building integrity, compliance, and promoting those companies in Ukraine which observe integrity and compliance with legislation to increase the number of such companies, and the culture of integrity and compliance could become a healthy culture, not in the future, but at present as well. We're building our work in three areas. It's working with members, building of open and honest dialogue with governmental authorities, and collaborative drafting of legislation with them to develop the integral business. So stimuli, incentives for such companies. And we are also an educational platform. In October, we will launch the Academia of Business Integrity, where we will teach compliance from scratch and compliance in sectors and all related issues. We are unique in the way that we're, in essence, helping business to build from scratch, or not from scratch, to build operational compliance systems. It's a range of rules and internal policies which to which all the employees and management have to comply with, and unique with the lead experts based on standards of OCR and ABRD have developed a number of policies which we share with the companies to guide them in their activities and comply with the principle of integrity. When a company wants to become a member unique, we first make compliance diagnostics and see whether the company, in terms of reputation, is integral and it can comply with this principle and can be acknowledged as such. And after we receive appropriate information after this investigation and study of the reputation, the unique committee decides whether they are worthy to become members. And on an annual basis, the company has to prove that it didn't have any violations and there are no issues about the integrity. That's why every year the company has to prove its status of integral company. With regard to the human rights issue, these issues are integrated into the policies which we propose to for the companies to implement. I will share one slide. This is the number of policies which we can provide to the companies which they can use. But the most important here, the HR policy, compliance policy for protecting personal data, policy on protection of whistleblowers, code of business ethics and behavior, policy of acknowledging conflict of interest, and internal investigation. These are the key policies where we see the human rights issue, this cross-cutting issue, and the human rights issue is a cross-cutting in all those policies. We're also collaborating with the state-owned companies among partners in the network. There is Naftogaz, Ukrzaliznytsia, Ukrenergo, and Chamber of Commerce of Ukraine, Transparency International is our partner, and business associations among our members are Carlsberg, Ukraine. We heard them today, and management of Carlsberg, Ukraine is a very good example of initiative top-down and adhering to human rights. At our unique platform, we pay a lot of attention to the issue of education. We engage CEO into dialogue. We want them to form this culture for all the employees to follow suit. And October, November will be business integrity months. This is an event where for the whole month we will engage the key experts from international institutions and discuss the importance of compliance in investments, cyber compliance, and other types of compliance to build trust with international partners, investors. And that's where we see our uniqueness of our network, that we have access to the best international expertise and we can provide it to our companies. So thank you very much, and I'm ready to answer your questions. Are there any questions, please? Thank you very much. It was very interesting to find out, to learn about such organizations. The only thing I would like to ask, based on my studies, how to analyze the influence of for example, unfortunately, the speaker doesn't speak into the microphone. It's difficult to hear. Is there a systemic work?
I just asked about the practice, whether there is the practice of applying the impact, human rights impact assessment in the companies which are the members of this association organization.
Дякую вам дуже за запитання. Дуже хороше, цікаве запитання. Хочу вам сказати, що ми
Very
щороку
good question. Thank you for that. Every year after the company, each year the company has to prove its membership in the network. If we find some markers or there are litigations and some situations where human rights are violated, this is a marker for us that they are not observing the principle of HR or code of ethics and behavior. So they are not observing. And for us, it's a marker. If we see that the company does not comply with the principles of integrity and does not observe all the policies, for us it will be a reason not to continue their membership. And actually we had such cases when the ethics committee refused to continue membership of some companies. So the priority is not failure to pay the membership fee, but the reputation of the company and how it observes compliance and integrity principles, and of course human rights observance. And that's where we see our mission, because our mission is promoting and forming of integral business in Ukraine, when all integrity and ethical rules have to be observed. Thank you for your answer. Probably you have your own methodology of assessment. Maybe in certain ways it coincides with the methodology which has been developed by the Danish Institute of Human Rights. And for me, it will be very interesting to find out more about your work. Also, we have certification which was developed on the basis of international ISO 37001, and the experts developed it. It's adapted according to Ukrainian legislation. Its uniqueness that this certification engages Big Four auditors, which provide the opinion that the company complies with all anti-corruption standards and compliance standards. Thank you very much. Could I clarify, please? And where you say that you check and evaluate, but how do you conduct due diligence? How unbiased you are, and which sources, what's the level of details you check? The devil is in details, you know. Actually, we have outsourced consulting companies which are engaged in internal investigations, and those companies have appropriate methods. Compliance diagnostics. Also, we engage compliance services of internationals, which help us to analyze it according to their rules and standards. So we get the opinion based on those checks, and the ethics committee decides how the company complies or does not comply, and can it be considered integral, and can it continue to be a member of UNIC. So we can invite Nina Reshetar, who is the Rule of Law and Human Rights Project Assistant, OSCE Project Coordinator in Ukraine. The point is that Nina does not represent the sphere of business and human rights, but it was actually my idea for Nina to share this practice to create the example of exchanging of positive practices between business and non-business sectors. So, Nina, the floor is yours. Thank you, Olena. I would like to clarify. I would like to make sure if you can see the screen. That's good.
I would actually, okay, now I also see it. I would actually speak in English since my presentation is in English, and I would really like to greet you from the Rule of Law and Human Rights Unit, but I will be presenting the OSCE Project Coordinator in Ukraine Green Committee. And as it was mentioned before, and especially by Mr. Popper recently, that human rights and sustainability are very closely connected. And that is why I think Ms. Olena had the idea of our today's presentation. And I would like to say first also, like Mr. Popper told, that I present the area, the employee, well, I wouldn't say pressure, but initiative, which has started a few years ago. If we can turn to the first slide, please. Because I see that my screen is not sharing somehow, right?
Okay.
Okay, you can see the first slide, right? So our Green Committee started as an initiative from 5 employees back in 2019. Actually, OSCE Project Coordinator in Ukraine has environmental projects and several of them, but we also wanted to have more sustainable and green practices, both for our office employees and have the kind of framework to refer for our office internal and some external procedures, for example, for procurement for our events that we conduct, and also have some goals for future for the organization also to be involved and to be more responsible in the area of sustainability, environment, which nowadays we see how closely it is related to the welfare and to health of people around the world. So we see that and we take it that impact of every individual and the change of behavior is important, and that is exactly what we are aiming for at our Green Committee. We have regular meetings, and all the initiatives come from our side, but we are greatly supported by our senior management. And I think it's also, I'm afraid I'll be referring a lot to Mr. Popper's words because they actually resonated. I listened to other presentations and found also other connections that I wanted to stress, but this is what I see now, that it is true that as employees in any sphere in the area of human rights or sustainability, we can have initiatives, but unless the senior management, the CEOs, don't support it, it might be really complicated. That is why we are lucky in this way. And I will stress just a few of our achievements and initiatives and activities that we have. Like I said, we adopted the sustainable strategy, which is the framework for our office, but it was warmly welcomed by our head of mission, by our ambassador, and it was passed over to our secretariat and other field missions and institutions at the OSCE also have the access to it, and many of them responded warmly, and now they have ideas about implementing something similar in their structures. And we actually have As the reaction to our activities and to our sustainable strategy, one of our field offices also had a small environmental project. Also, we had training. We tried to have training for our employees, and after these trainings, they have both the information campaign and hands-on tools for some activities that they have can conduct on their own individual level, or also we change some of the practices within our office. We make them greener. We try to find resources for some new activities. Now we have, for example, the new types of recyclables that we can donate, which is a good thing because these are the batteries, which is rather hazardous waste. Also, it started in 2020 when we were on quarantine and didn't have much access to in-person events. We conducted a 15-week Green Fridays for Fun information campaign, where we, in a rather short but interactive way, tried to have the messages on environmental practices and we made them specifically on Fridays in order to allow our employees some ideas for fun or useful activities with their families during the weekend, so that they could right away adopt these practices and find something fun and useful. Also, we have outreach events. We had several of them already. We cooperate with the Botanical Garden in Kyiv, Ukraine, where we have already planted a number of trees. Also, we cooperate with the companies that produce goods out of plastic bottle cups. And we have a bench there. Now you can see it's a bench made out of plastic bottles cups and has the areas in which we work in Ukraine. Also this year we established like a gazebo with the light on top that is powered by the solar battery. And as you can see on the pictures, though we are only, by now we are 12 members of the Green Committee, but to our outreach events, a lot of our employees come. They also bring their families, and they are very active, and we try to make it both environmental and team building events, and also bring attention to some of the issues and try to educate our employees and to send a good message within the community. Well, I try to be really short. We try to be active and try to educate and live by our standards, and we hope that this is small, but every person and every effort and every change of behavior counts. That's why we hope for the future and stay active. And I am ready for your questions, if any.
Very much, Nina. Do the audience have we questions to Nina? Actually, I have one quick question. We 2 days are discussing what is the business case to respect human rights. What is the OSCE case to implement such policies?
Case, what exactly do you mean by case?
Чому взагалі? В чому? Ви б могли б ж цього і не робити?
You may not be doing that, but why are you doing that? Maybe I'll switch into Ukrainian just to have better connection between question and answer. This was the initiative because me and several colleagues in the beginning we noticed not very positive practices in our office, and we believed that we as international organization, which has environmental projects, has to look at its internal practices, because we spent significant funds for the projects, but just to train, to change the behavior of employees in the office, we don't need so many efforts. And overall, over these few years, many our staff members were surprised after several trainings, after some practices. One of the first questions that we touched on, that was the certain one, that at our office we use the cardboard glasses for water, and most people believe that they are better than plastic glasses because they are made of cardboard. But as they're laminated inside, and it's impossible to process them. But plastic glasses are possible to process and to recycle them. But many people believe that their practices are correct, and they are not aware that they're not so good. So this is how it started, with our personal responsibility, and we're happy that we were able to change the attitude and to raise the awareness of our staff members, who communicate this to their families and to their friends. And in this way, we have some impact. Maybe it's not huge, but it is important. Thank you. And one more question.
Thanks, Nina. It's more a very brief comment, but just to congratulate you on your environmental due diligence and success, and having the senior management on board. I really just want to echo that you also did with Ron Popper. I mean, I really think he hits a nail on the head in terms, we talked about leadership earlier today, in terms of management. And I think it would be, this is not just within the corporate sector. I mean, this is the ministries, it's the same thing everywhere, and on policy coherence. So, today we can sit technical experts, but at the end of the day, if we want to see change, we need to get them to the minister level. We need to train the senior management. And I think it would be extremely useful to have this kind of a one day with top leaders, ministers and senior managers, or at least we have to think about, this kind of learning, bring in the experts and have that people here, because otherwise I'm afraid with the national action plan process, we're not going to make these results as well. So just I think this is important, and thanks for mentioning this, Nina and Ron, if you're still out there. I hope to touch base soon.
Mm-hmm.
Thank
you.
you.
And actually, if I can make a tiny remark, that one of our colleagues who works in environmental projects at our office, she faces a lot of obstacles from the ministry. Though we have good ideas and even finances for implementing environmental projects, there is a lot of obstacles to take the ministry on board, the Minister of Ecology on board, and the departments. That's why I think it's truly
Thank you
important.
very much for this comment. And what could I say? I have a dream to bring together. Yeah, so it's so, and we have. У нас є ще одна така важлива.
We have one more important part.
Дозволю собі зараз
I would allow myself to join 3 people in this part of the discussion. Ms. Alevtina Sanchenko, Ms. Daria Nagaivska, and Ms. Maria Yasanovska, who joined us in order to ask what is your opinion and to summarize our discussion on the role of non-government actors. Alevtina represents the academic community, which has great experience of cooperating with public institutions and non-public institutions. Daria has experience. She represents a non-public sector and the civil society organization. She is the expert of the Index of Corporate Equality, and she has experience of working with the SMEs, with small medium business. Maria Yasanovska, for many years, promotes the idea of human rights, and yesterday when we talked with economic universities, they came to me and said, we really want to study human rights. Moreover, Maria Yasanovska already delivered lectures for us several times, and we already teach them, and Maria doesn't even mention that we are already in the business schools with these ideas. So, Altina, Daria, and Maria, what are your opinions on the role of non-government sector? Thank you very much to all colleagues who participated today and yesterday in our forum. It was a real pleasure. There was a lot of interesting and important information, up-to-date information, and this is very beneficial for us as academics. As it was rightly mentioned by Elena, I don't represent non-government sector. I represent the Institute of Economic and Legal Research. Named after Mammoth at National Academy of Sciences, I'm head of Center of Perspective Research and Cooperation on Human Rights in the area of economy in this institute. What I can say is that the institute performs a great number of research, thematic research, and it operates different data, which we collect from different sources, including from talking to the companies, to the businesses, because our main task is to study the trends of development of the economy of Ukraine, the condition of development of the economy of Ukraine, and legal regulation of economic development, and to provide some consultations and recommendations and opinions to public agencies, to policymakers at different levels, to local government, starting with the local governments and up to the level of the parliament, and the governments and the courts, the Supreme Court, the Constitutional Court. The experience of our institute and our center is that we can tell that indeed the activity of business organizations, the companies, plays the decisive role, and the only emphasis that can be made is that they require organizations we talk to, they require ongoing and consistent information support, not just analytical support, but also awareness raising in the area in which our center operates and my colleagues in the center. It is well known that multinational enterprises are the engine of development of the economy, global economy, but also they can create some obstacles due to their nature. They create supranational level of management of economic processes, and very often they create competition to the state institutions. It is very important, and this is emphasized in the resolution document of the G7 meeting and in the presentation of the UN Secretary General on implementation of SDGs for 2020, that multinational enterprises have to be the drivers of positive changes and drivers for transformation. They should develop their activities, they should develop economic well-being, and also they should comply with human rights and support this movement for development of well-being of every individual. I'd like to say that in Ukraine, the modernization of relationships between the government and the business is very urgent as analytical part of national economic strategy of Ukraine shows that was adopted recently, and it is dedicated by 2030. The economic development of Ukraine at the moment lives through the period of stagnation, which is quite serious, and the consequences of the stagnation are lack of investments. We have some delays and slowdown in implementation of innovation technologies, lead innovations in production, and other issues become the obstacles of economic development and growth. Yesterday and today we discussed that on one hand the transformation period of development of society like Ukrainian is positive time for changes. On the other hand, the political and any other frequent changes become the obstacle to the consistent activity of the state at large. So the role of science is very important in consistent analysis of the situation and providing consultations and recommendations and supporting the process of decision-making at any stages. It's not a secret that in Ukraine there are many problems which are reflected upon the happiness index. Maybe it will strike you if you are not following the trends in 2020. Based on the results of sociological survey conducted by the Fund of Democratic Initiatives and Kiev International Institute of Sociology, the overall happiness index of the population of Ukraine was only 14%. So this work, which we tried to promote, adoption of updated national strategy on human rights and separate paragraph, which we really supported altogether. This is the kind of work which is needed to raise this happiness index. I'll not take too much of your time analyzing all the information we receive from non-public sector. We targeted all our efforts at paragraph 16 to reflect all provisions of the guiding principles and the UN agenda on sustainable development. Together with the Ombudsperson Office and International Laboratory of Business and Human Rights, we developed this paragraph, and unfortunately, when we received the document, it has some deficiencies. It's positive that it was approved by the president, and this emphasizes the political will of the governments to promoting the concept of business and human rights in Ukraine. But the first and most important deficiency of this paragraph is that the strategic objectives and implementation do not include the triple goal, and there is only double goal. The application by the companies of the approaches based on human rights and also ensuring victims of violation of human rights access to effective remedies. Unfortunately, the strategic objective is that when the government, which has to implement the first basis of the guiding principles on business and human rights, it removes itself from implementation. If we look at this paragraph separately, it removes itself from executing its duties. It has to take care of how the companies ensure observance of human rights, respect human rights. It was sad for us to note that the action plan for the strategy for this paragraph does not envisage any steps of the legislation nature to prevent human rights violations, to ensure observance of human rights, respect for human rights, to create proper conditions for business functioning with compliance of human rights. One of the roles of the state is to organize, to create conditions for ongoing constructive and balanced dialogue between the business and all stakeholders and social partners and academia and civil society organizations, which are quite active in Ukraine. I'd like to make special emphasis that this deficiency is visible from the perspective that Ukraine is in this condition for a long time, and also in Ukraine we have armed aggression. As the institute that is displaced from Donetsk, we feel that the deficiency of this paragraph is that there are no activities, no responsibility of the state over respect for human rights in business in the conflict-affected areas or in the areas which are still suffering from this conflict. The government doesn't know what to do about this, and even in this context, the research in best practices will not say anything about human rights of people who are living at the occupied areas, at the areas affected by the conflict. Today we have heard the presentation by the Deputy Minister, who said that we will do this survey and we'll see what can we do next. I believe that I will express the opinion of all colleagues that this should not be expected. We decided that we have to act regardless of how the governments will work further. This forum creates the opportunity to exchange thoughts, to collect good ideas, to find partnerships. Thank you. Maybe there are some other questions. I'd like Ukraine to be a prospering country and every resident in this country should be happy today and going forward. Thank you, Daria. Good afternoon. This is a real challenge to participate in the last discussion at the end of day 2. And to answer the question asked by Olena, I have to interrupt you, you know that it's like answering an interview on your strengths. As regards the NGOs, is the NGO sector the influential acts in Ukraine? I believe that the answer is yes. There are 3 main areas of activity of NGOs and how they can influence the activities of the campaign and the government. This is advocacy, analytical work, and investigations. As regards advocacy, this is forming the perception of the topic of business and human rights. A simple terminology and communication with different stakeholders. And here, the index of corporate equality, which was mentioned today, is also the instrument of engaging companies into this cooperation with the civil society sector and implementing best practices. Of course, this is one of the first steps. Within the index, we discuss gender equality and internal policy of the company, but this is where the company may start. The Corporate Equality Index exists for more than 5 years in 2021.
Запрошуємо компанії приймати участь і будемо раді, якщо наш
We'll be happy if our top 10 of big companies, the top 5 of small and medium companies is expanded and new companies will join. As regards analytical work of NGOs, the main challenge is data. I fully agree with the point by Ella, who mentioned this corporate curtain. We have experience of cooperating with big business. Business doesn't want to provide data on their activity. We can take this data from open databases like you control. The problem is that after that we have financial indicators, but we don't have qualitative indicators. Or in our database, you control database, there is a business that is broken down into 2 or 3 related parties, legal entities with wide list of beneficiary owners. In one business there is director, in another business he is the beneficiary owner. And the same is true about financial industrial groups. It's very complicated to identify the interflow of money, resources, goods, and who influences what. The picture described by Alessa on Business in Georgia, the same picture is in Ukraine. And the last, this is investigations. We can talk about practices of corporate social responsibility or social responsibility of business. This is soft analytics, in the sense that we don't talk about human rights violations. We're talking about things that may contain threats for the life of people who are doing these investigations. In Kharkiv region, there are examples when anti-corruption activists were murdered. Investigation is underway for a long period of time. So the challenges we're facing, I'd like to emphasize when we talk about the work in the area of business and human rights. This is not only service or communication, there are high risks, and in order to counter them, we need to have collaboration between different actors of civil society, and we go back to ensuring the right for fair trial and investigation. Thank you, Darsha. Maria, please, what are your impressions? I would like to say that business and human rights for human rights organizations is the new topic. It's not a very usual topic because human rights organizations mostly review relationships in the area of human rights between the person and the state, and here it is business. And it's not quite the state, or not the state at all, but the modern approaches. First, I believe that the organizations and experts who are gathered here have the task to communicate these ideas to the human rights community. Frankly, Oleg Gulak may agree with me that human rights organizations don't understand what is business and human rights. They do not perceive this as value, and they don't always see themselves. They don't see the tasks for themselves in this area, and this is not a good practice.
А якщо говорити про те, якими інструментами володіють правозахисні організації, то я думаю, що в сфері бізнесу і права людини переважно це має бути моніторинг.
In business and human rights, it should be in the first place monitoring of adherence to human rights, and human rights organizations have huge experience and can use the results of such monitoring also for advocacy campaigns, encouraging. They have to encourage the government to exercise pressure on business to provide for those rights. And it should be educational and enlightenment functions for the society at large, for business, for the authorities and journalists, in order to gradually change the mindset and situation where working with the values, because human rights touch upon deep human values, their awareness and living in the society. So I insist on such activities as education and on human rights, business and human rights for various target groups, and continuous monitoring of the situation and holding on control the situation. And in the first place, what the government does in the sphere of business human rights for us in order to adhere to international standards. Thank you very much. There are a lot of questions and comments, but request I'll ask the most durable of you. We are talking about sustainable models. Maybe someone would like to make final remarks and share impressions. We have exhausted our time and we will part till our next meeting. Katya, please, the floor is yours.
I just want to say that I want to thank you of wonderful colleagues and for opportunity, and of course thank you, separate huge thank you to Alena, and yeah. And thank you for all colleagues whom I have an opportunity to hear, to talk to, and to meet in real world. Finally, and like if I express with one phrase and with one thesis my impression of this forum. I would say that we have to make new efforts and new opportunities for discussing in more details our regional context. Because it's absolutely evident that there is a different understanding, different approaches, and even in society development and economic development between Western countries and this I don't know, developing countries or whole countries of our region. And the point is that we have to discuss all these things concerning business and human rights more, and develop our regional focus, regional tools, regional as more as we can about regional specific of pushing this topic. So
yes, thank you very much, Katya. And actually, this is excellent final point. Thank you very much. Thank you. And yes, see you soon, maybe in person or virtual. But thank you very much for your contribution. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.